Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. It is now 9:49 a.m. on Wednesday, March 1st, 2023, and we are conducting a roundtable virtually and streaming on the DC Council's website and YouTube at CM Brooke Pinto. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2, and the chairwoman of this committee. The Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety has oversight responsibility for matters affecting the district courts, criminal law, procedure and justice, public safety, including policing, violence prevention and intervention, and civilian police oversight, access to justice, including victim services and justice grants, fire and emergency medical services, and the district's 911 and 311 services, forensic science, fatality review and medical examinations, homeland security and emergency response, adult and youth corrections, family law, probate and estates, child support, and women's and gender policy. Today, the committee is meeting to conduct its final performance oversight hearing of this season for the agencies under its purview. We will hear from 4 agencies today. First, the District of Columbia Clemency Board. Second, the Corrections Information Council. Third, the Department of Corrections. And fourth, the Office of Unified Communications. We will first hear from the District of Columbia Clemency Board. In all other states, the state executive has sole authority to grant clemency for violations of state law. In the district, however, the President of the United States, not the mayor, has the authority to grant clemency for individuals convicted of violations of district law. The district's clemency board was established several years ago in response to delays in the President's review of these pleas for clemency and tasked with elevating clemency applications for the President's review, hopefully expediting their review. To be clear, the board does not determine whether a clemency application will be granted. Rather, the board provides support to clemency applications that are before the President and the Department of Justice. The Clemency Board has begun receiving its first applications and is working to connect with other eligible applicants, some of whom may be more difficult to reach as they are located at Bureau of Prison facilities across the country. Next, we'll speak with the Corrections Information Council. The Corrections Information Council is an independent body responsible for inspecting, monitoring, and reporting on the conditions of confinement at any facility where district residents are incarcerated, including DOC facilities, Federal Bureau of Prison facilities, and private facilities. CIC's inspections include direct assessment of facility conditions, interviews with incarcerated residents and facility staff, as well as community outreach. The CIC translates its findings into regular reports on conditions at inspected facilities, including an annual report on broader issues affecting conditions of confinement. Then we will hear from the Department of Corrections. The department is responsible for providing a safe and secure environment for individuals in custody at the district's correctional facilities, which include pretrial detainees and sentenced inmates. In this role, the department manages the DC jail facilities, including the Central Detention Facility and the Correctional Treatment Facility, as well as overseeing the range of programs and services offered to residents at these facilities, including educational, workforce development, and other programs focused on residents' successful reentry following the completion of their sentence. I intend to speak with Director Faust today about these programs. I also intend to discuss reforms implemented by the department since the U.S. Marshal Service's 2021 inspection, the work to design and build a new annex at the CTF, as well as the $25 million provided in the fiscal year 2023 budget to support capital upgrades at the current DC jail facilities while the new annex is being built. And finally, we'll speak with the Office of Unified Communications, or OUC. OUC is responsible for providing fast, professional, and cost-effective response to emergency and non-emergency calls in the District of Columbia. OUC was established in 2005 to combine the emergency 911, non-emergency, and 311 call activities from the Metropolitan Police Department, Fire and Emergency Medical Services, and Customer Service Operations. I'm eager to speak with Acting Director Heather McGaffin about her vision for the agency and, importantly, how she plans to rebuild the public's trust. I am deeply concerned about the recent incidents of emergency responders being sent to the wrong addresses. These errors put the public's health and safety at risk and waste emergency response resources that are already stretched extremely thin. There is no room for mistakes when the stakes are this high. I visited the OUC call center earlier this week and met with many of the men and women doing this incredibly difficult and important work. I know they are committed to providing the best service possible to DC residents and are depending on strong leadership at the agency to act with urgency and provide them with the support they need to succeed. We are all counting on this. I'll note the committee will be holding a roundtable on March 15th to consider the acting director's nomination to serve as the permanent director of OUC. Again, that is going to be on March 15th. All right. So today we are going to begin with the Corrections Information Council and Clemency Board. We will start with our public witnesses, both of these agencies. Again, the Corrections Information Council and the Clemency Board. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony, and those who represent organizations will have 5 minutes. So I will call Pam Bailey for More Than Our Crimes, Taylor Newbell for Who Speaks for Me, Olinda Moyd from the Council for Court Excellence, board member and co-chair of CCE's Criminal Justice Committee, and Tiffany Smith, attorney. Pam Bailey from More Than Our Crimes, if you are here, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so my name is Pam Bailey. I'm co-founder of a relatively new organization called More Than Our Crimes, which advocates for DC residents in federal prison. I am connected to more than 400 incarcerated district residents via core links, phone calls, and letters. And I hear literally every day about the substandard medical care, the poor quality, insufficient food, the absence of real programming and rehabilitation, the abusive way they are treated, and the harsh retaliation when they file grievances. The Federal Bureau of Prisons is rarely held to account for its human rights violations, which is why Senators Durbin, Ossoff, and Braun introduced the bipartisan Federal Prison Oversight Act last year, and they'll reintroduce it this year. However, we all know what a tough Congress we're facing and the difficulty of passing reform. That means the work of the Corrections Information Council to inspect and report in federal prisons holding district residents has the potential to be incredibly important. In the past, More Than Our Crimes has been critical of the CIC for both the length of time between its inspections and publication of reports and its lack of public comments about its findings. I want to commend the CIC for its more aggressive posture in the last several months. Its report on USP Pollock, for example, was published 4 months after the agency's inspection, compared to the 14-month lag for USP Thompson. In addition, I now see the agency being much more active in social media to educate other DC residents about the results of its fact-finding efforts. However, I believe the CIC and the rest of the DC government are still not doing enough, even in light of the severe constraints imposed by the BOP. For example, at the time of the CIC's inspection of USP Thompson, my understanding is that the MOU with the BOP required the federal agency to review and respond to the CIC's inspection report within 3 months. However, publication didn't occur until 14 months after the CIC's visit, in large part because of the egregious delay by the BOP. Yet no ruckus was raised, and I think it should have been, When I talked with Charles Allen's office at the time, even they said they had not been aware of the holdup. The abuses occurring within Thompson, which also were reported to the CIC during its inspection, were publicly outed in an expose by NPR and the Marshall Project in May of last year. To illustrate just how powerful speaking out like this can be, Senator Durbin called a month later for a federal investigation, and last month the entire special management unit at the prison was closed. My point is this: if the CIC's report had been published earlier, and if the agency had tried to raise visibility for it, perhaps relief would have come sooner for our residents inside. CIC officials have told me that advocacy is not their job, although nothing in the agency's founding legislation says it's not. I acknowledge, however, that the legislation that created the CIC has a glaring omission. It says absolutely nothing about why the CIC is charged with conducting prison inspections and producing reports. And I asked both the CIC and the council, what's the point of this time-consuming activity if not to at least try to bring about a measure of change? More Than Our Crimes is ready to partner with the CIC in bringing attention to its inspection findings. However, the current report format is not designed to deliver impact. Its recent report on USP Pollock is an example. The agency's conclusions are very spare and without any quotes from prisoners themselves, which could be anonymous. In contrast, the BOP's responses are paragraphs in length, overshadowing the CIC's contrary findings. So somebody looking at the report really doesn't really come away with a clear message on behalf of our residents. In addition, there are ways to get around the BOP's imposed delays and obfuscating rebuttals. The CIC could produce thematic reports that focus on recurring problems, such as the shockingly poor medical care, retaliation for filing grievances, and lack of access to programming. As an example, More Than Our Crimes partnered last year with the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs to produce our own report on patterns of abuse across the BOP, which I'd be happy to share with you. This is the type of report the CIC could complete based on commonalities across inspections without BOP approval. But ultimately, Chairperson Pinto, we're also asking the DC Council to pay special attention to the reports of the CIC and More Than Our Crimes, I hope, because we'll be doing this regularly, so that our incarcerated residents don't feel invisible and neglected, which they do now. And I'll just remind everybody that they are a new group of voters since they have the right to vote inside prison now. In a recent letter, Mark Ford, a DC resident at one of the worst federal penitentiaries, USB Hazleton, where most DC residents are, wrote this: tomorrow, February 22nd, the CIC is coming, and I'm really looking forward to sitting down with them. I heard USP Thompson is making changes, and that must happen now at Hazleton. It's horrible here. We're tired of being put on lockdown for about almost 4 years straight. The truth needs to get out. I hope that we all use our collective bully pulpits. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bailey. I'll have some questions for you at the end of the panel. Next, we'll hear from Taylor Newbell from Who Speaks for Me.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and other council members. My name is Taylor Newbell, and I'm the founder and executive director of Who Speaks for Me. Who Speaks for Me is an advocacy and activist criminal legal reform organization. We work to create alternatives to incarceration for women, girls, and LGBTQ+ people. We provide innovative programs to interrupt and dismantle the trauma to prison pipeline, reduce recidivism, and provide successful reentry. Our programs center the voices of the people we serve with the goal of building a trauma-informed justice system. This morning, I want to highlight, as I always do, DC women and LGBTQ people who are detained. Last year, when I testified at the Oversight hearing for the CIC, I brought up the lack of reporting on women and the conditions of the carceral spaces in which they are held locally and nationally. My statement was met with a simple, there are not that many women. If there is one woman and or LGBTQ+ person who is a citizen of the city, the CIC needs to visit the facility and report back on the conditions. The dismissal of my concern by stating that there were not that many women is steeped in sexism. While I'm focusing on women today, the same research and visits need to apply to DC citizens in custody who identify as LGBTQ+. I know it is challenging to assess the conditions of our LGBTQ plus community in jails and prisons because of the privacy. However, it can and must be done. And the overall message that you're going to hear this morning is the reporting done on men's prisons. You're not going to hear one single report on the conditions that women and queer people are held in. The other issue I want to raise is our ongoing campaign to close Central Cell Block, also known as CCB. There is no reason for CCB to exist, and I will discuss this more in depth during my testimony for the DOC oversight hearing. However, the CIC has yet to report on the conditions of CCB. I'm not sure if the CIC has visited the intake jail. I know many are confused about who runs CCB. Make no mistake, CCB is under the DOC. It is a disgrace to hold people for 1 hour, let alone up to 72 hours in such unsanitary and dilapidated conditions. I'm aware that the CIC is down 2 members. We as a community need to advocate and encourage the mayor to fill these open positions and that one of the appointees be a woman with lived experience. I believe the CIC will be better equipped to carry out their duties if they are a full body. Lastly, but just as importantly, is the budget for the CIC. The fiscal year 2023 and 2024 budget is $575,000. It is imperative that the amount be approved and increased in future years. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the work that you do. Next, we will hear from Melinda Moyd. The council.
Morning.
Hi, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto, and I'm not sure if there are other members of the committee present. My name is Olinda Moyd, and I am the director of the Reentry Clinic at the American University Washington College of Law. I'm here today in my capacity as co-chair of the Criminal Justice Committee for the Council for Court Excellence and board member. I must note that in accordance with our policy, no judicial member of CCE participated in the formulation or approval of this testimony. So I'm here today to testify about the DC Clemency Board, which is supported by the Executive Office of the Mayor's Office of General Counsel. So 5 years ago, the council passed the Clemency Board Establishment Act of 2017. Once passed, the bill created the district's first ever Clemency Board. The creation and implementation of the board is critical and has been critical for DC residents, not only because of the difficulty that individuals convicted of DC code offenses face in seeking mercy, but also because any final pardon or commutation relief opportunities must be considered, we believe, by the very communities that were harmed by the offensive behavior. Despite the gains made by creating DC's own Clemency Board, people who are convicted of DC offenses continue to experience unique barriers in assessing clemency. As you stated in your opening statement, unlike the 50 states where a person convicted of an offense can request clemency from the governor, the mayor of the district does not have the authority to grant clemency. Only the president can do so. While DC does not have the final say regarding clemency recommendations, the current structure authorizes the board to make recommendations for each district resident seeking such relief. So prior to the establishment of the Clemency Board, we had no way of knowing how many people incarcerated under the district code had applied for clemency through the federal system. We did know that they represent about 2.4% of the FBOP population. We also know that the district's incarceration population is overwhelmingly Black and therefore disproportionately impacted by the inability to access this form of relief. Despite statutory enactment of the DC Clemency Board in 2018. The Clemency Board did not meet until July 2020. The clemency regulations were finalized in December 2021. In the 4 years that it took from the legislation's enactment to actually having an active clemency board, it was 4 years that DC residents did not have access to this form of relief. We are proud, however, of the recent progress that the board has made. We are heartened to see that the fiscal year 2023 budget includes a full-time staff attorney for the Clemency Board. CCE, along with other advocates, advocated for a long time to have a full-time staff person, and we have seen that having a full-time staff person has made a big difference. We believe that now that the Clemency Board is in the community, has held its first community engagement meeting, that the number of applications will continue to increase and the need for additional staff may become necessary. CCE continues our commitment to monitor the actions of the Clemency Board. I am often at every meeting the sole public citizen who attends these meetings, and we will continue with our advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Moyd. Next and last on this panel, we will hear from Tiffany Smith, attorney from UDC Law.
Good morning, Council Member Pinto and members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Tiffany Smith. I am an experienced clemency attorney who is collaborating with the DC Clemency Board since moving to the DMV area to be the managing attorney for the outstanding clinical program at UDC Law School, the district's public law school. In my personal capacity, I'm testifying to ask the council to support the Clemency Board and encourage you to allocate additional funding for the DC Clemency Board to expand its staffing to both engage in this critical work and supervise potential creative public and private partnerships to further the work. Clemency is a critical tool to address systemic racism and mass incarceration. This country has the highest rate of incarceration in the world, which continues to perpetrate systemic racism. I've seen firsthand that clemency, the act of mercy, can be instrumental in addressing mass incarceration by correcting overcharging and over-sentencing of crimes, especially of Black people. Best of all, though, clemency changes lives. I first began representing clients in clemency matters while working at the Ohio Justice and Policy Center, where I established the Women's Project. This project focused on seeking release for women in Ohio state prisons who were serving long sentences, usually life terms, with the possibility of parole for the death of their abusers in Ohio. To that end, I drew together a coalition of attorneys and organizations, including the Ohio Public Defender's Office, to represent the women in clemency efforts. We researched cases, obtained support documents, and drafted memoranda. Ultimately, we submitted 13 clemency packets in November of 2017. In the 8 years that John Kasich was governor of Ohio, he granted many pardons, but only one commutation or early release from prison. I'm proud to say that was my client. She was released in July of 2019. Since her release, my former client has maintained a well-paying and meaningful employment, purchased a car, secured her own apartment, and contributed to society in many meaningful ways. She's been a featured speaker at events to discuss domestic violence and incarceration of women. She assists others being released from prison to overcome reentry barriers. And she explains the importance of clemency in her own words in the documentary, The Domestic Violence Case That Turned Outrage into Action, available on YouTube. The DC Clemency Board needs additional support. For the last several months, I've been meeting regularly with Parisha Dixon, the staff director of the DC Clemency Board, discussing strategies to advance clemency in the district. I also attended the incredible community conversation on clemency on February 8th, 2023, organized by Ms. Dixon. I've learned that only 3 people have been granted clemency in the District of Columbia in the past 30 years, one receiving a commutation to be released from prison and the other 2 receiving pardons. That is an extremely low number for anywhere in the country. We need to change that. As we continue to work collaboratively, I see a lot of work still needs to happen. While I intend to help build a collaboration of attorneys willing to assist persons with criminal records with their clemency petitions, Ms. Dixon is developing standards and protocols for the DC Clemency Board. Given her full-time role as Associate General Counsel for the Executive Office of the Mayor, she needs assistance with various tasks that could be accomplished by either an assistant or law students engaging in internships and externships. Examples of that work include developing a conflict policy, researching exhaustion of remedies, and developing a tracking system. These are all important aspects of clemency work that support compliance with the rules of professional conduct and the Clemency Board Establishment Act of 2018, especially for those who are new to clemency work. Clemency, which the U.S. Supreme Court has termed a fail-safe, is an important tool for correcting injustices in our criminal legal system, specifically systemic racism and mass incarceration. There is much work to be done to advance clemency in the district. I urge this committee to support the work of the Clemency Board by allocating additional funding for the DC Clemency Board to expand its staffing to strengthen the clemency process for DC residents. Excuse me. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Tiffany, and thank you to all of the witnesses in this panel. Ms. Bailey, I want to start with you, and thank you for your work and your comments. I am very concerned with the conditions at the DC jail, and particularly around the food and lack of nutritional options for folks. I introduced a couple of weeks ago a bill called Fresh Starts Act, which is about making sure that residents at the DC jail while under our custody have access to nutritious options, including fruits and vegetables while they're there. And I wanted to ask you about some of your comments of, lack of access or retaliation that you commented on, and if you wanted to lift up any of the stories that you were particularly concerned about, especially given that they weren't elaborated on in the report.
Yeah, I should point out though that More Than Our Crimes focuses on the DC residents in the Bureau of Prisons facilities. So that comment about lack of programming and retaliation didn't deal with the jail. We do some work in the jail, but I sort of see that there's a lot of organizations that focus on the jail and returning citizens. But my biggest concern is that we forget or neglect the DC voters who are in the Bureau of Prisons facilities, mainly because our attitude is that we can't control the BOP. So we basically, what I collectively get is a shrug of the shoulders. And my point in testifying about the CIC today was to say that, yes, we have lots of limitations. Yes, we don't control the BOP, but there's actually there's some that we could be doing that's not being done. I've never seen, for instance, the CIC spends, I don't know what percentage of its time is spent, probably maybe most of its budget, since it has to travel, going to BOP facilities to do inspections. It's just that I have not really seen any impact. What's the point of the report? I don't see the council ever discuss them. I don't see, and for the most part, any media coverage of them. And our residents in federal facilities get so excited when the CIC comes, and then they're disappointed because nothing happens. And I should point out that they speak to them somewhat at risk, because sometimes they're retaliated against by the prison staff for speaking to the CIC, because they know that they're probably saying negative things. And yet they do it anyway, because the hope is that their concerns will be at least get visibility, and that doesn't happen. And that was the point of my testimony, is that I think more could be done to use the bully pulpit that the reports could be, if they were written in a way to really lift it up, if they were more timely, and if there was more attention paid to them. So that was my main point. And the report that I mentioned, it's laid out very graphically, actually, the kind of abuse that happens in the federal prisons if our residents try to complain.
Okay, thank you so much for raising that really important point. Ms. Nouvelle, I share your concern that it seems not even most, but sometimes entirely the conversation is around the programming for men, which is necessary and important. But we know that women are different than men and sometimes need additional supports, especially while they're serving sentences. Is there anything that you want to elaborate on additional things that you think would be important if CIC does expand their visits to ensure that they're visiting women's correctional facilities as well, and how that would support your work?
So the first thing in DC is the programming, of course, that I talk about, and a lot of programming that's offered to the men in DOC custody specifically is from outside organizations. My organization briefly had a program in the DC jail, and we've had trouble getting back in to do the writing program. It's really important that women have access to reading and to writing, things about parenting. The majority of women who go into custody are the primary caretakers of their children, and they need that access. We need to be able to create some sort of free phone calls, visits with the children with their mothers. And the other thing, and nobody wants to talk about this, is that like people with ovaries and uteruses have periods, right? So you go in and you get cramps and you have to wait till sick call to get the appropriate Tylenol or Advil. Nobody, and I know this firsthand because I was incarcerated there, and I remember very well, struggling with cramps and things like that. Just the overall lack of hygiene and cleanliness. We all know that when women are on their cycle, they're prone to infections and things like that. And I don't know if any of you all have actually walked through CTF and looked at those showers, looked at the rooms, and just it's the lack of concern about hygiene. The other thing, of course, is the food. And I'm going to talk about this later. Again, you're going to keep hearing this from me, is the DOC spends more money for the officers and other staff than they do on the people who are detained. And it's the food from the same contractor. So that makes no sense. I spend more money on my dog's food. And yes, she eats a very high-end brand of food, but I spend more on my dog's food daily than the DOC spends on detained people's food daily. And that is unacceptable. But I think what's most important is that we acknowledge that women have different needs, and we go about figuring out how to meet those needs. And some of that just starts with a conversation and actually showing up. While I was detained for 4.5 years, I never once spoke to anybody from the CIC. The abuses that happened in the BOP, the retaliation of putting us on suicide watch or in the SHU because we stand up and say you're feeding us really bad food, or this officer is being inappropriate with us with sexual actions towards us. Remember, prisons are built for, by, and run by men, right? You put women in those situations where there's no outside checks and balances, and what you have is a lot of abuse. And I think it's imperative that the CIC do their due diligence, go to the women's prisons, every single one that is housing someone from DC, and get reports and bring it back to the city so we know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I completely agree with you. And I'm glad that you mentioned our periods, because I had a bill that was passed by the council a few months ago called the Period Act, which will provide free menstrual products in all of our jails and all of our government buildings. And, just going back to kind of access and recognizing that they're just basic hygiene needs for our residents. So thank you very much. And thank you for your work. I wanted to ask you, Ms. Moyd and Ms. Smith, about next steps. So I think we would all agree that we should have control over our own clemency board and make those decisions, and we will keep fighting for that. But in the interim, what do you see as the next step before autonomy to do so that could help in the challenges that you're seeing?
So I will start. Many of the points that were raised by Professor Smith, I think, get to the point of what the next steps are. So as I indicated, I've been attending the Clemency Board meetings from day one. So I've attended every one of their meetings. And as I indicated, having a full-time staff person has really just been a tremendous breakthrough in terms of the effectiveness of the Clemency Board. They've been able to draft regulations, get those regulations codified, get the application itself completed so that a person can actually have a paper application or go online to apply. And they have also created and updated the website. So now people have access to knowing what the Clemency Board is, what their authority is, and how they can access it. So I think that some of the next steps include, as Professor Wright indicated, making sure that people who want to apply have access to some support in completing that application. The application itself requires that the individual, yes, fill out the boxes, but also the application is not complete until the board has specific information about the individual's criminal history, about their record, necessary information that they require to complete an application. So many folks who are in the institutions are not going to be able to have access to that information. They will need some support from an attorney or someone to help them get that information to make sure the application is complete. The Clemency Board can't move forward with an application that is not complete.
Right.
And so I think that that's one of the first steps. I also I commended the board for having their first community engagement meeting. I think that as they are planning, those need to continue, and they need to continue in different quadrants of the district, so that everyone again has information and knows what the Clemency Board is and what they do. So I think those are some of the ways that, as the Clemency Board moves forward, some of the next steps should include things like making sure people who are applying now have the support that they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just very excited to be here on kind of the ground level of this in developing it, because I think we have an opportunity here to really create a strong system for getting clemency applications very solidly put together and presented to the Clemency Board, so that approval will be easier, or recommendations will be easier, and sending those on to the president. I mean, ultimately, you would like to know that you would like to set it up so that when the president gets handed an application for clemency and it has a recommendation by the DC Clemency Board, that's like a big yes, right? Like let's push this through. And so I think by really getting a bunch of attorneys and really law school clinics and students working on this, we can create very strong applications that will help our residents get clemency.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody on this panel. I appreciate you being here and the work that you all are doing. We'll look forward to making some of these improvements.
Thank you, Director Pinto. Chairperson Pinto, sorry.
Thank you. With no more public witnesses for these agencies, I will now call our first panel of government witnesses, Dr. Patrick Canavan, the chair of the Clemency Board, and Reverend Donald Isaac, the executive director of the Corrections Information Council. If I can ask you both to turn on your video. It is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. If you can raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Thank you both. I would now like to invite our government witnesses to make any opening statement that you may have. I'll begin with Dr. Canavan from the DC Clemency Board.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto and members of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Patrick Kirsten of the District's Clemency Board. I'm pleased to provide insights into the work of the board, introduction to the board, share some of the board's accomplishments, partnership and outreach efforts over the last year for time purposes, but the full testimony has been submitted for you and the public's information. The Clemency Board, as was already stated, was established within the Office of the General Counsel and the executive applications of persons convicted of DC code offenses, and determine which application in the United States for clemency. Clemency is actually the mechanism from a court-ordered sentence or punitive measure. It can take the form of a pardon, which the individual's criminal record and stops any remaining punishment, or a commutation, the sentence and or the amount of a fine. Until DC statehood is in the United States retains the exclusive authority to grant clemency to those convicted of DC. Therefore, the Clemency Board's application for a recommendation letter is separate from the Department of Pardon Attorney's clemency application process. Successful applicant recommendation transmitted to the President of the United States and to the Office of the Pardon Attorney for consideration clemency review process. The Clemency Board has 8 members, a health professional, and I serve as the chair, a district resident, and a community citizen, a victim rights specialist, and designees from the Office of the Attorney General, the United States Attorney's Office, and of course the DC Council. All work of the board throughout the last year, and in fact since our inception in 2020. This period of time, as we know, has been marked by and other big issues in the world, and our meetings were mostly held virtual. They in public meetings and 5 closed meetings and made significant progress, cementing the establishment of a new board. The board is supported by the Mayor's Office of General Counsel. We've had 3 primary workers with us. Christina Saka work in terms of the formulation of the early regulations and our operational guidelines for good work, as well as other supporters within the Office of the General Counsel. These were public, and we did the public notice and comment in final form. So all the record be fair was our goal, and reflect the values of the district and provide persons convicted of DC code support in their application for clemency to the president. We have from the community, and in particular, you've already heard from Professor Moyd. Professor Moyd has attended. She has brought students to us along with Professor Josephine Ross. The Howard University has been invaluable especially in the early stages of the formulation of the board, raising everyone to the needs of those who would be subject to DC code offense. The board developed that application to seek a letter of recommendation. It information that we need to make the necessary determinations required under the law. The Office of the Pardon Attorney's questions, because we have to evaluate simulation that the pardon attorney has access to, with an eye to keeping the board's application as possible. Again, the sensitivity that was asked for earlier in the public test has been well heard. We also had to do a process so that we can obtain access to vital documents and records to have a more complete picture. Granted access to Justice, which is the Justice Information System maintained, and it allows our staff to view information from multiple source agencies. It makes the Clemency Board and the staff then created an informational pamphlet in both. Launched our Clemency Board website, which is clemency.dc. The board, in conjunction with the staff, drafted operational guidelines for the board's operations for the Clemency Board's day-to-day administration. So then, after going through all of the bureaucratic setup, we launched the website and application and finalized the record retrieval, then prioritized hiring a staff director to help advance the efforts of the Clemency Board. And as you've heard, Parisha Wallace-Dixon has done an outstanding job in a very short time. So we continue to build relationships with justice partners and community organizations and facilitate outreach. Our next step, obviously, now that the setup of the board has been accomplished, in 2022, we received just 2 applications. One was rejected because of the DC code. The other is pending, and because we're waiting for required. We have not yet granted or denied any application on the merits, and no application heard. Consequently, no letter of recommendation has yet been provided by the Clemency Board, but this in the coming year. So outside partnerships, as you've heard, have been reaching potential applicants directly. We've built relationship with like MORCA, the CIC, and CSOSA, and they've been vital in helping us and assisting the Clemency Board in understanding barriers to apply for administrative remedy connection with other organizations like the Bureau of Prisons. BOP is incarcerated population is the primary target for our outreach. Unfortunately, the code offenses in serving a prison sentence are housed in various BOP facilities throughout the country. Our relationships with BOP are important, as is building avenues to access and provide information to the BOP facilities for whom clemency may be an option. I want to also just organizations that have also been a valuable source of community outreach, as many currently host amenities for district residents. These organizations are now able to include clemency boards in their presentation. Also, local law school clinical programs, which often assist district administrative resident remedies available to them, like record sealing and expungement of the knowledge. And we welcome Professor Smith to this for her participation as well. So those groups now have the board's recommendation and can add that to the knowledge base of their law students and their clients. And the Mayor's Office of General Counsel has continued to form and build partnerships with other community or academic institutions, both locally and outside the district, to advance our reach and to get the information. As was mentioned, on February 8th, we held with MORCA remedies, options for incarcerated persons and returning citizens. The purpose of the event was to board the application process and relief that might be available to incarcerated persons and through clemency and other administrative remedies. We held this event at the Dorothy DC. It included presentations from President Barack Obama's Clemency Riemann Brown, United States Pardon Attorney Liz Oyer, the Community Defender Division, and the Clemency Board. This event was held on a night, and it was extremely well attended. It's the first of what we hope plans to hold one in each of the remaining quadrants of the city throughout the coming year. Our staff director has attended 2 board sealing workshops hosted by the District Shadow Congressional Christian Legal Aid. At these 2 events, information relating to clemency and its application We wish to continue to find ways to get information out through community events in the reentry field. Really wanted to use this council hearing as a way to say we are open to organizations and we are ready to come and to explain everything we can about this remedy. We started to do some outreach to BOP. The board's returning citizens hosted quarterly community resource day and gave information about the board to those direct incarcerated facilities who have, again, DC code violations. This about the Clemency board and this option within the DC. The goal is for those efforts to lead to increased application numbers in the next year. We've already seen an in both House and BOP, and from the families of returning incarcerated loved ones since have increased. So we're optimistic that these targeted efforts will increase application. Any strong letter of support will receive a receptive audience from the pardon attorney and President Biden. Looking forward to beginning the process of evaluating applications, holding hearings, deliberating upon which applicants merit letters of recommendation for clemency in the upcoming year. I just want to say thank you for hearing and for giving me an opportunity to speak about the board's good work in the past. Our staff look forward to working further with our new staff director. I'm happy to answer, and our staff director is also available. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Canavan. And if we could have your staff director take the oath as well, if you didn't already.
Good morning, that's fine.
Good morning. Okay, great. If you could raise your right hand and say I do or yes, if this is true. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you. Reverend Donald Isaac, I will ask you to share any testimony that you have now, and then I will ask you both questions together. So if you have an opening, I invite you to make it at this time.
Good morning, Chairman Pinto and other members of the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. I am Donald Isaac, the Executive Director of the Corrections Information Council, also known as the CIC, since November of 2018. The CIC is an independent agency created by the 1997 Revitalization Act. We received our first funding in 2013 and have grown yearly to a current staff of 11 people, which is comprised of 7 program analysts. The CIC is responsible for inspecting, monitoring, and reporting on conditions at approximately 120 correctional facilities operated by the Federal Bureau of Prisons and its contractors, or the DC Department of Corrections. This means that we physically go into facilities, observe the conditions, talk confidentially with residents from DC who have been convicted under the DC Code. We are a small agency with a large mandate. Since the district does not have a local prison, its incarcerated population is housed either locally within the custody of the DOC or nationwide within the custody of the Federal Bureau of Prisons. The population in the DOC is approximately 1,300 persons, and the population of the BOP is over 2,600. Monitoring these conditions also encompasses the residential reentry centers, which are also known as halfway houses. We do not handle individual complaints or provide legal representation or advice. We confidentially track the information that we receive from the incarcerated population or their loved ones that we receive through letters, interviews, emails, and phone calls. As an information council, we work at the macro level to provide the council, the mayor, and public stakeholders with comprehensive knowledge and information acquired from our inspections and from the recommendations communicated to BOP and DOC executives. I'm proud of the work of my team. or the work that we've accomplished during recent years and throughout the pandemic. From FY22 to date, we have produced 14 inspections reports, which do not account for our completion of 2 annual reports and our Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act reports. Additionally, from FY22 to date, we have conducted a combination of approximately 20 site visits and inspections. Our team selects inspection locations based on robust internal discussion of the following factors: the number of received complaints, the severity of issues or complaints, the size of the DC population at the facility, the length of time since our last inspection, and reports of any relevant thematic or systematic issues prevalent at a facility. Although there are a diverse number of concerns, several recurring issues in our reports focus on access to programming, staff treatment of residents, access to DC-specific reentry resources, the quality of care, and lockdowns. Our mandate is focused on providing reports to specific executive bodies, and we've done an exceptional job at eliminating a once existing backlog to currently maintaining and exceeding our required deliverables. However, over the years, we have seen the importance of quickening and diversifying our communications. That is why we have listened to feedback and focused on revising reports to make them faster to produce, easier to highlight key issues, and easier to read. We've also increased our social media presence, which means that we actively post on social media platforms. We send out email blasts regarding issues we want to communicate quickly to the public. These occur in addition to our newsletter, which is produced every month and contains updated data. We've also increased the production of our information sheets, which are also available on our website and through social media posts to provide information on a range of topics. Topics are developed to inform the community and highlight issues that residents and their families encounter or ask about. So we provided on data on topics such as institutions with the most DC residents, the age of these populations within facilities, voting rights, First Step Act education, parole schedules, and the BOP grievance procedure and medical care levels. Our goal in FY23 and beyond is to continue increasing our production of these resources. Continuing with the idea of quickening and diversifying our communications, we are also examining various ways to engage stakeholders. Logistical and structural planning are currently underway to incorporate live virtual presentations into our communication methods, which may include a restructuring of our mandated open board meetings. We are actively planning and looking forward to engaging the council and the public in new and exciting ways. In the past couple of months, we've been fortunate to welcome 3 new program analysts. We thank former Public Safety Chairman Charles Allen for his support of expanding the office capacity. New staff allows us the opportunity to increase productivity and execute long-standing projects. We now have more manpower and have begun work on a project to re-examine prior recommendations and develop protocols for more consistent follow-up. This is an exciting opportunity for our agency to reflect on our impact and broaden our target agenda items during quarterly meetings with the BOP and DOC executives. As the internal structure of the office expands, we believe that professional development and strategic planning are important. At the conclusion of FY22, the agency participated in a strategic planning retreat designed to help us streamline process and redefine duties. During that process, we also engaged in a vigorous discussion on racial equity, which was led by the expert Michelle Williams. My team and I were able to reflect on how the mission of our agency aligns with the principles of racial equity. As an informational council, we try to be as objective as humanly possible, but ultimately we are reporting on conditions and providing recommendations and information about issues faced by mostly Black individuals. That information is critical to placing those individuals in an equitable position during their incarceration and upon their release. And we will continue to reflect on such principles within our work. We are also proud of the collaborations that unfolded since FY22. We collaborated with the Board of Elections to produce a report on the primary and general elections, which is forthcoming. We work with the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking in the development of their financial toolkit for incarcerated DC residents. We have hosted MORCA representatives on inspections and distributed resource sheets on behalf of their agency. We have worked with the Public Defender Service and distributed their reentry navigator books into federal facilities. We've also maintained communications with other notable organizations such as the Washington Lawyers Committee and the Georgetown Law Criminal Defense and Prisoners Advocacy Clinic to provide updated resources to incarcerated residents. Lastly, in December, the CIC was able to finalize the negotiations of our MOU with the Bureau of Prisons. Our team worked hard to achieve the best possible document after corresponding for approximately 2 years on several key points related to timeliness, data sharing, accessibility, and death notification. We communicated with several entities throughout this process and would like to acknowledge the efforts of Councilmember Allen, Congresswoman Holmes Norton, the CJCC, and the Office of the Attorney General to facilitate discussions between the CIC and BOP executives. We plan to continue strengthening our communications with BOP leadership to progress our mission. As another related area of interest, the CIC has often asked about the ability to enforce agency recommendations. We do not have enforcement powers. However, it is our goal to continue transmitting the information necessary to document and improve conditions at the federal level, while also increasing the impact of our efforts at the local level. The CIC would like to acknowledge the efforts of Director Thoughts and the DOC team for implementing some of our prior recommendations, which includes providing mattresses at the central cell block for pregnant women or people subject to the weekend or extended stays, as well as our CDF and CTF recommendations for improved and expanded tablet accessibility, updated language access signage, providing hot meals for dinner, and increasing recreation. Director Faust and the CIC were able also to agree on adjusting the previous 2-week notification time for an inspection to a 48-hour notification, which is a significant improvement in protocols. Thank you, Chairman Pinto, and I join the members of our CIC board to express our gratitude for the support by you, the council, and the mayor for our agency and its mission. As the district examined efforts to regain local control of various criminal justice functions, the CIC looks forward to actively reporting on and monitoring relative issues in order to provide insight and recommendations for the district. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Reverend Isaac. I would like to start with you, Dr. Canavan, and thank you so much for joining us and for your work to stand up the Clemency Board. I want to begin by asking you about some of that work over the past year. How have you worked to make residents and their loved ones aware of the support that the board can provide to elevate an application for clemency? And what hurdles have you faced in connecting with eligible residents in BOP or private facilities as we work to help you overcome those hurdles?
Thank you very much for that question. I apologize, it's a little bit choppy today, and I apologize for that. I'm trying to figure it out, but better than that.
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, great. We have created a number of opportunities to get public information out there, held publicly, and so certainly we do those sort of things. But in addition, to what to really have one place for current application, as was was written and published has been adjusted as we have learned information needs to be connected. So having a place to publish the most current article. In addition, you heard from Professor Moyd, and she has connecting us to a number of groups who are in the district, which is a vital and active community. Direct outreach to a number of those through board members specific outreach. I had a session with a group called Voices of Hope, who group, and really enjoyed being with them. That plus getting this information at a public meeting in the earlier last month was really a tremendous untapped kind of potential of people's hunger for information. What we've attempted to do is to provide that information in the application process in the most the reentry clinic students from Howard University Law School, that this cannot just be an internet social media kind of thing, that would have to be there. So just to make it more accessible to folks in who are actually in. I would also say to you that former board member, Reverend Samuel Whittersey, as is Felisa Carter, a current board member, was formerly with us. We've extensively drawn on their contacts and information about BOP to try to to people there.
Okay, thank you very much. And how many applications has the board received in the last year?
We have received 2 applications.
Okay, and how does that compare to the number of applications that are made to the president for clemency? Are there a large number of incarcerated individuals applying for clemency directly to the president but not reaching out to the board, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. I would tell you the view of the application process was getting direct access to the office. During the change in presidential administrations, there was an interim pardon, a term member there. They were really instrumental in us changing our application so that our application, their application. And the reason we wanted to do that was the collection of documents that we need to really fully evaluate an applicant's is extensive. And to ask them to do 2 different sets of info was going to be really a noxious kind of impediment to this. So what we knew was it will not get to the president if this information application was not included. So we may as well just have the consistent. We also asked the person to write, and we will recommend a personal statement about their desire for clemency as well.
Okay, thank you. In addition, and separate from the advocacy that the board may undertake to elevate a particular applicant's clemency application, does the board provide support on the front end to help residents prepare the necessary materials to apply to the president for clemency?
So, our mandate is to be these applications, by the Establishment Act. That is the specific role that added to that responsibility, providing outreach and information to people. I think that our is to start to get other advocacy organizations, 1, involved with understanding our problem, and 2, being able to support people who are actually either currently incarcerated to get that information. So that's been a bit of a challenge in that resource out there. What our first effort has been is try to get people aware of this, and here's what's possible. And here's what the application process is. We'd like to formalize relationships with any, for instance, the reentry clinic at American that operates. You know, we're happy and want to participate with them. And we've made some outreach organizations in the district and actually have received interest from places outside the district as well.
Okay. And does that include a partnership with UDC or other local area law schools?
So since the advent of our full-time staff director, we've been Professor Smith at UDC and are very happy with those conversations, maybe formalize some more relationships with her and her student group there. Nice partnership yet, it's really just something that we're starting the conversations.
Okay.
But I would encourage it. If I could also just say, you know, that community meeting was tremendously amended. It's really the first time that the board and the partners that we've worked with have been in a room because of the COVID pandemic. And to walk into a room on a weeknight in a library and to see 50 or more people present, information because of the importance of how this could potentially change their lives. There's one out loud directly. I want to be your guinea pig. I want to be the first. I want to. Later, he asked me if he could walk me to my car, and he said, you know, Kristen and I had a job on a federal military facility because I have a. He said, I served my time. I made a mistake as a young man. I served my time, and I have changed my life. I have a family. I own a home. I am a union member, but I'm excluded from work on a federal facility. It just to emphasize for me the important application and this process could be for someone. And we need to increase that only 2 people have received clemency by the President of the United States for DC code offenses. That has to change.
Thank you so much. I concur. It's my understanding that the board has struggled at times to reach a quorum. Are there any efforts underway to improve that situation, or any ways the committee can help you in that effort?
So the assistance of the former chair of this committee, we were able to add a board member to it, and that is a specific returning citizen member and a victim rights member. Since those 2 have been added, that's been very helpful. I also understand that all of the vacancies have been at least presented for. We're operating now at a full pace, and we've added 1 member, which allows for our quorum.
Okay, thank you. And okay, that makes sense. And then just kind of more broadly, is there anything else that the committee can do to support your work?
Well, I really want to tell the committee has been to us all the way along, and we so much appreciate that support from the, you know, the former staff director, Kate, and then Sonia Weil, just been tremendous staff. And now already Mike is making a difference in terms of his ability from your staff, Mike Birch, start to look through issues and prepare for this. I see this council hearing, Kate, with your support to the community to say we're here and we are ready occasions and to give people information. So really appreciate that very much. I'd also want to call staff has been pretty amazing in the startup of this, even during the pandemic. Ms. Dixon on board has really, I think, jump-started our effort and our emphasis. I'm pretty excited about what we have in front of us for the coming year.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Canavan, and thank you to you, Ms. Dixon, as well, for all the work that you do, and we'll continue to look for ways to lift up your work and help educate folks on how to engage in the process and how to apply through the board. So thank you. I will now turn, and feel free to step off. I'm going to turn to Reverend Isaac now. So I will now turn to Reverend Isaac with the Corrections Information Council. And thank you again, Reverend, for joining us. I want to begin with some questions about the operation of the CIC. I see that there are currently 2 vacancies on the board. What's the status of filling these vacancies? How can we help you do so? And did these vacancies affect the ability of the board to meet or make quorum this past year?
To answer it has not impacted the ability to have a quorum. As you realize, it's a 5-member board. 2 are appointed by the city council, and those are 2 active members. 3 members are appointed by the mayor, and the chairman has been there 1. So those 2 vacancies are executive branch appointees, and it has not impacted the quorum of the board. The board has a regular schedule and meets on a quarterly basis.
Thank you. And in terms of the other vacancies, do you have a timeline for when you think those may be filled?
We hope to see them filled within. We've had some conversation with the Office of Talents and Appointments, and hope that they will be filled within the next 30 to 60 days.
30 to 60 days. Okay, great. Thank you. The CIC has historically been restricted in its access to facilities, which of course impacts the ability of CIC to undertake its critical oversight work. You've shared with the committee that you've negotiated a 48-hour notice window to visit DC jail facilities after you'd requested unannounced visits, and DOC had asked for 14 days of notice for a visit. Even this negotiated notice window raises some concerns, as at least some unannounced visits would ensure CIC is seeing the facilities as they're being operated day to day, not as they're being prepared for a visit. So in your opinion, what is lost without unannounced visits? And are you allowed into the facility if you have ever arrived unannounced in the past?
No, well, as you probably are aware, unannounced visits is one of the best practices of the industry with regard to inspections. It happens in very few states that I'm aware of, and it is new ground that we are pushing as the CIC and the district in the district and DOC with the 48-hour notice. That is a tremendous step forward from, as you indicated, the 14-day notice. So we are looking to continue to grow on that ground, as you probably are aware in that area. Probably as you are aware in the new revitalization law, that the overhaul of the criminal justice code, it does give us the right, give the CIC the right to unannounced inspections. I guess the B clause of that is that once we are in the institutions, again, we have to acknowledge that DOC has been very open. There's no restrictions with regard to what parts of the institution can we visit. So we have full rights to segregated housing and all other parts within the DOC once we're inside. That has not been the case with the BOP. We are encouraged that at our last inspection, we have been able to go into segregated housing units, and some units that they have said we're not programming. But 48 hours is somewhat a major step toward us getting to unannounced inspections.
Okay, thank you very much. I look forward to working with you on that issue because I agree they're very important to ensure for accurate and robust oversight. You've previously reported that the CIC is not able to access portions of BOP facilities. You just spoke a little bit about that now with the, we've seen it with the special housing units and areas that are considered, they're not considered programming areas. What exactly can CIC go, where exactly can you go during an inspection at a traditional BOP facility?
I would say that we go to the entire institution except for segregated housing units. And it's just really been an interpretation of the current BOP administration that it is not a programming unit. At the same time, even though they have not allowed us to go inside of the segregated housing unit, they have allowed the residents of the unit to come out, and we are able to talk to them and interview them as well. Again, hopefully this will reflect a new trend with a new administration. As you are aware, they just appointed a new BOP director, and in our last visit that was at Hazleton, they did allow us access to the segregated housing unit, which goes back to an old practice that allowed wardens to have really the right to do that on an institution by institution basis.
Okay, thank you. And why does BOP prevent you from distributing business cards and other materials to residents? You've stated in your pre-hearing questions that the BOP says this is to prevent opportunities for materials being turned into contraband, but is that really a risk with printer paper or business cards?
Well, yes, now in today's environment where things are transmitted through paper products and through business cards, they have been able to raise the security standard of not allowing things like that to be transmitted, because they have been used to abuse and to get in drugs and other kind of paraphernalia that's unauthorized in facilities. The fact that it's applied to us as the CIC, which is an inspection agency, is something we're not comfortable with. But again, they're able to use the principle of the security of the institution to stop us from being able to do that.
Okay, and so have you all thought about any alternatives to get information or contact information to residents there so there can be more of an open line of communication?
Well, two things that we do. One, we use mail. During COVID, we really developed the instrumental surveys, and that was a way that we began to interact, in addition to core links and other things, the emails, so that way we use surveys. But then also the institution will allow us, if we want to get material to the residents, we are authorized to leave it with the appropriate person, BOP staff, and then they distribute the information on our behalf.
Okay. And in terms of this issue, how can we help you? Do we need to seek support from Congress to get fuller access for the CIC for these inspections of BOP facilities?
And I think, Chairperson, I don't think that access, the BOP, to their credit, they have been very open with regard to requests to go into inspect. We've been able to get as we request the inspection dates, they give us the authorization and we're able to go in. It's probably what happens once you get there, and also more importantly, what happens to recommendations, because as we indicated in the testimony, we do not have enforcement power. And what we found is that the BOP is very slow with regard to reforms and with regard to changes. They have a long history of doing things in a certain way, and they just continue to do that. They can always point that they've got certain rules on the books, but our struggle is seeing those rules applied universally across the board for the residents in the institution.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk to you now about the U.S. Marshal Service's 2021 report on the DC jail facilities conditions. As you know, there were significant concerns raised by this report, including unsanitary living conditions, denial of food and water to detainees for punitive reasons, and signs of drug use. Since this report, what changes have you seen at the DC jail facilities? Has there been adequate improvement in facility conditions in your view?
Yes, well, with the appointment of the new director, Director Faust, as you know, and who you will be talking to, is an experienced facilities manager. I think he has approached the institution from the perspective of changing the culture and establishing safety protocols for both staff and for residents. I think that in addition to that, as you are aware, I think the $23 million this year gives them the financial capital to make certain improvements into the existing facility with a view toward, making even greater changes for the new facility coming on. At the same time, I think that there is a concern. The concern has been that there has been a decrease in programming areas and in program operations. So, that has been the balance. But I think that there has been certainly a movement within the DOC facility toward making it safer and making it more secure and increasing its operations as well. I can also add that they have been very responsive to the CIC. Most requests that we've made have been very responsive and very open in providing us the information. And once we're in the facility, as I've already indicated, they give us total and unrestricted access and have made changes. I used one, I think I quoted in the testimony for meals. There was an issue about the meals. There was a change of the contractor, but then the order of the meals was that there were a cold meal, I think, for dinner. And a number of people gave us that complaint. We expressed that to Director Faust and his staff, and they made the change to make the warm meal, the hot meal, the last meal of the day. So I think we've had a decent relationship with them, and seen some changes under his leadership that should be commended, and that we encourage to see and look to see more of in the coming months and days, months, and years.
Okay. Thank you very much. I was similarly concerned with the meals and the meal times that were happening so early in the morning that many residents were missing it because it was, I believe, initially 3:30 in the morning. And now it's been moved to a little bit later in the day. So hopefully more residents can have access to all 3 meals. CIC does not provide direct services to incarcerated persons or their families, but does receive and respond to inquiries and issues raised by incarcerated persons and their families. That said, do you see CIC as formally filling the role of an ombudsman for corrections? And if so, which other jurisdictions have, or do you see CIC's mandate as meaningfully different from that of an ombudsman?
Well, I see the CIC as having the opportunity to be play an ombudsman role. I can say that I am proud, I think I said in the testimony, of the progress that we have made as an organization. First, with regard to just people were concerned about reports. When I came in, there was a tremendous backlog. The backlog has been resolved. We were concerned about the lag time between inspections and the issuing of reports. I think we have cut that down to a 60, 90 day or less, and trying to get it shorter with regard to that. There have been concerns about reports that we can do on issues, thematic reports that are not driven by or controlled by inspections. I think our information sheets are an effort to try to address those things so that we're beginning to try to see a more broader role. Our use of social media is also another means by which we do that in addition to our monthly report. However, I think one thing I would like to say that I am also proud of is our staffing. I think when I originally came, we had an current staff of about 4 persons. Now, as we indicate, the full complement is now on board, with one exception. But in that, we have a very unique group. I think we have 2 attorneys, we have 2 data persons, we have, very importantly, 2 returning citizens, we have an operational person. So I think that we are poised now, we have the foundation to be able to make a very significant role in this whole space of criminal justice reform, both for district residents. And let me also say this, Chairperson, since we're having this for the first time, and I believe that as we have more people, twice as many people in BOP as we have DOC, but I think we have the opportunity to become a blue ribbon or standard bearer within DOC, to begin to really elevate best practices and to do things that have not been happening throughout, not only in the federal system, but around the country in general.
Well, thank you so much. I certainly would love to see that as well. And do you think it makes sense to consider standing up a separate ombudsperson, perhaps within the CIC, to really affirmatively and concretely play that role?
we would love to continue that conversation. I think if we do it, if you were led to do that, I think it should be in the context of the CIC, since we have the statutory mandate and the institutional history in this regard. I think it would be useful and probably be more efficient in terms of impact.
Okay, thank you. Look forward to continuing that conversation. In your pre-hearing responses, Reverend, you noted that most inquiries the CIC receives from residents are in regard to eligibility for IRA or IRAA and Second Look. What resources does CIC provide to residents reaching out with these questions? How do you connect them with legal resources like the Public Defender Service?
As you say, through referral. Let me just say that on our staff, I indicated that we have a number of returning citizens. And one of those, in fact, was one of the first graduates of IRA, the first. So, actually, I think he was one of the first persons that I hired because of his unique experience in that area. So first of all, we have it ingrained within our culture to be able to understand it from beginning to end and knowing the benefits of the requirements of the process. And then we make relationships with particular agencies, the Washington Lawyers Committee and other third party and Public Defender Service, all are current and ongoing working relationships, because that is where we make the relationship. We can kind of give guidance, we can give encouragement, but we also like to know where our expertise is limited, and we hand off and have a number list of third party relationships that I think are very helpful in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Your responses also raised concerns that DOC facility staff, quote, may be unaware of DC specific legislation impacting our correction system and residents at the DC jail. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what specific legislative changes you're referring to, or that you've noted that DOC staff are unaware of, and what impact that has on residents?
My staff has indicated, I think, Chairperson, that was related to BOP is unaware. So that as we talked about with regard to First Step Act, and as we talk about the IRA requirements, that we find that there's a disconnect between these the passing of this legislation and the availability of these benefits connecting with our DC residents who are in BOP facilities. And oftentimes it's because even the staff, even reentry coordinators and others that within BOP are not aware of these benefits and making them the information available to our residents. So if it said DOC in our testimony, in our questions, it should have said BOP, but I think it did say BOP is where that disconnect is happening.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Absolutely.
I'd like to speak now about DOC programming. Last month, CIC visited both CDF and CTF to review DOC programming, with the report on that visit is in progress, is my understanding. And I also did a visit to our facilities last month and reviewed some of the programming going on. And I'm eager to review that report, as I've heard from residents, returning citizens, their families, and advocates that certain programming at DOC facilities has been narrowed or discontinued in recent years. So let's start by discussing the access to education for residents who are still eligible to attend public school, as well as access to other educational programs. It's my understanding that DOC's contract for educational services with Maya Angelou will end at the conclusion of this school year. Have you engaged with DOC and the mayor on who should provide public education services to eligible residents, and what is your opinion on this?
Well, obviously, my opinion is that it needs to be strengthened and encouraged. We know that education and what happens behind the prison doors are one of the major factors that contribute to recidivism and the recidivism rates. So we are strong proponents. We focus on the educational process within the institution and on the reentry services that are provided. So we strongly support that. I think we have noted that we were concerned about the reduction in reentry services, be it the Young Men Emerging Unit, be it the reentry center, And all, we did not get into Maya Angelou as a specific institution, but certainly we do think that that educational process is critical and must be firmly supported, stood up, and make sure that it's effective, as efficient as it can be within the city.
Okay. Thank you. And what do you see as some of the biggest hurdles to students receiving a full education at the DC jail?
Well, it's a staffing issue, I would think, first and foremost. One of the principles that we've employed historically over years is that you must get the right people in place, the right people in the room. And I think that staffing is a serious issue, so that when you find people who are actually hired to do programming, but then because of other shortages are pulled from that responsibility, to do other things. That's the first thing that we have to address, which is a staffing challenge. The second thing is that in this work, I think it's very essential for it to be effective that you must have people who are committed to the work. I might be educated as a teacher, but teaching, persons who are connected in the criminal justice system is something that we really try to tap into people who have the purpose and passion to do it, as opposed to just doing it as a profession. So one is the staff shortage, the second is getting the right people. But we must address this, but this is the critical issue to begin to turn around things in the community with regard to returning citizens and persons who have been incarcerated.
Okay. Thank you. I'll ask Director Faust about this later today.
Absolutely.
I also want to ask you about the Lead Up and Lead Out programs, which provide leadership education and develop opportunities to residents and those who are recently released. I have been told by many that this program has been quite valuable for residents, but that the program might not be operating or is operating in a more limited capacity. Can you elaborate on your understanding of what the current state of this program is?
From I understand, I think that was one of the things that we cited with regard to the reduction in programming. And that also would be indicated in our report that is currently being drafted, that we're reviewing, that we were concerned that it was not active and it was not vibrant as it should be and must be. So that'll be one of the findings that we'll report on in the report that should be released shortly.
Got it. Okay. Look forward to that. Thank you. In 2021, the DOC faced reports of transgender residents being denied gender affirming units. It's my understanding that there have been some reforms, including changes stemming from last year's report, that transgender residents may be denied or struggle to access gender affirming units is very concerning. And as the failure to acknowledge and respect individuals' gender identity can have real and lasting harm on their mental and physical health. What has the CIC observed in terms of DOC's current practices regarding matching residents with appropriate gender affirming units, and what options are available for gender affirming units and medical care, among other services that you've seen at BOP and private facilities?
Chairperson, I might have to defer. We'd have to go back. As I recall, and I have several staff in the room with me, I don't recall us making specific findings in that area. I don't think it was something that really resonated to the level of a finding for us, but we'll take a look at notes and just get back to you on that to make sure. I don't think I have anything to really add to that conversation at this particular point.
Okay, well, I know that our DC jail facilities know this is a priority for me, and I'll just ask you from CIC's perspective to focus on this as you also look at BOP facilities, because those standards may be different across the country, and want to make sure we're being aware and cautious in pushing forward reforms that we need to see in this area.
Duly noted, and we'll certainly keep you apprised of that, and we'll make that our area of focus on future inspections as well.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Reverend. That concludes my questions. Is there anything else you want to add for the record, or any other ways the committee can be supportive of your efforts?
No, thank you for this opportunity, and we thank you for this initial dialogue, and We look forward to working with you in the coming months and having impact on this very important area in operations within the city.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Reverend Isaac.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes that panel. And I will now turn to the Department of Corrections, beginning with our public witnesses. As I noted earlier today, we will follow the committee's normal practice and hear from public witnesses first, followed by our government witnesses. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony, and those who represent organizations will have 5 minutes. So I will call our first panel of public witnesses. We'll hear from Shelley Broderick, the Chair of District Task Force on Jails and Justice, Jesse Silverman, Center for Science and the Public Interest, Casey Anderson, Council for Court Excellence, Leah Howe, DC Greens, Sarah Como, Director of Programs and co-founder, School Justice Project, Jean Downing, the Chair of Thrive Under 25 Coalition, Frankie Seabrun from Harriet's Wildest Dreams, and Melissa Wasser from ACLU DC. So if you are ready, Dean Broderick, please go ahead when you're ready. And you're muted still.
Practice, practice, practice.
There you go.
Thank you so much. It was great to hear my colleague Tiffany Smith and former colleague and friends Olinda Moyd and all the great work the Clemency folks are doing. And it was great to hear about the CIC too. As you know, my name is Shelley Broderick. I am the Dean Emerita and at the David A. Clark School of Law, Your Tax Dollars at Work. As you know, I'm here in my capacity as chair of the District Task Force on Jails and Justice. The task force is an independent advisory board dedicated to redefining the district's approach to incarceration by building citywide engagement, centering the voices of those with lived experiences, understanding community priorities, and exploring the use and design of secure detention and community-based solutions. Since 2019, the task force has worked to build a humane, equitable approach to criminal justice in DC that prioritizes prevention and care and reimagines accountability through a rehabilitative lens to create safe and thriving communities. Today, I'd like to discuss the ongoing concerns about conditions of the DC jail, the forthcoming new correctional annex, and the need to enact the task force's decarceration recommendations. Before I begin, I want to thank Director Faust for graciously joining the DC Task Force on Jails and Justice. We are very appreciative of his collaboration and his willingness both to share information with the task force and to hear our feedback. He's doing a great job. Despite a highly publicized inspection of the DC Department of Corrections by the U.S. Marshals Service in October of 2021, prior to Director Faust's assuming leadership of the DOC, there has been very little transparency into the status of the Memorandum of Understanding DOC entered into with the Marshals Service and the subsequent corrective action plan that DOC committed to implementing within 6 months of signing the MOU. These corrective action plans were aimed at improving the conditions at the jail after the Marshals Service reported egregious conditions. Alarmingly, this past year, 8 individuals have died while in the Department of Corrections custody. The tragedy of losing these lives is a concerning benchmark of the care individuals have access to while they're in custody. In addition, in 2022, DOC continued to struggle with unaddressed concerns regarding sanitation, temperatures, and pests at DOC facilities. DOC staff are simply not able to maintain a safe and humane standard of living for its residents in this aging facility, which brings us to the new facility. In 2021, the task force published its phase 2 report in which we crafted specific recommendations for both the Central Detention Facility, CDF, commonly referred to as a DC jail, and the CTF, Central Treatment Facility, which must be reimagined, redesigned, and rebuilt we engaged 2,000 DC residents and deliberated deeply about what the function of incarceration should be for our community and what approach to crime and safety best fits DC values and DC needs. It became clear that DC should invest in a facility that is safe, secure, and that prioritizes the rehabilitation and reentry of individuals who are incarcerated if we're ever going to dismantle the inherently racist structure of our criminal justice system. The task force's recommendations can and should serve as guideposts as DC grapples with a decaying facility, safely reduces its incarcerated population, and addresses racial disparities within our legal system. In order to build a new non-traditional facility, DC must meaningfully reduce its incarcerated population. Task Force made several key recommendations in its phase 2 report, specifying how DC can and should safely reduce its incarcerated population. Decreasing the population would reduce the amount of funding spent on food, sanitary needs, and healthcare for individuals, and that frees up funding for DOC's budget to improve services and facilities for the remaining residents. Task Force also recommended amending the requirements to make sure that more DC residents are eligible for work release and increase the number of residents transferred to halfway houses or home confinement. Current conditions. While we plan for a new facility, we can't lose sight of the responsibility toward those currently incarcerated. We still have to prioritize ensuring that the current facility is as clean and safe and habitable and dignified as possible for those it houses, particularly given the fact that 90%, more than 90% of the people incarcerated in DOC are Black. As explained in the Task Force Phase 1 report, DC's criminal justice system disproportionately arrests and incarcerates Black people, particularly Black men. In fact, Black people are increasingly overrepresented at every stage of the system. Black people comprise 47% of DC's population, but 86% of those we arrest, 92% of those we jail, and 95% of the people in prison serving DC code sentences. So Black DC residents bear disproportionately the burden of health and safety concerns.
Chair Broderick,
Yes.
you're a bit over your time. I'm going to ask you to summarize and wrap up.
Okay, I'm on the last very brief point. I just want to end again by thanking Director Faust. We appreciate the spirit of collaboration in which he has engaged the task force. He welcomed our feedback on the statement of work for the proposal for the RFP for the contractor during pre-planning of the new correctional annex. Also, the finalized RFP includes the requirement that the contractor continue to meet with the task force, and we're very grateful for that. And thank you for indulging me.
Thank you so much, Chair Broderick. Next, we will hear from Jessie Silverman from the Center for Science in the Public Interest.
Good morning. My name is Jessie Silverman. I'm a registered dietitian and senior policy associate with the Center for Science in the Public Interest, also known as your Food and Health Watchdog. CSPI is a national organization based here in DC and is a proud member of the DC Good Food Purchasing Program Coalition. I am also a resident of Ward 2. Thank you to the committee for this opportunity. I will speak to opportunities to improve the food environment for people in DOC custody and to leverage DOC food purchasing to advance community values. Based on several years of information gathering and dialogue with a range of key stakeholders, CSPI's position is that there is an urgent need to raise and then meet standards for health, palatability, and dignity in correctional facility food service nationwide. Our recommendations include strengthening policies for food quality, safety, nutrition, and the eating environment, strengthening oversight of compliance with policies, and allocating sufficient resources for correctional facilities to meet higher standards for food service. My colleague Lee Howe of DC Greens will share specific takeaways and recommendations from DC stakeholders. To complement her testimony, I will describe examples of other jurisdictions that demonstrate the feasibility of policy change to improve food purchasing and service in their correctional facilities.
Thank you so much for sharing that exclamation point. That will be a huge relief to him. Exclamation point.
Chair Broderick, you are not on mute.
Thank you. A 2013 executive order in the state of Washington established nutrition guidelines for food served in all state facilities, including state prisons. This led to a partnership between the Department of Corrections and the Department of Health to develop healthier menus that include larger portion sizes of vegetables and greater diversity of vegetables, more servings of fruit, whole grains, lean and plant-based proteins, and fewer servings of high salt snacks and desserts. 2014 executive order in the city of Philadelphia established nutrition standards for all food purchased and served by city agencies. So the Department of Public Health worked with the Department of Prisons to incorporate the city's nutrition standards into its next food service RFP to ensure the new food service provider could meet the standards. Public health officials also helped the new vendor to train food service staff and reviewed menus for compliance with the nutrition standards. Several local correctional agencies have also begun implementing the Good Food Purchasing Program, or GFPP, which provides a metric-based flexible framework for institutions to source food that advances local economies, environmental sustainability, animal welfare, valued workforce, and nutrition. Our own DC Public Schools has been implementing GFPP since 2018, as required by the Healthy Students Amendment Act. Cook County, Illinois incorporated GFPP into a recent solicitation for a jail food service provider, prompted by a council resolution adopting GFPP for all county agencies. The city and county of Denver similarly incorporated GFPP into a jail food service solicitation based on a mayoral order adopting GFPP citywide. CSPI is eager to support the DC Council and the DOC in making changes to ensure the jail food service program upholds the health and dignity of people in custody and advances the public interest. We are grateful for Councilwoman Pinto's leadership in introducing the Fresh Starts Act and look forward to your committee holding a hearing on this landmark piece of legislation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for all of your leadership and partnership in developing that legislation. Looking forward to having a hearing soon. Next up, we will hear from Casey Anderson, the Council for Court Excellence.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Casey Anderson, and I am the Council for Court Excellence's Policy and Communications Manager. CCE is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization with the mission to enhance justice in the District of Columbia. Please note that in accordance with our policy, no judicial member of CCE participated in the formulation or approval of this testimony. Today, I'm here to discuss two key topics. First, ensuring permanent empowered oversight of the Department of Corrections. And second, prioritizing the construction of a new facility. Before I begin, I would also like to take a moment to thank Director Faust for his willingness to engage with both CCE and the task force. We appreciate his collaboration and receptivity to hearing from the community and look forward to continued collaboration moving forward. First, ensuring permanent empowered oversight at the DOC. As DOC itself has said, transparency and accountability go hand in hand. As the district navigates transforming its criminal legal system, including fixing the systemic issues within the DC jail that disproportionately impact DC's Black residents, there must be permanent, empowered, independent oversight of the DOC. CCE worked closely with partners to advocate successfully for the passage of the Corrections Oversight Improvement Omnibus Amendment Act of 2022. This legislation makes several key and important changes to the Corrections Information Council. These changes include allowing unannounced inspections of all areas accessible to or providing services to incarcerated people, having the right to photograph, video, and audio record all areas of the facility that are accessible to incarcerated people, requiring on-site investigations at the DOC every 120 days, and requiring the DOC to notify the CIC of any death within 24 hours, among other things. However, it is important to note that the CIC board, which is supposed to be 5 members, only has 3 right now. Presently, there are 2 vacant seats that can only be filled by mayoral appointment. The executive must move quickly to fill those 2 vacant seats, ideally with individuals who have lived experience in the DOC and at least one identifying as a woman. Improving oversight at the DOC will require cross-agency collaboration, especially from the DOC and the CIC, as well as the Executive Office of the Mayor. The second is prioritizing the construction of a new facility. CCE was heartened to see the FY23 budget include dedicated funding for this new non-traditional facility, and to see that the request for proposal for the pre-designing planning phase for that new facility be released in January. A new facility would house individuals in an environment that is essentially unrecognizable to the current one at the DC jail, utilizing innovative, promising, and evidence-based practices to create a safer, healthier facility that supports personal growth. CCE, along with Neighbors for Justice, DC Justice Lab, and the task force, hosted and facilitated a series of 5 community conversations during summer 2022. The goals of these conversations were to first, amplify and build on the prior recommendations from the task force, and second, and importantly, collect resident feedback on the features of the new facility that would re-envision the purpose, approach, space, services, staffing, and use of that jail facility. We heard from roughly 200 DC residents, including those most directly impacted. Our synthesis and analysis of community feedback on a new correctional annex in DC was sent to DC government leaders, including the mayor, the former deputy mayor for public safety and justice, the director of the Department of Corrections, and all members of council on October 20th, 2022. These changes and more will not happen at DOC without bold leadership. CCE appreciates Director Faust's willingness to work collaboratively to help ensure the safety, health, and dignity of our incarcerated neighbors. However, CCE acknowledges that these systemic issues within DOC will not just go away and will instead take continued, dedicated, and focused leadership from all government officials, including Director Faust, Deputy Mayor Apaya, the council, and the mayor. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Leah Howe from DC Greens.
Sorry, 1 second. Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Lee Howe, and I'm the Director of School Food Initiatives for DC Greens, where we work to advance health equity in the district by building a just and resilient food system. I'm testifying today because I remain deeply concerned about the state of our Department of Corrections meal program. With one of the highest incarceration rates in the country, nearly 1,500 DC residents are living and therefore eating behind bars. As you know, Councilmember Pinto, in partnership with the Green Scheme, Friends and Family of Incarcerated People, DC Justice Lab, and Impact Justice, we hosted a series of community conversations in 2021 focused on the state of the DOC's meal program. Through returning citizens' firsthand accounts, we learned about the physical and emotional toll of DOC's broken food service program. I've included links to the interviews with direct quotes in my written testimony, but I'll summarize some of the key takeaways here. The food is not healthy. DOC disregards commonly accepted nutrition and health guidance, serving food that exacerbates chronic health conditions. Fresh fruits and vegetables are rarely, if ever, served. Impact Justice 2020 report, Eating Behind Bars, found that people often left jail or prison with new or worsened health conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, and cholesterol. Their research also showed how nutrient deficiencies can contribute to depression, anxiety, and impaired decision-making. How can we expect returning citizens to heal and contribute after release when we are literally feeding them into chronic and mental and physical illness? The food served in DOC is also frequently spoiled and unsafe. Those who we interviewed shared that meal trays were often dirty and splattered with old food. One person described biting into a raw piece of chicken still bleeding in the middle, while others used descriptors such as disgusting, inedible, moldy, and rancid. And as you've already mentioned, the food is frequently weaponized in DC jails as well. In the 2021 U.S. Marshals Service investigation of the DOC, they found that some incarcerated individuals were denied access to water and food for days, or water for days at a time. And many of those that we interviewed also reported meals being withheld and inadequate portions when they were fed. So this is not just poor performance. This is literal torture. So we can and must make a change. Councilmember Pinto, we applaud your leadership and fully support your recently introduced Fresh Starts Act, which, if funded and implemented, would go a long way in building a more nutritious and dignified meal program within DOC. So we look forward to a hearing and hope that you will facilitate ample opportunities for impacted community members. That particularly means formerly incarcerated individuals and their friends and family to weigh in on and shape the final legislation. There are also several DOCs that we could learn from in other jurisdictions that are further along in improving their meal programs. For example, Maine's DOC has established a self-operated food service model focused on procuring a substantial amount of local produce, grains, and proteins. They have a full-time procurement specialist who told us that thanks to his deep network of growers and food hubs in the state, they've actually experienced significant cost savings and improved the quality of food while also supporting their local food economy. Maine's DOC also recently hired a chef to further develop their scratch-cooked meal program across their facilities. Another example I want to highlight is the Philadelphia Department of Prisons, which worked in collaboration with the city's Department of Public Health to implement, nutrition standards for all foods served. During the process of developing these standards, they included direct input from incarcerated people. So the DOC should follow leads like the lead of states like Philadelphia and Maine and ensure that meals are nutritious and designed in consultation with incarcerated populations. And we are more than happy to facilitate conversations with these two jurisdictions and others as the legislative process gets underway. So lastly, I want to express my grave concerns about the DOC's current food service vendor, Aramark. Like many third-party businesses, Aramark only has incentive to provide calories at the lowest cost. Aramark also has a history of human rights violations and lawsuits due to malpractice, maggots in the food, rancid food, serving food that has previously been thrown away, and racism. I've included several links to articles covering Aramark's poor performance in my testimony, so I hope you'll take a look. It's just frankly unacceptable for the district to contract with a vendor with such a horrific track record. I believe there are other more values-aligned food service management companies that could replace Aramark, while the DOC ideally navigates a transition to a self-operated food service model in the future. I'll just throw out that Genuine Foods is an example of one of those food service management companies. And to conclude, I just want to say that an unhealthy and unsafe DC DOC food service program is really like a second sentence for our incarcerated neighbors, one that can imprison them in unhealthy bodies for a lifetime. I hope you will seriously consider our recommendations and make the necessary policy changes to ensure that the DOC meal program heals rather than harms. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you so much, Lee. And I do want to note it was exactly those community conversations that you hosted that really moved me to knowing we need more expeditious action to improve the conditions of the food at the DC jail. So thank you for bringing those voices together and for all of your important work. Okay, we are next going to hear from Sarah Como, the Director of Programs and co-founder for School Justice Project. And I'm sorry, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes, you are actually.
Okay, great. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sarah Como. I'm the Director of Programs and co-founder of School Justice Project, a co-chair of the Thrive Under 25 Coalition and a Ward 1 resident. SJP is a DC-based legal services and advocacy organization serving older court-involved students with disabilities. My testimony is focusing on education and program-related issues within DOC, the need to hold DOC accountable through community collaboration, and bringing young people home from BOP to access education. Much of my testimony relating to educational responsibilities is expanded upon in testimony submitted to the Committee of the Whole for OSCE's hearing, which I'm happy to provide. I also want to lift up the advocacy of Thrive Under 25 co-chair Jean Downing and the critical points mentioned in PDS's testimony today. Maya Angelou Academy must remain the school within DOC facilities. Deputy Mayor Appiah testified last week that Maya may remain the education provider in DOC. That was wonderful to hear, especially since there has been a lack of transparency and accountability on the shifts relating to education within DOC. A recent interagency task force report recommended that DOC be the public agency responsible for providing FAPE under the IDEA to young people with disabilities in its facilities. When this happens, DOC must commit to permanently keeping Maya as the high school. In the short time that Maya has been running the school, we have seen significant shifts in access to education and philosophical changes that demonstrate deep commitment to education. This committee must force DOC to remove barriers to education and hold DOC accountable. Despite the presence of Maya, there still remain barriers to accessing education. Education should be the top priority, and nothing should interfere with students receiving a full instructional day of school. We believe that students will be one step closer to receiving their full educational entitlements if DOC makes a number of internal shifts and this committee holds them accountable. First, DOC must prioritize housing students on designated education units or YME units through policy. Second, DOC must only use restrictive housing as a last resort so that students can remain in school. Lastly, DOC must provide support staff as needed to support the education provider. This committee must ensure that the school within DOC is adequately funded. When DOC becomes the public agency responsible for education, it must be held accountable in its contracting with the high school provider. This committee must ensure that the school in DOC, which we believe should be Maya, is adequately funded, meaning DOC listens to the needs of the provider and grants their budget requests. We urge this committee to coordinate with the committee of the whole. This committee must intensely oversee DOC's transition to becoming the public agency responsible for providing FAPE and fiercely monitoring its performance. There are many concerns listed above and in my written testimony relating to DOC having this responsibility. While a lot of these will be alleviated if Maya is the provider, we anticipate that many issues will fall within the purview of both this committee and the committee of the whole. And we urge you both to work closely to ensure that DOC is being held accountable. DOC must fund and provide programming that meets the needs of young people. DOC does not provide population numbers on young people under age 25, and it does not collect data on emerging adults with a high school diploma or GED, nor does it collect data on emerging adults engaging in age-appropriate programming. Every emerging adult within DOC should have an opportunity to engage in programming. We need to collect more information on what emerging adults want and need for programming and what is available. Only when we have transparency in that can we best advocate to ensure all young people can access programming. DOC must increase emerging adult-specific programming and housing, including expanding the high school program so it's available to everyone under age 25. The district has been a leader in emerging adult frameworks and programs. We're hearing reports that programs are limited and some have closed since the administration transition. Every young person under age 25 within DOC should be able to earn a high school diploma. There's no reason that the high school is only available to students under age 22 with disabilities. The expansion of educational opportunities to all emerging adults without a diploma mirrors what's available to them in the community. There's no reason it should not be available to young people in DC, especially given the value of education as a tool to disrupt mass incarceration and provide opportunity. Although I'm not going to use my time to discuss the importance of bringing young people home from BOP, I have included a lengthy discussion of it in my written testimony. It is critical that we prioritize education. Ensuring that young people with disabilities can access their education rights is not only required, but mandated. With recent shifts in education responsibilities, this committee must hold DOC accountable and provide oversight in ways that it has not had to before. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much. Next up, we'll hear from Jean Downing, the chair of Thrive Under 25 Coalition.
Yes, good morning, Council Chairperson Pinto, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Gene Downing, and I am here as the co-chair of Thrive Under 25 Coalition, a coalition of over 10 policy, legal, and direct services organizations. I am also a Ward 8 resident. Thrive Under 25 is a transformative coalition that uses advocacy, legislation, and public education to end the racist, damaging, and punitive responses of DC's adult criminal legal system toward people who come in contact with the system when they were under the age of 25. I am personally committed to young women and men incarcerated by the criminal legal system because I was once one of them. We know emerging adults experience some of the worst outcomes in the legal system. We must work to change this and provide innovative policies, practices, and new models for the treatment and care of these young people. Many of our coalition members have spent time behind DOC walls, including myself. The city created a plan to implement the Youth Rehabilitation Act, and we understand the age-appropriate support needed for this population. Now, the DOC needs to fulfill its duty to our young people. Today, we ask the following. 1, that Maya Angelou Academy remains the school within DOC. They have the expertise and experience. Maya's budget request should be approved and increased so that they can have more teachers and house all young adults on education and youth-specific units like YME, and stop using punitive measures and removing students if there is an infraction. Instead, use best practices for emerging adults who support them and respond to their needs. This is, in fact, the entire point of this unit. Let's significantly minimize reliance on restrictive housing and solitary confinement so that young people can actually access education and programs, as my colleague from SJP just alluded to. We believe that all emerging adults under the age of 25 should be given the opportunity to learn and obtain a high school diploma. I served as a GED teacher in the Bureau of Prisons, and I saw many young people removed from the GED program because they were disabled or had disabilities. It is disheartening. If young adults up to the age of 25 cannot get high school or the services they need while in DOC, they could lose this opportunity forever. Please don't let this happen. 2, increase quality, meaningful programs in the DOC for emerging adults. Young people are telling us that programming within DOC facilities is lacking, and programs that were once accessible and regular are greatly reduced or not available at all. Many emerging adults will go to the BOP facilities across the country and not be able to participate in programs. They will then come home having languished without access to opportunities that provide a path to future employment. Every emerging adult should be engaged in educational and job training programs while in the DOC, and programs must be credit or certificate bearing. We all know access to trauma-informed programs while incarcerated directly impacts recidivism rates. When young people are equipped with the tools they need to be successful, that makes our city safer where everyone can thrive. The council recognized this and directed funds to the DOC for this purpose. We asked them that these taxpayer funds be used for our citizens as intended. I have seen firsthand what happens when there are no meaningful programs while young people are incarcerated. Our coalition hears regularly from residents of the DC jail who are experiencing high frustration, depression, anxiety, and are witnessing altercations, substance use, and low staff morale. They implore us to help make more programming accessible for greater of the people and not just for those who are incarcerated, the ideal residents with no infractions. Many of them feel undervalued and unseen and share their hopelessness with us. We know that this is a doable fix and we are deeply concerned it is not happening. So let's be there for them. For the sake of time, there's more in my written testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Downing. Next, we will hear from Frankie Sebron from Harriet's Wildest Dreams.
Good afternoon, Councilperson Pinto. My name is Frankie Sebron. I'm a third-generation Native Washingtonian and lead organizer with Harriet's Wildest Dreams. Under the IDB Free Legal Defense Pillar, we work with DC community members facing incarceration and those who are currently held in cages in order to change outcomes for their cases and interrupt the harm caused by the carceral system. I am here today to testify on behalf of Court Watch DC, whose goal is to shine a light on the injustice occurring in our courtrooms every day. Just yesterday, we learned that residents at DOC do not have access to watch this hearing live, nor testify live without the assistance of a third party. This is unacceptable. The people who are impacted the most should be here front and center to give accounts of what is truly happening behind DC jail walls. We expect this to be rectified for next year's oversight hearing. But here we are again, another oversight season where leadership for DOC has more turnover. Incarcerated residents still face harm from abysmal conditions and torturous safe cells, and no true accountability or transparency has come for families who have lost loved ones to this violent system. I call to mind Trayvon Littles, who was supposed to be released in September of 2022, but was found unresponsive in his cell. Trayvon should be here. His mother sent out cries for accountability. Y'all need to tell me what happened to my son. He died in your custody, she demanded to DOC officials. Trayvon is one tale of the dozens who have died at the DC jail over the last decade. Last year alone, there were 8 deaths, and that's a shame. Despite calls from grassroots organizations, advocates, lawyers about the conditions, there have been minimal coverage of what is actually occurring behind those walls. There's been no statements from the mayor, from the former chief deputy of public safety, and in some instances, no notification from the CIC, whose main job is oversight of DOC. This essentially disappears our loved ones, many of which are held pre-trial and for first offenses. Just 2 weeks ago, one of our community members was stabbed 10 times in DOC custody. A week before his sentencing hearing, he'd already been held at the jail for over 9 months, not convicted of any crime, when he accepted a plea in September, an outcome the US legal system is increasingly skewed towards. His sentencing hearing was delayed 3 times over the course of 3 months. 3 months might not look like a long time on a court calendar, but any time incarcerated is not only time away from friends, family, and his child, but it also increases his risk of harm from being held in a cage. Police officers, rich people, white people get to go home even when they have committed the most egregious crimes. They have the time and space to be with their families and prepare for their cases when they go before the judge. Black people in DC do not have that same luxury. DC claims a fair shot, but the question is for who? Statistics show that 92% of people held at DC facilities are Black, compared to just being 47% of the population. And then according to Q1 intake data, 62% of residents are being held pre-trial. They have not been convicted of a crime. This includes those who are being held on 3-day pre-trial fugitive holds. Residents held at the jail are people, not chattel. Being accused of a crime should not be a death sentence, but that is exactly what is happening. Linked in my testimony, you can find the current policy for reporting deaths, which are considered extraordinary occurrences under policy. The employees have an hour to notify the proper chain of command and produce a report. They have 8 hours to notify the next of kin. However, family members assert that they were not contacted until well past the 8-hour limit. We challenge the Oversight Committee to take a second look at these policies. And if DOC won't do anything to prevent deaths, at the very least, the agency needs to be prompt and transparent around these occurrences. Court Watch DC watches presentment hearings each week. At these hearings, a judge determines whether someone will be held pre-trial. Every week, we see dozens of community members sent from courts to jail. CCB often does not have a working phone. Clients can't talk privately to their lawyers. And on one occasion, the court clerk asked a correctional officer if the client could use their phone to call their lawyer. This is unacceptable. In our time in the courts, a little over a year now, we have heard the cries and anguish from residents at CCB. Knowing all that we know about the conditions, each and every time a person is held is a risk to their life. If we cannot ensure the safety of residents at the DC jail, then no one should be held at the facility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Melissa Wasser from ACLU DC.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. Good morning to you and members of the committee. My name is Melissa Wasser. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the policy counsel at the ACLU of DC. Given the 5-minute limit for my testimony here today, I'm going to be focusing on 3 issues that the council needs to fix: the conditions at the DC jail, proper implementation and funding of the corrections omnibus, and the timely review and accurate reporting of deaths in DOC facilities. Additional issues are highlighted in my written testimony that I've submitted to the committee. As we enter yet another performance oversight season, the same issues we have highlighted in previous oversight hearings and lawsuits remain. Residents at the DC jail lack running water, are being served inedible food in unsanitary conditions, and are experiencing flooding in their showers. These conditions will continue to exist until there is concrete oversight by the council or the court system that improves these heinous conditions. Edible food is a fundamental basic need that DOC has a constitutional duty to provide to people in their care. We join our colleagues in supporting the Fresh Starts Act of 2023 as introduced by Chair Pinto and 7 council colleagues. Residents at the DC jail should not be given a potential death sentence due to a lack of medical care from DOC staff. We have learned of numerous residents at the jail who have serious medical needs that are currently not being met due to months-long delays in providing necessary medications, necessary medical equipment, or in taking individuals to doctor's appointments. Over the course of 2022 alone, judges in the DC Superior Court have repeatedly found that DOC has failed to provide constitutionally adequate medical care. One example here today of Brandon Gray Mitchell, who had fallen several times while in the jail back in September 2021, causing significant pain in his knee. He told the jail staff about the severe pain repeatedly, but they ignored him. He then spent months unable to move, unable to shower or use the bathroom, or even change his clothes. His hygiene had deteriorated so badly that his feet began to dry out, crack, and bleed, and were covered with dead skin and orange fungal patches. Several months after he notified DOC of his injuries and pain, DOC finally took him to the hospital for x-rays, which showed abnormalities in his knee and a potential tear that required surgery and physical therapy. Instead of DOC scheduling the surgery and physical therapy, they gave Mr. Gray Mitchell a single ice pack for his pain. Due to DOC's failure to treat his injury for so long, the court ordered him released pre-trial. As we have learned firsthand through our own litigation against the DC jail, the jail did not and the jail will not make improvements unless there are court-appointed monitors and inspectors making changes on the ground. As DOC conditions continue to deteriorate over the past year, questions regarding the effectiveness of the CIC resurfaced as CIC was not regularly inspecting DOC facilities. Last council period, the council did take steps towards independent oversight by passing the Corrections Oversight Improvement Omnibus Amendment Act of 2022. Should the law go into effect post-congressional review, it will require CIC to make quarterly unannounced visits to each DOC facility, require DOC to notify CIC of any death in its facility within 24 hours, and require CIC to produce 8 reports a year. The council and the mayor should also fully fund the corrections omnibus during the upcoming fiscal year 24 budget process for the full amount requested in their November 30th fiscal impact statement. Once the law goes into effect, the council and this committee should follow up frequently with CIC to ensure their full participation in line with the law's requirements. Another area that needs urgent reform is the timely review and accurate reporting of deaths of people incarcerated at DOC's facilities. DOC has not required the public disclosure of deaths at its facilities, and the council has no established system for learning about deaths in DOC custody. In 2022 alone, 8 people died at the DC jail that we know of, and of these 8 deaths, 4 had not been publicly disclosed. Information continues to be shared days, even weeks after a death has occurred, and this lack of transparency is inexcusable. The council should pass legislation formalizing a policy for prompt, consistent, and transparent communication about deaths at the jail with both the council and the public. Being accused of a crime should not be a death sentence. Yet, despite countless calls for systemic reform, DOC has shown little evidence that they are working to prevent people from dying while in their custody. To prevent future deaths in our criminal legal system, DOC and CIC must commit to safety measures that value residents' lives. Without transparency and public disclosure of deaths that occur at these facilities, the district will continue to have more tragic examples of why these agencies need an immediate overhaul. In my last few seconds, I do want to say that DOC's management of the jail has been abysmal, and that's an understatement. CIC has not worked to hold DOC accountable, and a swift change is necessary. The ACLU of DC is ready to work with you and the committee alongside community partners to address this emergency and fight for the right of everyone held at the jail to be treated humanely. I look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melissa. Next and last on this panel, we will hear from Katya Seminova from the DC Public Defender Service.
Good afternoon. I'm Katerina Seminova, Special Counsel to the Director on Policy and Legislation at PDS. Congratulations, Chairwoman Pinto, on your new role in leading this committee. PDS looks forward to working with you and with your staff. Frequently, the council and the mayor lament the lack of local control over the district's criminal legal system. Federal actors have control over most adult prosecutions, probation, supervised release, parole, the Bureau of Prisons, and DC Superior Court. The DOC is an exception to federal control. The DOC is entirely locally controlled and managed. It is operated by district officials and staffed by district employees. There is no federally imposed limitation on the dignity and restorative programming that the district can provide to residents, the majority of whom are pretrial detainees who are presumed innocent, and the overwhelming majority of whom are Black, a racial disparity that is fueled by years of racist policies in education, housing, banking, and employment, and by present-day policing and prosecution practices that target Black residents. The failure year after year of the DOC to provide a humane environment that fosters growth for incarcerated residents falls squarely on the shoulders of district actors. Budget limitations also cannot explain the failures of the DOC. In fiscal year 2019, DOC had an operating budget of $165 million and an average daily population of 1,838 people. For fiscal year 2023, DOC has an operating budget of $201 million and to date an average daily population of 1,314 people. This represents an increase in funding of 22% and a decrease in population of 28.8% from 2019. The council should demand that these district funds provide humane treatment for detained individuals, access to meaningful and plentiful programming, and practices that do not inflict further harm. PDS's testimony will focus on reform of DOC's grievance policy, access to programming and education, solitary confinement, and safe cells. In 2020, the council passed legislation to enable all incarcerated district residents to vote. The council recognized that it is essential that incarcerated residents have a voice. However, under the council's watch, the DOC maintains a grievance policy that silences DOC residents. That DOC may now have a tracking system for its monitoring of its own response time does not correct the issue that DOC's grievance policy itself silences residents. DOC's grievance policy has 4 separate steps that residents must pass before a final resolution. Each grievance can only include one issue. A resident grieving inadequate food, a lack of programming, and a lack of hot water would have to file 3 separate grievances. Even if a resident moves to the next step of the grievance process as soon as DOC is required to respond, the DOC process still takes a total of 80 business days, meaning a minimum of 112 calendar days to get to a final resolution. DOC's own data shows that approximately 46% of women have a length of stay that is less than 91 days, and 66% of women have a length of stay that is less than 6 months. Just by virtue of how long it takes, DOC's grievance policy will deny the majority of detained women the right to grieve the conditions of their confinement. The situation is not much better for detained men. DOC's grievance policy is also out of line with other jurisdictions. West Virginia's Department of Corrections grievance process involves 3 steps and takes 20 business days for a final resolution. PDS has raised these issues with DOC and will continue meeting with DOC, but there's no pending promise by DOC to reform its grievance policy. DOC's own data regarding length of stay should be the only compelling information it needs to see that its process is dysfunctional. Since DOC has failed to amend its policy, the council should exercise control and amend DOC's authorizing statute to create a fair process. With respect to programming, in 2018, under the leadership of then Director Quincy Booth, DOC opened the YME unit, which fostered a therapeutic and rehabilitative environment, prioritized growth, programming, and education. YME was staffed by mentors who were incarcerated residents who had returned to DOC custody to prepare for their IRA cases. Despite overwhelming support for the YME, DOC has been steadily scaling back the program. Prior to the pandemic, DOC had 2 YME units. Now there's a single YME unit remaining where programming is also being diminished. It is also PDS's understanding that DOC has drastically scaled back Lead Up, a much lauded program, despite receiving funds specifically for the program in the 2023 budget and overwhelming support for Lead Up from participants. There had been 3 Lead Up units, 1 at the DC jail, 2 at CTF, housing a total of about 130 people. Under DOC's current practices, no one can be enrolled in Lead Up if they're awaiting transfer to the BOP, which reduces the number of eligible individuals, and program offerings on Lead Up have also been curtailed. At an oversight hearing for DMPSJ, Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah testified that the decrease in available programming in the DOC was a result of frontline staffing issues and not a philosophical shift. Deputy Mayor Appiah also cited the departure of DOC's Director of Education Programming, Dr. Amy Lopez, as part of the reason for the changes and the need to first address security and safety in the DOC. Amy Lopez left DOC in September of 2022. In the nearly 6 months following Dr. Lopez's departure, other educational and programming staff, presumably disheartened by DOC's new practices, have also left DOC. DOC has claimed that it has been evaluating its existing programs for efficacy with unknown metrics. The council should be concerned that DOC will cut programming further in the name of efficacy and security. Given the DOC's claims about security, reducing programming is also counterproductive. Programming is central to safety. Evidence shows that jails and prisons are safer when they make beneficial programming available to residents. Programming participation also advances successful reentry to the community, and in that sense also advances public safety in the community. PDS's concern is that without a demand for accountability, DOC will continue to decrease available programming using unknown metrics for justification. The council should find this unacceptable and must endeavor to discover the full truth of what is happening with programming in DOC. Further, with respect to staffing the programming, individuals who have returned home as a result of IRA have a wealth of knowledge from which the district could benefit. Those individuals who often served as mentors for the YME remain an incredible resource and hold great potential for implementation and expansion of DOC programming now that they're in the community. With respect to education, currently Maya Angelou at DC Jail serves as the LEA within DOC, and it provides an education to individuals who are under 22 and have a diagnosed disability. This educational opportunity is the bare minimum that the district must provide under the federal IDEA. As there are changes that have been made to have DOC serve as the LEA or the public agency responsible for education, the council should require the DOC by statute to contract with an in-person education provider with deep expertise in detention settings and a track record of success, such as Maya Angelou. The IDEA's requirement to provide an education to students under age 22 who have a disability applies to only about 45 individuals in DOC custody. The remaining 1,300 people in DOC custody have no statutory right to an education. As the district talks about reentry and breaking a cycle of hopelessness, it should require DOC to make educational opportunities, including access to a GED and a high school diploma, available to every person in DOC custody. Access to a high school diploma and not just a GED is essential because individuals who are not starting at about a 9th grade level education will not be able to progress toward a GED. And even those who have access to a GED still need in-person instruction. Finally, it is beyond time for the DOC to end solitary confinement and untherapeutic conditions for individuals in psychiatric crisis. This committee can begin this by holding a hearing on the erase bill. Individuals who are punished for disciplinary infractions and others with a variety of administrative issues, such as being in protective custody, are routinely held in long-term solitary confinement. The consequences of solitary confinement are well known and devastating. Despite a growing chorus of voices and entities, including the Department of Justice, calling for the curtailment of solitary confinement, the DOC continues these practices. On these units, individuals spend 24 hours a day alone, with nearly all that time locked in a cell. In theory, they are entitled to 2 hours of cell time, out of cell time each day, time that is entirely denied on weekends and often forfeited during the week. Individuals with disciplinary sanctions have no social visits or phone calls. They have no meaningful access to programming. They move through DOC in leg irons, handcuffs, and a belly chain, and are strip searched if they enter or leave the unit for any reason. In March of 2022, Director Faust told the council that DOC inflicts restrictive housing on 12 to 13% of the DOC population, which is more than double the national average of 5%. In August of 2022, the Moss Group, an outside consultant hired by DOC, observed the rate of restricted housing to be close to 8%, despite lower rates reported by DOC. Even if DOC today testifies to the number of people in disciplinary housing decreasing, the council should examine months of data. PDS has just recently observed a shortening of the length of sanctions. While this change is positive, we are concerned that recent changes obscure an accurate picture of DOC practices. If DOC is committed to reform, it must change its applicable regulations. The council should also be deeply disturbed by the length of stay in solitary confinement. The Moss Group documented 36 individuals remained in restrictive housing for 9 to 12 months. Hundreds more remained there for multiple months. The Moss Group reported that there appeared to be no specific programming on restrictive housing units, and there were only 2 specialized trainings for staff on these units. The 2 trainings with titles, quote, how to deal with manipulative inmates and quote, advanced takedown holds, show how little DOC cares for residents in solitary confinement and dehumanizes them. Safe cells.
Ms. Seminova, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. You're a bit over time. If I can ask you to summarize and wrap up.
I think I have 10 minutes. Is that right? Am I over 10?
I think we have surpassed that.
Just briefly on safe cells. Safe cells remain deeply untherapeutic. People are alone with suicide smocks, a mattress, and nothing more in terms of therapeutic practices. We understand that DOC is using checklists to make sure that safe cells are clean and that water and lighting are available to be provided, lighting to be dimmed. Nonetheless, all those features depend on actually the provision by DOC staff of that it is functioning. And that cleanliness is not the standard bearer for therapeutic care, that even if they are managing to achieve cleanliness, that is not, which clients have not universally reported to be the case, that it is not an acceptable way to treat individuals who are in crisis. And instead, DOC and Unity Healthcare must find a way of preventing suicide without causing further trauma. This too is addressed in the erase bill, which we hope that the committee holds a hearing on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all of our witnesses, this panel. It has been very instructive to hear from you about some of the current conditions and things that are actionable. And I hear you that we don't need to wait for statehood while we continue to fight for full control and autonomy over our justice system. There are interim steps that we can take. And so I look forward to working with you all on improving the conditions for all residents. We are going to move on to the next panel of public witnesses. We will have Dr. Eleni O'Donovan, Dr. Tony Johnson, Reginald Black, Carlton P. Harris, Taylor Newbell, Anthony Petty, Joseph Alexander, and Michael Stewart. And so if you are ready, we'll first hear from Dr. Eleni O'Donovan from Unity Healthcare.
Good morning, everybody. Chairwoman Pinto, members of the committee, thank you for having me back to testify. My name is Dr. Eleni O'Donovan. I'm the Director of Education and Medical Director of Correctional Health with Unity Healthcare. On behalf of Unity, I would particularly like to thank Dr. Faust and Dr. Beth Jordan for their ongoing and collaboration and support in providing medical services at the DC DOC. In 2006, Unity accepted the challenge from the District of Columbia to develop and implement one of the first comprehensive community-oriented correctional health care models in the country. 17 years later, we're still there, continuing to provide high-quality care, maintain accreditations, and stand out as a nationally recognized model. Over the past 3 years, in response to increased challenges of the pandemic, the DOC has placed increased emphasis on a higher level of virus vigilance through tried and true infection control measures, with the goal of creating a safe and healthy environment for residents. They've implemented enhanced cleaning. There are new masks handed out daily to staff and residents, social distancing, staff and resident vaccination got us through the pandemic into, I hesitate to call it post-pandemic phase, but this new normal. To date, Unity and the DOC have provided COVID vaccines to over 2,050 residents, and we continue to offer the initial series as well as booster doses to all residents. Notwithstanding the considerable challenges associated with the pandemic, including staffing challenges that other participants have mentioned and which other carceral facilities are facing across the country, the DOC and Unity have continued to transform the delivery of healthcare for those who are in the DC DOC. Specifically, we've continued our work focusing on enhancing quality and our scope of medical and mental health services available to residents. This has been especially important in light of the district's opioid epidemic. Over the past year, the DOC has expanded Unity's substance use disorder program, increased the number of patients Unity treats and cures for hepatitis C, and has further enhanced our trauma-informed care approach for both staff and residents. With funding support from SAMHSA's state opioid response grant, the DOC has been able to almost triple the number of residents treated for substance use disorder over the past 3 years. In 2019, we treated an average of about 90 patients a month, and today that average is between 240 and 260 patients. One of our patients who's involved in our substance use disorder program wrote in a recent DC resident publication called The Inside Scoop, "Over the last few years, I've seen vast improvements in how drug dependency and opioid addiction in particular is addressed in the DC jail. It started with the Suboxone program being made available to those of us who clearly had an opioid addiction, rather than just those of us who are already on Suboxone. Now, everybody who needs it can get it. The next step was clearly to also make a drug unit available to those same people. The next step our patient was talking about is the opening of our dedicated women's and men's substance use disorder units, known as our wellness units, which opened in 2021 for the women and 2022 for the men. Both units provide residential treatment for substance use disorder for up to 3 months, with a planned 5 to 6 hours of daily programming, which currently include evidence-based curricula in trauma, recovery, and mental health, individual counseling, intensive discharge planning, life skills, and elective offerings such as mindfulness and acupuncture. Those not eligible for or interested in the residential treatment program still get medication-assisted treatment if applicable, individual counseling, and intensive discharge planning. Providing this treatment is life-saving. Studies show that in the 2 weeks following release from jail, persons with opioid use disorder have up to 129 times the average risk of dying from fatal opioid overdose. DOC patients on Suboxone leave the jail with medication in hand, an appointment with a community provider, access to the district's buprenorphine drug assistance program, and will soon have reentry support services through a local nonprofit. Our patients on methadone get a warm handoff to a program and get transportation if they need it on release. DC is estimated to have the highest hepatitis C prevalence in the country, particularly among Black residents, which is why it's been on our radar over the past few years. In 2019, DOC supported Unity in adding hepatitis C as part of our opt-out testing at intake. To date, we've screened over 8,000 residents, of whom about 2.5% have tested positive for active hepatitis C infection. We've expanded treatment for these patients. We now treat everybody who wants treatment and is eligible for treatment with hepatitis C. And to date, we've cured every single one of those patients who we've been able to fully treat for their hepatitis C. It's a huge impact for public health in the district. Like many jails around the country, we're also one of the largest providers of behavioral health care in the community. We know that trauma impacts our residents considerably. 76% of female residents, for example, self-report.
Dr. O'Donovan,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, especially when you're talking about behavioral health, but you're quite over time. If I can ask you to summarize.
Oh, sure, no problem. Thank you. I'd just like to highlight that we have implemented and expanded our trauma-informed care training for staff and for both DOC staff and for Unity staff. We're now offering long-acting injectable medication to mimic the community pharmacy so patients can stay on the same medications are on the community for patients with serious mental illness. And we've added some other offerings so that patients can better self-manage their mental health and wellness at the DOC. And thank you. Sorry to run over, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all that you do. I'm going to ask everybody as a reminder to send the committee your written testimony if you have it. And if I can ask for everybody's help in monitoring the clock. As you can tell, I've lost my voice a little bit recovering from a cold. So would appreciate that. Next, we will hear from Dr. Tony Johnson from Captivate Perspectives.
Okay. Hello, Honorable Councilmember Brooke Pinto. Can you hear me clearly, Councilmember?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Thank you. And to your esteemed colleagues who serve on the Committee of the Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Dr. Tony Johnson, and I serve as President and CEO for Captivate Perspectives, which is a DC-based small minority firm located in downtown DC. We specialize in workforce development training and small program and project design management services. I possess a Bachelor of Science degree in political science, a Bachelor in criminal justice, a Master's in public administration, and a doctorate in educational leadership. Prior to arriving in the District of Columbia in 2007, I had the opportunity to work with several correctional institutions in Florida. They include the Leon County Jail, the Gaston County Jail, the Wakulla County Jail, the Wakulla Correctional Institution, and the Florida State Prison. During that time, I established and/or enhanced workforce development programming, adult education, and reentry programming. Since my time here in the District of Columbia, I served as the DC Director of Career and Technical Education and at the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, and also previously as the Dean of Workforce Development at the University of the District of Columbia. I am pleased to partner with the Department of Corrections in their rebuilding of their workforce development programs across the 4 program units that have been identified. They include the Lead Up and Lead Out unit, the Young Men Emerging unit, the Better and Beyond Women's Reentry unit, and the Residential Substance Abuse Treatment unit, and the Transitional Assistance Program. Residents in each of these programs are within 120 days of release. They will receive workforce development training and substance use disorder treatment services. We are pleased to partner with them. We know that there has been a number of shifts since the pandemic where there has been a lessening of programs, and we are excited that Director Faust has reinvigorated the programming in these units. We have been involved in robust planning for the last 2 months to offer these programs to residents in these 4 programming units. And within the next 2 weeks, we will be in full swing with other partners to provide these substantial services. We will also be collecting data, which we believe will be important to deliver to your committee, as well as other stakeholders in the DC committee. This concludes a summary of my statement. The entire 5 pages have been submitted, Councilmember Pinto, to your committee for full review. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Reginald Black, the Housing Advocacy Director of Serve Your City, Ward 6 Mutual Aid. Mr. Black, are you here? Okay. Carlton P. Harris, the founder and CEO of We the People. I see you maybe in the attendees room. If you can accept the invitation to be promoted as a panelist, we can promote you now. Otherwise, we'll come back to you. Okay. We will go to Taylor Newbell, from Who Speaks for Me.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and other members of the judiciary. My name is Taylor Newbell, and I'm the Executive Director of Who Speaks for Me. I'm also a queer returning citizen and a resident of Ward 2. I have 5 issues I want to raise in this testimony. I'm going to try and go really fast. CCB, Central Cell Block. I know about it firsthand because I've been there. It's something you expect to find in Russia. It's underground, dark, dank, and roaches are second in command to correctional officers. It is a disgrace. I've been coming here for 3 years now, talking about closing Central Cell Block. Next year, this time, I hope it's closed down. There were some positive lessons from COVID when it comes to how CCB and court hearings were run. Detainees were not required to be shackled and driven 2 minutes over to the court to sit in large groups of cold cells. Instead, they were seen via WebEx and released. Why did we go backwards if the DOC continues to holding people at the local why did we go backwards? If the DOC continued to practice the video presentations, then we would be better situated to transition from CCB to holding people at the local precincts and releasing them with their property back to the communities. I could testify all day about CCB, but I'll leave it there. The other issue is programming for women and reproductive justice. You've heard me talk over and over again about the lack of programming for women. And so I'm not going to belabor it because I think you all know where I stand on that. But I will say, I keep hearing about this lead up and lead out program for men. There's no such thing for women. I was detained at the correctional treatment facility under the then Director Faust. Then the directors changed. And now we're back to Director Faust. And while the directors have changed, the conditions have remained the same. If you hold a programming for men in DOC custody and compare it to the programming for women, the difference is shocking. How hard is it to allow community-based organizations to provide programming for women? The same opportunities given to men need to be made available to women. As it stands, this lack is another example of how sexism, which is pervasive in the free world, is also perpetuated in jails and prisons. I also want to raise awareness about the importance of appropriate reproductive justice for people in DOC custody, including but not limited to access to quality and prenatal care, postpartum care, access to abortions, timely mammograms in which people are not shackled, access to hormone treatment for trans women and trans men. To assist with this much needed medical care, Who Speaks for Me has formed a working group to train and advocate for doulas in the jail. I'll briefly just say we need to make sure, and Councilmember Pinto, you touched on this, of housing trans men and trans women where they choose to be housed based upon the gender they identify with. Food is a huge issue at the DC jail. And what I will say is this: if we can provide quality food for the officers from Aramark, we can provide that for the people who are detained in the custody. There is no reason to decide that because someone has been detained, they should be given subpar food. Poor diets lead to poor decision-making, health conditions, and so on and so forth. And these people, we are released back into the community. What I really want to spend my time on is safe cells. It's been touched upon, but I am a survivor of safe cells in the DOC and the BOP. We are working nationally and locally to end the practice of safe cells, also known as suicide watch. Very few people on suicide watch have actively attempted to die by their own hands. Therefore, they cannot be deemed suicidal. I myself was often put on suicide watch in BOP custody because the advocate I am in the free world is very much the advocate I was in jail and prison. While traditional segregation affords detainees to make a limited number of phone calls, send and receive mail, and wear their prison-issued uniforms, suicide watch is more dehumanizing and isolating. Is a more dehumanizing and isolating form of segregation. First, they strip you of all your clothing, including underwear and socks. Then they give you a large quilted gown that is fastened with Velcro. It's aptly known as a turtle suit. You are then placed in a bright cell and watched 24 hours a day. You have to ask for toilet paper and rarely are you allowed to shower. No toothbrush, no toothpaste is given, no comb. I often felt like this was a Twilight Zone version of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Safety cells do not keep people from self-harm. Therapy, compassion, and medication if needed is the appropriate treatment for suicidal ideation. We will continue to advocate for the ending of the use of safe cells. Thank you, and I'm available for questions. And I know I went really, really fast. I'm sorry.
No, it's a lot of really helpful information, and thank you for sharing, and thank you for sharing your personal story as well. Next, we have Anthony Petty from More Than Our Crimes. Mr. Petty, you are on mute.
Okay, my bad. I apologize. Good morning, Chairman Pinto. My name is Anthony Petty. I'm speaking today for More Than Our Crime, which advocate for DC residents and federal prison. Thanks to the DC Pioneer Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act, I was released from prison in 2020 after 30 years behind bars. The transition home after living for 3 decades in such abnormal environment would have been challenging for anyone, but I was very fortunate. During the 2 years of my preparation for the Iverhorn, I was allowed to live in the DC jail close to home and connected to the DC many resources. Unfortunately, today, the Iron and Second Look candidates no longer have that opportunity, for that I fear, jeopardizing both their chances to consult with their mitigation teams and tell their complete life stories and the success and the reacclimation back into the city they no longer know. It is these concerns I will speak about today. When you spend more than a decade in prison, often thousands of miles away from home, your reality becomes distorted. To you, it will seem surreal and scary, and you know what? It is. To give an individual like me a chance to discover and demonstrate the productive role we can play in our community, we should be given an in-between time when we can remove the armor required by prison life and reconnect up close with our families and get to know DC again. That opportunity I received regular visits from my families, uncles, and others. I was able to receive certification and participate in programs offered by DC Jail after being refused that chance while in the BOP because I was seen as a DC lifer. While at the jail, I was also accepted into the Young Men Emerging Unit, known as me as a mentor. The unit allowed me to see the potential I possess while helping the young guys with their transition into the BOP and back to society. Since the jail is in the heart of DC, I was able to meet various government officials and connect with the reentry service that most guys in the BOP haven't heard about due to lack of information provided in these rural corners where most DC citizens are incarcerated. To a large extent, I credit my time at DC jail with allowing the judge to see who I was then and how I could help the community if freed. Today, I'm successfully employed in a job which I counsel youth who are just beginning to follow in my old footsteps, helping them choose another direction. I also help in the community as a violent interrupter and a school safe passage program. However, it all started at DC jail with the paradigm shift within me as I sort of work needed in our community. I work with More Than Our Crime as an outreach specialist because I will not forget the many others like me who remain in penitentiaries all across America, anxious for their own opportunity to obtain education and skills for a smooth transition and freedom to rejoin their family. Just to wrap it up, I know that both the BOP and the Chief Judge must support the participation in this decision, but we ask that the DOC do its part and make a space available to accept the IRA and the Second Look candidate once again to maintain a quality program from which the jail has become known and serve as an advocate for this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Petty, and congratulations. Thank you for sharing your story and the work that you do to support our young people.
You're welcome, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Next, we have Joseph Alexander, the chairman, DC DOC Fraternal Order of the Police Labor Committee.
All right, good evening, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Sergeant Joseph Alexander, and I am the chairman of the DC DOC FOP Labor Committee. Under Director Faust's leadership, a significant number of strides have been taken and accomplishments have been made. The agency has made it a point to work with the Labor Committee, and we have returned to the mission and vision of becoming a benchmark corrections agency, serving with pride, professionalism, and passion, and caring for human lives. Instances of contraband have significantly decreased, which helps to keep residents, employees, and our communities safe. Additionally, considering the push to reduce and/or eliminate the use of restrictive housing, the agency has taken significant steps to accomplish this goal. In June 2021, the ACLU reported that solitary confinement was at approximately 8% in the United States. As a benchmark agency, the DC Department of Corrections has reduced the usage of restrictive housing to 4% due to the implementation of alternative measures, with the goal of going even lower. The morale within the agency has improved significantly, with the residents in our custody and our uniform and non-uniform employees due to the inclusiveness and transparency of our executive leadership. As an agency, we have made significant improvements and look forward to reaching new milestones. Now we need assistance from the district's leadership to ensure that we continue to get the best applicants possible to serve our community and the residents in our custody. The DC Department of Corrections is the only law enforcement agency within the area without a competitive pension. The position we find ourselves in is significantly hurting our recruitment and retention. As a result, this has and will continue to have a negative ramifications for the public and residents that we serve. Over the last few years, we have lost a significant amount of officers to surrounding agencies who have a more superior pension plan. A competitive pension will attract individuals to enter the correctional field with a career-oriented mindset, which can assist in all areas of the agency. The DC DOC Labor Committee's efforts moving forward will be geared towards meeting the district's leadership and resolving our retention and recruitment shortcomings by offering our employees a more comprehensive and competitive pension. I ask that you support us in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sergeant Alexander. We will now hear from Michael Stewart from More Than Our Crimes.
Good afternoon to the committee and chair. My name is Michael Stewart, and I am speaking on behalf of More Than Our Crimes, who advocates for DC residents inside the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Last year, thanks to the Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act, I was able to get released from prison after doing 26 years of incarceration. Unlike Anthony Petty, I was unable to take advantage of being up to jail for even a few months. During my incarceration, and at the time when my lawyer and myself began to formulate my mitigating plan to prepare my motion, unfortunately, I was put in a chute, which is special housing unit, or the hole, or better known as the hole, for no reason of my own. And it's just due to the politics of the BOP. At the time, I was the imam, meaning I was the spiritual leader of the Muslims. And due to my own safety, they put me in a chute, which when I was put in a cell, 24 hours in a day, I showered in my cell, I ate in my cell. I was no longer had contact with my lawyer or my mitigating specialist for 5 months. And during this time, I still only talked to them 3 times. Then when I left from the chute, I was transferred to another medium facility at FCI Hazelden, where even when I was in Hazelden, I didn't get the proper attention, nor did I get the same reciprocal from the staff members there, due to their lack of understanding what the IRA motion was all about. Every time my lawyer would try to set up calls, or she would try to do visits, the staff was unwilling to sacrifice their time and their efforts for me. And this is why I'm testifying today, in hopes of getting y'all support and getting DC prisoners closer to home, for no one should have to bear this type of burden and hardship in which those who come up behind me will eventually have to go through. Like I say, I was in Hazelden, FCI. My lawyer tried to get a psychological evaluation done for me, which was hard for her to do because nobody wanted to come into the middle of nowhere and do a psychological evaluation for me to prepare my mitigation specialist. The unit team was reluctant to give me phone calls, in which time they would try to stifle my time and say I only had 10 minutes for a legal call, which I had to go and protest to the administration and the assistant warden and the warden. And then after that time, I was able to give at least an hour with my lawyer and my mitigating specialist. And this is just some of the burden that I face, not being able to come back up to jail and be able to prepare my IRA motion properly. However, due to the good support system that I have with my legal team, I was able to make the transition. But most of those who come behind me would not be as lucky as I. It would not have the resources or the benefits that I had for my support system throughout my incarceration. So I'm testifying today just to let the committee know exactly what we're faced with when we're in the institutions of the FBOP and the politics that come along with it. Because like Mr. Petty said, the psychological part of being orientated to the realization that we're about to be released is the most overlooked part of us coming back up to the jail, getting the education, getting the job readiness, getting the credentials and IDs and all these things was very challenging for me because I wasn't up to jail where those type of programs was ready for those who will eventually or possibly get released due to the IVRA Act. So I thank y'all for y'all time and I thank y'all for y'all patience. And I'm open for any questions that y'all may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stewart. And I do just want to confirm that Reginald Black and Carlton P. Harris are not here. Be one more moment. Okay. I want to thank all of the panelists on this panel. Thank you so much for sharing your stories and the important work that you do. We're looking forward to working with you all. We are going to move on to our third panel of public witnesses, where we will hear from Emily Patterson, public witness, Rolande Baker, public witness, Nicole Enfield, public witness, and David Dominici, Break Free Education. Give you a moment to join. All right, when you're ready, Emily Patterson, public witness, please go ahead.
Chairwoman Pinto, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Emily Patterson. On November 2nd, together with Roland Baker and Nicole Enfield, I participated in a peaceful protest in the Supreme Court to denounce the repeal of Roe v. Wade. We said 10 words and were locked up for 30 hours, 16 of which were overnight in the DC Central Cell Block. We are testifying today to bring your attention to the inhumane conditions that are happening under your jurisdiction. We hope that our testimony will encourage you to close this terrible facility for good. Being led into the facility from the underground garage was surreal. The jail was so beyond anything resembling 21st century America that it felt like we were in a movie, except it was happening in the middle of our nation's capital. After a body search, we were led up metal stairs into an extremely hot, loud area that felt like a sweatshop. The cells were tiny and resembled dog kennels. I actually have a photo that I'll show you if you guys could look at the screen. The cells were 6 by 9 and the walls were made of stainless steel, like a refrigerator. It's a tiny steel box. The doors are made of a thick mesh that you can barely see through. You have to bend down to waist level to peer out of the food slot. A hot light blares overhead 24/7, making it impossible to sleep or know what time of day it is. We felt like rotisserie chickens being broiled. It was so loud from an industrial fan that was outside the cell that we stuffed toilet paper in our ears. We had to shout to be heard, even inside the same cell. It was so hot, more than 90 degrees in November, that Nikki and I stripped down to our sports bras and tank tops, removed our shoes and socks, and rolled up our pants, despite the concrete floor being filthy with bloodstains. At some point, I said to Nikki, if we were keeping dogs in these conditions, we would be arrested. When we were finally released, we smelled like we had been living on the streets. I actually threw away my clothing. The metal bunks were meant to have mattresses on them, but they didn't. They were flat steel with a 2-inch metal lip that made it impossible to sit down on the bunk. My legs had bruises on them for days. And here's a picture of my legs. I'll also submit it for testimony. The top bunk was so close to the hot light above that it was unusable. So Nikki and I had to curl up together on the lower slab of metal. Now I'd like to talk about the guards. Most of the guards were uncaring and would ignore requests for basic necessities. Some were actually cruel. We were given a tiny paper Dixie cup, and we would hold that through the food slots like Oliver Twist, begging the guards who passed by to give us water. Despite the intense heat, most of the guards would ignore us and walk past. Every now and then, a guard would fill our cup with water, which we'd drink down in 2 sips. We also had no access to legal counsel. We were denied our phone call despite asking for it repeatedly. The only food we were given was a piece of bologna between white bread and 2 cookies. All of this was wrapped in a brown paper towel. When we opened the package, the sandwich and the cookies were all wet. It was inedible. The guards would only help one of us if someone else would ask them for help. So Roland only received medical care after Nikki and I begged the guards to help her for hours. I had my period. I only received maxi pads when Nikki would beg for me. There was another woman down the hallway in another cell who had a broken arm in a sling from the cops tackling her. She called for help all night long and was denied care. I'd like to point out that after we left the Supreme Court, we didn't see another white person until we went to federal court the next day. Every other detainee in the central cell block that night was Black. Every guard working in that hot, deafening environment was Black. It was not lost on us.
I'm sorry, you're almost a minute over. I'm just going to ask if you could summarize and wrap up.
Okay, I guess the last point I'd like to make is that the Black citizens of DC are being systematically abused by this terrible system, and the Supreme Court is using Central Cell Block as a way to deter protesters. They warned the members of the public that if we protested, we would be sent to Central Cell Block as a punishment, and it's really bad, and you don't want that to happen. So it's like notorious throughout the city. Thank you for my testimony, and Roland Baker will share her experience next.
Thank you very much for sharing. Sorry that happened to you. Next, we'll hear from Roland Baker, public witness.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and the rest of the committee. Thank you for listening today. My name is Roland Baker, and I'm 71-year-old disabled great-grandmother with 54 years of nonviolent protesting, including multiple arrests and detainment while protesting the Vietnam, Gulf, Iraq wars, as well as at the nuclear test site in Nevada and at the South African Embassy in New York City. When I was arrested for disrupting oral arguments at the Supreme Court, I expected my stay in jail to be unpleasant, uncomfortable, and less than accommodating because of my experience with other jails. But I have never experienced the appalling, inhumane conditions that we experience in Central Cell Block. I've never been emotionally or physically harmed inside a jail in the manner that I was in the DC Central Cell Block. When we were transported from the fingerprinting facility to the notorious Central Cell Block, I was separated from Emily and Nikki, something that has never happened to me before. That is when the really abusive behavior began. They took my cane away, the only one of the 4 facilities that day in which I was denied access to my cane. I asked to be put near Emily and Nikki and was not even answered as to whether or not they were at that facility. When the cane was taken away, I was forced to walk up a flight of stairs without assistance. Upon entering the cell, it was dirty, dark, small, smelly, and extremely hot. I could not sit nor lay down on the steel frame with the 2-inch lip because of my debilitating hips, and the pain was excruciating from the start. I mostly spent my time sitting on the dirty steel toilet, the only place that was somewhat comfortable. At some point, the guards decided to move us all from our original cells and put us all closer to a larger, extremely loud industrial fan. This is when I now knew that Emily and Nikki were at the same facility, and I was placed directly across from them. My legs and feet were swelling up minute by minute because I could not find a way to lay down and put my feet up. By the time I had arrived at Central Cell Block, I had been either standing or sitting up for more than 20 hours. As much as I tried to lay down on the steel bed, there was no way to relax due to the pain the steel frame caused my body. Over the 16 hours we were in this facility, I asked to receive medical help, any type of pain medication, some sort of padding for the steel frame, water, soap, even toilet paper, with little to no avail. In the wee hours of the next morning, Emily and Nikki continually asked on my behalf, and finally, after a shift change, one of the guards took pity, retrieved my cane for me to use, and took me to their clinic, where a nurse practitioner took my temperature, my blood pressure, which by then was extremely high. She visually saw my swollen legs and feet, immediately put them up as high as she could using milk carton crates. We then discussed what type of pain medication I could receive, and because I was worried that the stronger medication she offered would make me less than clear-eyed when speaking with a judge, I only agreed to a combination of aspirin and Tylenol. She asked her supervisor to allow me to have a mat similar to a yoga mat. He rudely explained that those are only given out to pregnant women. She continued to ask on my behalf, and reluctantly he agreed, but she had to fill out a long form as to why I was receiving this mat. Another inmate was in need of medical care, and the supervisor stated that I must return to my cell, knowing full well that my blood pressure was high and I still had very swollen feet and legs. I want this council to know that I do not take any medication for high blood pressure. I believe the reason for my high blood pressure that day was due to the severe pain I experienced while being detained in Central Cell Block. I remained in that cell without any additional medical care until we were released many hours later. It took about 4 days for my legs and feet, and here's a picture of my legs, to go back to normal, and
Ms.
another
Baker,
week for
I'm just
severe
going to need you to
bruises.
summarize and wrap up if you could.
Okay, it is, I'm almost done. To go away, and I could finally walk without severe pain. It was the most excruciating experience I've ever had in my 54 years of nonviolent protesting. No one should ever have to experience what we three did. This jail needs to be closed down. If they treat a 71-year-old disabled great-grandmother this way, imagine how they are treating everyone else. Thank you for allowing us to testify about these horrible conditions, knowing that you will make clear and immediate changes. My dear friend Nicole Enfield will testify next. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing your powerful story. I'm sorry that happened to you. Next, we will hear from Nicole Enfield, public witness. As a reminder, public witnesses will have 3 minutes to testify. If you can help me with the clock. Thank you.
My name is Nicole Enfield. The entire time you're inside this building, you can't help but ask yourself, this is America? This is what you grew up pledging allegiance to? This is what our soldiers fight and die for? This is what we say is a shining beacon on the hill? It is heartbreaking, and it is unacceptable. Those are really the 2 words I keep coming back to whenever I relive my experience. Heartbreaking and utterly and completely unacceptable. And let's not forget, this is a pre-trial facility. This is a place designed for maximum cruelty, and we are holding and dehumanizing innocent people, because that is a core tenet of being an American. You are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. And all because this council and mayor haven't bothered to do better. Because the cruelty is the point. And through your continued inaction to tear down this abomination, you are tacitly endorsing that cruelty. You are tacitly endorsing revenge over justice, and you are tacitly endorsing the worst in humanity. We all know that our prison system was built on a foundation of white supremacy and upholding the interests of the wealthy at the expense of our most vulnerable and disadvantaged citizens. And this facility isn't just a symbol of that oppression, it is an active sustainment of it. Is that really what you want your legacy to be? Upholding the worst examples of humanity, the cruelest, the ones that appeal to our lesser angels? You are a city councilor in our nation's capital. And while I may not envy that sense of responsibility, I very much envy that sense of opportunity. You are in a real position of power to make this city better, to become an example of doing better, being better. I'm just a citizen. My power to affect change is limited, but you and your fellow councilors have chosen to put yourself into positions of power. You and your fellow council members campaigned for office, calling yourself leaders and fighters. Were those just words you said to fool the voters? Why on earth would you go through all the trouble of running an election, taking the daily beatings and beratings that come with being an elected official, putting yourselves out there, if not to do big things? And honestly, tearing down one of the nation's most notoriously awful buildings isn't even a big thing. It's an important thing. It could be the start of a paradigm shifting thing, where we truly rethink the concept of what we want the word justice to embody in our country. But what it really is a necessary thing. Or you could do nothing. Keep this personification of white supremacy and active cruelty in operation. Have the headlines tomorrow be, DC City Council fails to act, fails to uphold its promises to citizens, fails to think big, fails to act bold, fails to do better, fails to be better. You get to decide what you want those headlines to read, and indeed what you want your legacy to be. I urge you to take this opportunity to do better. be better. Tear down this building. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Senfield. Next, we will hear from David Domenici from Break Free Education.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto. Thanks for allowing me to testify today. My name is David Domenici. I'm one of the co-founders, along with James Foreman Jr. of the Maya Angelou Schools. I served as the founding principal of the Maya Angelou Academy, which is the school that we operate in the district for students held at New Beginnings, formerly called Oak Hill when I worked there for 4.5 years. I currently work with Break Free Education, which is a separate nonprofit that we created to help improve schools in youth and adult detention and correctional facilities around the country. In this capacity, I've done significant work directly inside of the adult jail in both New Orleans and Chicago. I remain actively involved in education and juvenile and criminal justice reform here in DC as a volunteer board member with Maya Angelou and through a lot of work I do with IRA Second Look grantees. I'm testifying today in my capacity as the executive director of Break Free Education. I want to focus quickly on 2 items related to the DOC, the jail, and the educational opportunities there. First, I believe it's really critical that members of this committee and OUC and the Deputy Mayor's Office for Education assess DOC's use of restrictive housing and how it impacts education at the jail. And in light of that analysis, we find ways to ensure that the DOC does not retain unfettered prerogative to prohibit students from attending school for alleged safety or staffing reasons. My overarching concern, and one that I believe we should all be worried about, is that the DOC simply holds too many young people in specialized units or restrictive housing, thereby depriving them of meaningful access to education and related programming. This posture does not bode well for residents of the jail upon their release. It calls into question why the DOC would be considered an appropriate agency to serve as the LEA, which I believe should see as it's essential to its institutional purpose that students under its care receive a robust, meaningful education that is on par with what's available to non-incarcerated students. I want to offer a really clear, stark example here. On the average day, more than 2/3 of the students, all of whom have special needs, who are enrolled at the Maya Angelou Academy at the jail, actually don't make it to school to take classes with their peers in a school-like setting. Instead, Maya Angelou teachers come to the students and provide them with one-on-one in-person instruction. Alternatively, some students work remotely, primarily doing asynchronous work using tablets while confined to their living room or units. This process is cumbersome, terribly inefficient, and incredibly costly. Teachers and educational staff spending an immense amount of time moving through the facility, waiting to get onto the tiers, then waiting more for students to be escorted from cells to small tutorial rooms. This practice is not educationally sound, nor in line with practices at other adult jails around the country. I receive an attendance report twice each day from the Travis Hill School, which is located in the adult jail in New Orleans, one in the morning and one after lunch. The percentage of students who do not come to school there daily because they are held in restrictive housing or some other alternative setting runs closer to 5%, not above 50%. I remind you, this is from the adult jail in New Orleans. DOC leadership appears to believe they can simply say that a safety or security concern is a reason a student may not travel to the school, like the physical location there in the jail where the Maya Angelou School is located, without having to explain what that safety concern is or how it could be mitigated to anyone. Similarly, I often claim that staffing shortages are to blame for preventing students from attending school and/or those lead to security concerns. Under IDEA, a correctional agency cannot simply determine without justification or deliberation that a student presents a security threat. I want to reiterate, the DOC is keeping students from attending school not because they got into a fight or altercation at school, but rather because of an alleged safety or security concerns that arise outside of school hours. There are virtually no fights in the Maya Angelou School during school hours. Further, staff shortages do not excuse a public agency from meeting the legal mandates of IDEA. As you know, staffing shortages cannot be a reason for canceling school. Another example, I have 17-year-old twins who attend public schools in DC. Simply put, DCPS can't cancel school or tell them to stay home and send a note to my wife and I and say they're going to get some packets by email to work on today because they are short-staffed. Further, as the guardians of my twins, If I refused to let them attend school because they were fighting with each other in the evening or breaking our house rules at night, or even because we transportation or logistical problems were getting in the way, I'd be held accountable. And I would likely be referred to Child Protective Services for failing to meet my obligations as their guardians. And it's unclear to me why the DOC is not held to a similar account. I'd be very amenable to working with members of this committee and the DOC staff to help develop fair, equitable operational practices at the jail that ensure that students are not denied the right to attend school due to DOC's disciplinary practices or staffing challenges. This is what my life work is. This is what we have done at the adult jail in New Orleans. There are viable operational alternatives available to the DOC, and I'd be happy to help make them manifest. Second, I believe strongly that the district should operate a full-scale high school at the jail for all residents who are 25 and under and do not currently have their high school diploma or GED. And I believe there are mechanisms in place to support that. In the district, under the Uniform Pupil.
Mr. Dominici, I'm going to ask you also to summarize and wrap up, please.
Sure. My second piece is that the district could operate a full-scale high school in the jail using per pupil funding formula dollars to operate that. That's how we operate adult high schools all throughout the city. And instead of wondering whether or not the DOC can do this through their operational budget, we should set a structure in place so that the entity can pull down LAA dollars and operate a high quality education high school for everybody 25 and under at the jail. I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody on this panel. Very powerful testimony, and I appreciate you sharing your stories and ideas. We will definitely be raising this with Director Faust shortly, so appreciate that. That concludes our public witnesses for the Department of Corrections portion of this hearing. It is now 1:13 p.m. We are going to take a recess until 1:45 p.m. and then we will pick up with Director Faust, our government witness, Department of Corrections. Thank you very much. The time is now 1:14 p.m. and we are recessed. Hi, everybody. We are going to get started in just a moment. And just confirm we are streaming. All right. This is a performance oversight hearing for the District of Columbia Clemency Board, the Corrections Information Council, the Department of Corrections, and the Office of Unified Communications. We have heard from public and government witnesses for the District of Columbia Clemency Board and the Corrections Information Council, as well as our public witnesses for the Department of Corrections. The time is now 1:50 p.m. and we are reconvened. We are next going to hear from our government witness, Thomas Faust, who is the Director of the Department of Corrections. Hi, Director. And it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. If I can ask you to take yourself off mute, or you've already done so, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to invite you, Director Faust, to make any opening statement that you may have.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Tom Faust, Director of the District of Columbia Department of Corrections. Joining me also today are my Deputy Directors, Michelle Wilson and Jacqueline Williams. Thank you for inviting me to testify on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser in highlighting the Department of Corrections performance during fiscal year 2022. The DOC currently operates the Central Detention Facility, the Central Treatment Facility, the Central Cell Block, and also contracts with a private provider that operates the Fairview for community corrections placement for female residents. During fiscal year 2022, the CDF maintained an average daily population of 1,017 adult male inmates, and the CTF housed an average daily population of 370 adult male and female inmates, totaling approximately 1,400. My top priority in my first year has been to sharpen focus on our core mission, which is to provide a safe, secure, and humane environment for both residents and staff at our facilities. Strengthening safety, security, and order in DOC facilities is critical as we work to provide residents enhanced treatment, educational, and reentry programming, along with high-quality health and behavioral health services, incorporating evidence-based trauma-informed care. I am proud to report that during this past fiscal year, DOC received a number of national reaccreditations and certifications. First is our reaccreditation by the American Correctional Association's Commission on Accreditation for Corrections. From October 3, 2022 through October 6, DOC was audited on site by the American Correctional Association, which serves all disciplines within the corrections profession and establishes national standards for the safe and effective operation of state, local, federal, and private facilities. DOC successfully passed this comprehensive audit and was formally awarded full reaccreditation in January of this year. This is especially noteworthy as nationally, only about 12% of local jails have successfully achieved full ACA accreditation. Second is our Prison Rape Elimination Act, PREA, recertification by the U.S. Department of Justice. From September 6 through September 8, the Correctional Treatment Facility, CTF, and Central Cell Block were audited by the Department of Justice, with both meeting all required PREA standards and achieving recertification of PREA effective January of this year. The central detention facility is scheduled to be audited later this year by the Department of Justice. Third is our National Commission on Correctional Healthcare, NCCHC, and Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services, SAMHSA, reaccreditation, which occurred on January 24th of 2022. DOC's opioid treatment program has also been fully reaccredited and is recognized as a model for other jurisdictions. Our core mission can only be met with the hard work and dedication of a team of focused and valued corrections professionals. To that end, we are fully committed to working to recruit and fill critical vacancies in our operations and programs, addressing challenges associated with effective frontline supervision and achieving transformational culture change to ensure a respectful and professional workplace. Safe facilities must work to be contraband-free facilities also. DOC is fully engaged in contraband detection, interdiction, and recovery to promote safety and security throughout for both residents and staff. We have made measurable gains in enhancing the safety of our facilities this year. Last year, we saw a 48% increase in the amount of contraband which was recovered by our officers, with over 800 more items recovered between fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022. The three largest categories of recovered contraband were homemade weapons or materials for weapons, drugs and tobacco, and cell phones or cell phone accessories. Opioids are also a concern within all our community and the district and across our nation, as well as DOC. Therefore, we have been working to provide all DOC employees with nasally administered Narcan to respond to suspected drug overdoses in accordance with national best practices. As stated during my confirmation hearing last year, I am deeply committed to the mission of this agency, which I see as directly connected to the safety and well-being of the district's diverse communities and neighborhoods. During my first year back, I worked collaboratively with our district and federal criminal justice partners, agencies, community-based organizations, advocates, and other stakeholders invested in the mission of our department. Examples of some key partnerships have and continue to be with the Department of Behavioral Health, the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, the Department of Employment Services, the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens, DC Healthcare Finance, the Council for Court Excellence, the District Task Force on Jails and Justice, and the Reentry Action Network, to name just a few. Additionally, in FY22, we worked collaboratively with the U.S. Marshals Service to address all concerns and correct deficiencies that were identified, completing all corrective action plans. I'm also especially proud of our work with the Board of Elections this past year to officially establish DOC as a polling place while enhancing opportunities for those in our custody to be registered and giving opportunities to vote in both the primary and general elections. Our COVID response and protocols. Through the course of the COVID pandemic, DOC navigated challenges and successfully adapted to ever-changing circumstances. During this time, we were focused and deliberate in following CDC and DC health guidelines to ensure the health and safety of both uniformed and non-uniformed staff and our residents. As part of the process during FY22, DOC administered approximately 14,000 COVID tests and distributed over 700,000 masks to both residents and staff. To safeguard residents and staff, we continue to update and refine our medical stay-in-place procedures, which sometimes limit movement in affected housing units during times of increased transmission. Normal facility activities are resuming and include barbering and cosmetology services, with braiding and lock maintenance services now added. Resuming in-person groups, such as in-person religious services, in-person group programming, and in-person visitation. Our voting efforts at DOC. Per the Initiative and Referendum Process Improvement Act of 2020, DOC was officially established as a polling place for incarcerated residents, with implementation beginning with the 2022 primary election. DOC worked closely with the Board of Elections team and was able to register approximately 405 residents for the 2022 primary election and 767 residents for the general election. For both the primary and general elections, Board of Elections staff set up the voting equipment at both CTF and CDF. Additionally, for the general election, DOC worked collaboratively with the Board of Elections to train 22 DOC residents as Board of election workers, who were compensated at a rate equivalent to community-based workers. For both the primary and general elections, DOC personnel, along with BOE staff, were on site at both polling locations, along with election observers and poll watchers from the League of Women Voters Representatives and University Legal Services Disability Rights DC staff. DOC continues to provide a continuum of educational services to meet the needs of residents. This continuum includes adult basic education, GED high school programs, post-secondary, not-for-credit, and college credit offerings, and career and technical education, CTE programs. DOC has implemented a number of programs that support skill-based reentry, which has instilled excitement and pride in individuals who are participating. Fiscal year 2022 was a year of significant accomplishments at DOC. The Education Division celebrated its largest high school diploma class of 15 students, along with numerous GED and CED industry certifications. During fiscal year 22, our students earned 11 GED, 826 total industry certifications, and 2 college degrees, including our first female college graduate. We also celebrated new partnerships with Maya Angelou Public Charter School, MIT, Amazon Web Services, and Harvard University. Our tablet-based programs, virtual options remain available to DOC residents through the American Prison Data Systems tablets, which support attorney messaging and offer access to basic education, literacy, and career technical education courses. During FY22, residents spent a total of 123,450 hours participating in virtual programming, and 4,418 total accounts were created. There were 7,978 hours spent on programming and approximately 20,000 messages sent in communicating with attorneys via the use of the tablets that we have installed. Lead Up and Lead Out programs. The Lead Up and Lead Out programs continue to serve residents, providing access to GED preparation, post-secondary educational opportunities, coursework leading to industry certifications, and post-release work readiness and placement assistance. Lead Out participants receive community-based job readiness support and assistance in locating subsidized and unsubsidized employment at the wage rate of $16.10 per hour. Our Young Men Emerging Unit. Young Men Emerging Unit, or YME program, continues to operate at CTF. It is an innovative approach to serving young male offenders between the ages of 18 and 25. YME is supported by a number of community-based providers also, including the Hope Foundation, Lorton Art Program, and Industrial Bank, along with volunteer speakers and supporters from various community-based organizations, including the DC Council and other criminal justice entities. The Ready Center. Great news, we're so happy. In June of 22, first, the Ready Center reopened at a new centralized location that we've been using here at the Reeves Center, offering in-person services 2 days a week after being closed for in excess of 2 years during the pandemic. In partnership with a number of district agencies, including Employment Services, DMV, MORCA, Behavioral Health and Human Services, the Ready Center provides participants with connections to Medicaid, behavioral health assistance, personal identification, documents, employment and job training services, and clinical care supports. What we're very excited to say is, and to report, is that coming up in the spring of this year, the Ready Center will be moving to a new space located in Ward 8, which will allow for 5 days a week in-person services at a permanent building location. In FY22, the Ready Center served more than 600 residents released from DOP and FBOP facilities. This number I would expect to grow very much with the move to our new location in the spring in Ward 8. The Women's Wellness Unit and Men's Substance Abuse Unit. The Women's Wellness Unit at the CTF opened in August of 2021 as a jail-based therapeutic housing unit for women with mental health conditions and/or substance use disorders. The unit provides a continuum of services, including a step-down component. During fiscal year 22, DOC, we have opened a new men's substance use disorder therapeutic unit, which closely mirrors the services that are provided and offered in the women's unit. Officers, as well as medical and mental health clinicians designed to work on these units, are trained on trauma-informed care with resident work focused on trauma, addiction, mental health and recovery, art therapy, and anger management. Our medication-assisted treatment, MAT, with methadone, Suboxone, and Vivitrol is also provided on these units. During the recent reaccreditation of our opioid treatment program overseen by the National Commission on Correctional Health Care, DOC met all standards and exceeded several, with auditors indicating our program as a gold standard and model for other facilities. The Into-Work and Inmate Culinary. In partnership with our food service provider, Aramark, DOC has implemented the Into-Work program, which trains residents in culinary arts and offers a ServSafe national certification upon completion. This certification enhances job placement opportunities in the community and offers sustainable career growth for successful completers. This month, we also resumed the Culinary Inmate Work Detail Program with 14 residents currently working in the culinary department under Aramark supervision. Staffing. We are working diligently to continue to recruit officers and hire talent. At the DOC, we ask a lot of our employees, and we have some of the most committed staff in the district government workforce. And of course, we want to continue building on and growing our team of corrections professionals. To that end, we are implementing an employee incentive program by offering monetary awards to employees who refer friends and family to the agency who successfully complete our academy training. DOC also formed a hiring committee to explore DOC hiring standards compared to other jails and agencies within the metropolitan Washington region. We are also actively now recruiting a wellness coordinator to support staff around stress management, mental health, and connections to critical services and supports. Restrictive housing reform. With the growing local and national focus on the criminal justice system's use of segregation, DOC convened a work group of experienced corrections professionals to review policy and practices, post orders, staff training requirements, and data in order to develop both short and long-term recommendations on restrictive housing placement protocols. Based on operational decisions to safely modify practices, the DOC overall daily average in restrictive housing has been decreased from over 11% to now only 5%. As part of this initiative, DOC established a special management unit to house individuals with nonviolent or separation issues pending hearings. SMU residents receive all regular on-unit privileges. The mission of the DOC is important to public safety in the District of Columbia and contributes to the health and well-being of our neighborhoods and communities. As a critical component of the district's criminal justice system, each year our workforce provides for the safe, secure care and custody of approximately 6,000 pretrial detainees, sentenced misdemeanors, felons, and parole violators. Our workforce is continuously evolving to meet organizational needs and challenges. My executive team will continue to encourage achievement and excellence and to foster a culture where staff trust that they are valued and heard. In closing, I would like to thank the dedicated men and women of the DOC workforce for their hard work, commitment, and support in ensuring we serve with pride, professionalism, and passion in caring for human lives. I appreciate the opportunity to share our accomplishments and plans for continued improvement and welcome questions you may have at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Director Faust, for your testimony and all of your leadership in the jail. So I want to begin by talking about the U.S. Marshal Service's 2021 report on the conditions at the DC jail. As you know, there were significant concerns raised by this report, so I'd like to speak about each of those in turn. So first, have you upgraded protocols at the jail and coordinated with DGS to ensure that the facility conditions identified by the U.S. Marshal Service no longer recur? For example, expediting repairs to immediately address plumbing clogs or water shutoffs?
Yes, we have, and I'll give you a good summary of some of the things we've been doing, and I've been working very closely and collaboratively with the U.S. Marshal Service since I came in at the end of January of last year. And first off, there were identified with through the Marshal's inspection a number of areas that we created. And again, I sat down with the Marshal Service collaboratively, and we created a agreed upon corrective action plan that was addressed. I worked very closely over the last year with the U.S. Marshal's Office of Detention Standards and Compliance. And that is the office within the U.S. Marshal Service that looks at compliance and standard issues for any correctional facilities around the country that may be housing U.S. Marshal prisoners. We have, I'm very pleased to say that we have addressed all of the corrective action plan, and that correction action plan has been completed and all the systems are in place. The critical piece that I found, number one, right out of the box, we needed to improve communications and collaboration with the Marshal Service to work together. I think we have done that very successfully. And for many of the corrective actions plans, what they involve are making sure that systems are in place. And that's what I think you're getting to in terms of DGS and in terms of our maintenance service and other operation issues, to make sure that systems are in place. So first, we may mitigate an issue. In other words, if the marshals may have come in on a particular day on a snapshot and said, well, there's a shower that's a drain that's overflowing. That's not to say that there won't ever be a shower that has a drain backup. But what can't happen is that you have a drain backup that stays back up for 2 or 3 or 4 days. So the issue to me is, and what I work closely with the Marshal Service, is ensuring that we not only mitigate the initial issue, so, mitigate the problem, but make sure that systems are in place so that if a light bulb goes out or if a shower starts to back up, there are immediate systems in place and checks and balances that make sure that's immediately addressed. And we have done that. And again, we had just to give you a little more history, as part of the original agreement, there was that I guess was back in November of 2021. There was a MOU that was signed between the district, the DOC, and the Marshal Service. That MOU put in a detention monitor from the Marshal Service in place at DOC. That MOU was completed in May of this year, May of 2022, I'm sorry. And I, on my own, again, in a very collaborative, I think we have a very collaborative and transparent communication now with the Marshal Service. I continued that detention monitor, even though we were no longer under any requirement to do that after May. We continued the Marshal's detention monitor until the end of this calendar year, until January. Now, again, as I said, all the corrective action plan items have been addressed, have been mitigated, and have been and satisfactory systems are now in place. So we are essentially out of that circumstance as far as addressing those issues. Going forward, I will continue to have a open and collaborative relationship with the Marshal Service, and they will continue under our overall agreement. They will continue to come in and inspect the facility at any time that they wish. It's completely open, and again, I'm very happy with what we've accomplished in the last 12 months, and I'm very happy with where we are in terms of our communication with the Marshals.
Thank you for that. And just to follow up, when you say there are processes in place, like the shower drain is an example that you just used, what do those processes look like? How are issues being communicated in real time to DGS? And just as a second follow-up, if you can, how is water treatment being handled if there is a lack of water in a unit? Are water bottles being provided to residents? Is there a standard approach of how many water bottles? Does someone have to affirmatively ask for that? Do they have to pay for it? How does that work?
Well, in terms of a particular incident, I'm not aware of any. I mean, there is complete availability of water. Now, if there were a case that for some reason the water had to be shut off for you know, a repair or something like that for a particular unit, then absolutely we would provide water during that period of time.
Okay, and how do you determine how much water is provided?
You know, well, a specific amount, it would be determined partly by the amount of time that the you know, the unit would have to be down. Like if there was some major plumbing repair issue that caused the water to go down, again, that answer would have to depend on whether it's you know, down for an hour or whether it's down for a long period of time. So it's a little bit difficult for me to give a specific amount to that.
Right. No, that makes sense. I guess I'm trying to understand if these decisions are happening kind of on ad hoc manner, that somebody may have requested more water, or they're particularly thirsty, or there's going to be a longer time delay, versus having a protocol in place for a resident gets X amount of water bottles if they don't have water in their unit for that day.
Yeah, again, if there is not water on the unit, we will provide that water. And just going back in terms of systems in place, some of the things we've done to make sure that, again, when there is initially, well, first thing, we have weekly inspections into all the areas like showers, et cetera, weekly inspections of those areas. We also make sure that we establish a system where if there is a issue like a water issue or a lights out issue, that there's an immediate, like a red tag that's put into maintenance to make sure that it's immediately addressed. And then if it involves something beyond our own internal maintenance, then you know, DGS, we would coordinate with DGS. I mean, a couple, I think, good examples very recently of in terms of having systems in place and making sure. The other thing is we need to make sure that when there are things like a maintenance issue or something that has to be taken down in a system, we need to communicate that to our residents, and we need to communicate that to the staff, which I don't think a real good job was being done of that before. So as an example, as I think you're aware, we had some recent issues with the boiler plant. So when that happened and DGS was bringing in contractors to work on the boiler plant, we made sure, and it's one of my priorities, that when we know that that's going to happen, we need to communicate that to the residents in the unit to let them know this is what's happening. This is what the estimated time that service is going to be down. And then whatever we need to do to mitigate that in the meantime. But again, so that's an example of both the mitigation and the need to communicate to both our residents and staff when there are those kinds of issues. And also in terms of, you know, the water issue, if they are down, we also provide like large coolers, basically, that we then take up to the unit, so that in addition to any bottled water, there would be like a large, I guess you could call it a very large size igloo type cooler that can also dispense water.
Okay, thank you, Director. As I noted to CIC, I'm hopeful that the new annex and the $25 million to repair the current facilities will help address some of these issues. There were a number of issues identified by the U.S. Marshal Service that were unrelated to facility conditions, but rather related to protocol and staff training. And I was especially alarmed to learn that water and food had been denied to residents as punitive measures. How are you ensuring that that is never again the case?
That will never be done for punitive measures. And I don't know, again, in terms of the Marshall's report, I'm not aware of any observation or any specific circumstance that was given by the Marshals in terms of punitively withholding either food or water. I believe again in terms of a corrective action plans on issues, that wasn't something the Marshals brought up, I believe, and again, I'm just talking on my belief because that report and inspection was done before I was here, but that was based on, I assume, some report they received from someone on a unit, but I'm not aware of there ever being any verification of food or water ever being withheld. And I can certainly tell you as director that if food or water is ever withheld or were to be ever withheld for a disciplinary reason, there would be severe consequences to that.
Can you walk me through, Director, your layers of oversight for kind of interactions that staff have with inmates?
I'm sorry, could you just kind of repeat that one more time on layers?
Just the layers of oversight. So if someone on the staff is interacting with a certain resident, how does it work with their supervisors being aware of those interactions or ultimately raising to your level? What are the kind of layers of supervision in terms of operational day-to-day that go on, especially between interactions with staff and inmates?
Well, one of the things that I did since coming in was putting a sergeant position in every unit that we have now implemented, so that in the housing units themselves, we already have a supervisory sergeant level individual assigned to that unit. So that gives kind of instant access and instant accountability in terms of line officers to have a lead sergeant in each of those units. In addition, we have lieutenants who work, each lieutenant is assigned several units at a time. So that lieutenant is within their area, within their section, is required to continue to move throughout the units, checking on operations, checking on compliance, those sort of things. I also have a specific compliance unit that goes out and makes spot audits and spot checks on various things, like just going into a unit or going to some operational piece within the facility and just doing a spot check to make sure protocols are being followed, policies are being followed, et cetera. So with the combination of, again, we have the sergeants within the units now, we have lieutenants that are walking their designated units. And then of course we have the grievance process in place where residents can file grievances in terms of any issues that they may have. And one of the things that I've implemented also on the grievance process is increasing that for those grievances to now be picked up 5 days a week, every day, Monday through Friday. Prior to that time, I believe they were being picked up 3 days a week. And I wanted that extended so that we're picking up any grievances 5 days a week to make sure that there's timely responses.
Okay. Thank you for that. I want to next talk about drug use at the jail, as I know is another issue, including cannabis and opioid abuse. How are you addressing drug use at the jail? And when drug use is identified, how does DOC work to identify the source of the drugs or other contraband for that matter and how it got in?
Sure. We're doing a number of things. Well, both drug use and just contraband in general. After the and I will say, I think coming out of COVID, things appeared to have slipped somewhat in terms of making sure that we were doing our due diligence in terms of the control of contraband and the control of drugs. A lot of what I had testified to, I think, last spring, is that in a lot of areas in that area, I needed to get our staff back to what I call Corrections 101, which is following safe and secure protocols in terms of things such as searches and making sure that we have proper screening techniques in place and are screening persons properly as they come into the facility, not only residents, but contractors and other people who may be coming into the facility. Again, I implemented this past summer mandatory carrying and issuance of Narcan by all officers, so that they now all have Narcan. Again, we have our MAT program, medically assisted treatment program, in terms of dealing with substance use and abuse. But we have, increased things like, again, basic things such as cell searches, such as improving our entry level screening, adding on some technical equipment to help in the finding of those both narcotics, opioids, and other types of contraband. And then we vigorously, and I will vigorously continue to investigate any information that we may receive in terms of introduction of contraband and drugs. And one of the things that has happened over this last year is we conducted internally a number of investigations, two of which in conjunction with the U.S. Attorney's Office resulted in the arrest and charging of 2 corrections officers for trying to introduce drugs and contraband into the facility. So, in general, increased and enhanced security screening, searching measures, and also in terms of dealing with the residents themselves, particularly areas, the things that are affecting the country and the district, such as the terrible scourge of fentanyl use, that also mirrors, follows, unfortunately, sometimes into the jail facility. So things like issuing Narcan, things like our medicated assistant treatment program, things like education that our medical director and Unity Health give in terms of education to residents around drug use are all means in which that we're addressing that.
Okay, and I guess I want to be realistic about this, because I hear your point about the societal issues that we're having in DC and across the country, and I've heard you speak to this before, but the residents and the inmates at the jail are under your custody, and there is a high degree of security surrounding it. And so, in theory, it is not just like the rest of society that has drug activity and drug use going on. For the investigations that you conducted or that were conclusive, what types of trends did you see in terms of how drugs were getting into the jail?
Well, in terms of trends, I mean, we had instances where there was contraband coming in from, again, without getting specific, we've had instances of contraband coming in through contractors. We've had incidents such as I mentioned with 2 staff members who were investigated and subsequently arrested and charged with attempting to bring in contraband to residents. So those are, there's a number of other ways. In other words, no facility will be 100% contraband free. I've never seen one that can be, but I'll just give you some examples. We find mail coming in where mail might be inside a mail might be laced with some type of drug. We find mail where the backs of stamps sometimes have a liquid drug that's put on the back of a stamp so that someone could, lick that in terms of drug use. We found there are sometimes residents have come in and have later been found to have had contraband in various bodily cavities. What we have to do everything we can in terms of, as you say, in terms of screening, in terms of searching individuals, both residents, staff, contractors, everyone who's coming in, areas of, in terms of what may be coming in through the loading dock or in terms of equipment or whatever. So any possible area that may be able to come in could be a possible introduction of a piece of contraband or drug. What we've done is drastically reduce that. I mean, absolutely, drugs and contraband are not rampant in the facility. Are there drugs and is there contraband in the facility? Yes. I would never say no, and I don't know a facility that isn't. But for example, just in the difference between this last year and prior year, looking at data here, we had a 48% increase in total items seized. So that's a 48% increase of where we're doing a better job in terms of interdiction and stopping contraband or drugs before they get into a unit.
Okay. And in terms of cavity searches, what is your current policy on conducting cavity searches and why? We do not do cavity searches. So that would be very problematic in terms of doing a cavity search. So to be very, honest with you there, again, we don't perform body cavity searches, and there are, where later on we've found where something has been secreted or later noticed, but there are a number of occasions where individuals do attempt to, and sometimes successfully, I'm sure, bring items in body cavities, because we do not do that search. And why is that your determination not to engage in cavity searches, especially if we know contraband may be coming in through those means?
So, yeah, the only body cavity search we will do is one if it were required as as part of a medical, evaluation, but our correct from a correction standpoint as non-medical personnel, we're not going to search individuals, body cavities.
Has that always been the position of the DOC?
Yeah, to my knowledge, yes, to my knowledge.
Is that common for facilities across the country?
Yes, very much so. In fact, at one time, I'll just share a quick story. Sure. At one time, many, many years ago, it was more common that body cavity searches were done. And from my prior experiences, sheriff over in Virginia, in Arlington, there was even a case that came out of Arlington County where an individual was strip searched and body cavity searched coming in at intake. And then there was a suit resulted from that, in which the state legislature put out a law that prevents, body cavity strip searches. So I would say, off the top of my head, in the last 20 years, that is the practice around the country in terms of, and I'm talking about local jail systems, not prison systems, but local jail systems do not do body cavity searches, to my belief, as a general rule.
Okay. And I understand, I guess, because several people have died in custody due to drug overdose, I'm trying to think of how we can be more intentional about preventing drugs and contraband from coming in. And if not cavity searches, are there other protocols in place that could require, more monitoring or more security, or more follow-up check-in to visitors to make sure that these illegal drugs and contraband aren't coming in and ultimately killing residents?
We are continuing to enhance in terms of some of the equipment and technologies. We have coming, for example, an ion scanner, which can scan and detect various narcotics. Also, I think very important, with a realization that we're not going to 100% stop the introduction of every drug into this facility. I think a very important step was issuing the Narcan to all our officers. In fact, we've had several incidents since they were mandatorily issued back in the summer, where staff have been very heroic and have in fact saved lives with the nasally administered Narcan. Have been a couple cases that come to mind where later on the physicians themselves from Unity Healthcare said that had it not been for the actions of corrections officers in the unit in administering Narcan immediately, that those were actual life-saving incidents.
So in terms of looking at the array of drugs and contraband coming in, I am very concerned to see that DOC seized over 2,500 pieces of contraband in fiscal year 2022, which was a meaningful increase from fiscal year 2021 of 1,700 pieces, and more than double of what was reported for fiscal year 2020. What do you think is the cause of this spike of more contraband being seized? Is DOC better at finding and seizing contraband, or is there more flowing into the city?
Absolutely, we're doing a 100% better job of detecting it and finding it, and getting back to constant and ongoing random and frequent searches. And again, tightening up our screening processes at entry points, and doing all of those items. Now, on the contraband seizures, I would say that when we talk about the number of seizures, those are individual items, so that in other words, if we were to find and seize 10 pills, that would be 10 items that were seized. But there were 823 occasions. But either way you look at it, you are right. There has been an increase, and I see that very much as a positive in terms of where I think we were a year ago in terms of screening, searching, enhanced procedures and processes to where we are today.
Thank you. I would like to work with you more on this year. So I'm still very concerned about the continued prevalence of these drugs.
Absolutely, and I certainly share your concern. Anytime there's drugs or contraband introduced in the facility, and we will continue to make that a priority, because again, one of the things, until we make sure, we need to have a safe and secure facility to have effective programs. So we're doing some wonderful programs at DOC, but to continue and have those programs really run successfully, we have to provide at the foundation of everything, our core mission at DOC, we need to provide a safe and secure facility for both our residents and both our staff. So I certainly share that concern and be more than happy to continue to work with you.
Thank you. So I want to move on to talk about the general operations at the DC jail facilities. What's the current census count of residents at each facility, and what capacity does each facility have?
I think I have the numbers handy here. Bear with me one moment. Our current numbers are changes every day, but looks like the total was 1,241, and that's a breakdown of 879 at CDF and 357 at CTF, and then about 6 or 7 residents who are out at the hospital or off-site.
Okay, what about capacity?
Capacity for CDF is 2,100. And when you say capacity, again, that's the maximum rated capacity. That would be, double bunking throughout, et cetera. And then the maximum rated capacity for CTF is 1,300.
I'm sorry, Director, I didn't hear the number for CDF.
CTF?
D.
It's by statute. It's 21.
CDF, Central Detention Facility, 2,100.
Okay, and CTF 1,300.
1,300.
Thank you. Can you talk about the progress of transferring individuals serving felony convictions in BOP facilities back to DOC custody, and how many transfers were completed in fiscal year 2022?
I'm sorry, I don't know that I have that information directly in front of me.
That's okay. Maybe if you could just talk about the process and some of the challenges.
I'm glad to provide you that information when, provide your office that information.
Okay, thank you so much. And no worries on the numbers. If you could just elaborate a little bit on what that process looks like.
Sorry.
I'll be happy to, because yeah. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Michelle Wilson, Deputy Director of Administration.
Hi, Michelle, nice to see you. And I'm just gonna, in order to kind of keep with our policy of this committee, I'm just gonna swear you in quickly, if you wouldn't mind. All right, one moment.
I'm sorry, I should have had my deputy directors get sworn.
No problem. And if there's anybody else who may be answering questions, I can ask you all to come.
Two deputy directors.
Okay, okay, great. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon again. As pursuant to your question, so if through agreements that we had with the Bureau of Prisons, if they wish to transfer someone to our facility, they were able to transfer individuals to our facility and we would house them. They would control the sentence calculation, determine the release date, provide us with that information, and we would release accordingly. So it really is, our door was open to Bureau of Prisons transfers if they were transferring individuals into our custody and care. But again, they would maintain and track the release date and all other relevant information related to that. And credit calculation and all of that would be determined by the Bureau of Prisons, and we would release pursuant to their policies and procedures.
Okay, thank you. And is DOC prepared to accept the volume of transfers?
What volume is that?
The expected transfers to come.
What expected transfer? Just specifically, are you speaking to something specific?
I'm just curious of the expected transfers that have been determined by BOP, if DOC has any limitations with space currently, or because we're under capacity, if every eligible resident was transferred back.
No, we would not have the space. I don't believe we would have the space for every eligible resident who's in. Yeah, if you had a specific number in mind, but what the number of residents who are currently in Bureau of Prisons, number of DC residents who are currently in the Bureau of Prisons, that might be helpful to answer that question. But if you're saying, would DOC be able to take all of the DC residents who are at the Bureau of Prisons? Again, if we had the exact number, that would probably help to answer that question fully. But I thought there were several thousand. So we would have to know the exact number to fully answer that.
Okay, no problem. That was a number I was going to ask you. So, well, we can.
We don't track the number of individuals who are within the Bureau of Prisons. So we don't have the DC residents who are in the Bureau of Prisons. So we don't have that number.
Got it. Okay, understood. So let's talk a little bit about overtime. In fiscal year 2022, DOC reported $23.5 million in overtime payments. And in fiscal year 2023, the agency has already spent almost $11 million in overtime. There are a significant number of correctional officers who are currently earning more in overtime than their annual salary. And I know that some of this must be driven by vacancies and understaffing. And you've reported 22% vacancies during fiscal year 2022 among uniform staff. So starting with the vacancies, what do you see as some of the primary barriers to filling these positions? Is it about the pay? Is it about finding interested, qualified applicants, other recruitment incentives? And why do you think vacancies are so much higher this year than in FY 2021? Because I'm concerned as we're in FY 2023 that we're up to 25.8% vacancies to date.
Well, I mean, a number of reasons that I see. Again, going back to the 2 years or 2 years plus of the COVID pandemic, and coming out of that, it's very difficult in terms of finding candidates who are qualified and wanting to first off, get into the corrections work, I would say. This is not a job that, like many where after COVID, companies and others have been to adjust to things like, teleworking schedules and maybe being able to work at home a couple of days a week. This demands obviously 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, on-site work. So that nature is in and of itself makes it difficult, particularly coming out of COVID when that's when the numbers really started to raise as far as our vacancy rate. But also, so there's tremendous competition right now among local jurisdictions within the metropolitan Washington area, Maryland, Virginia, DC. We're kind of competing for the same pool of officers. I think experiencing a lot of the same type of difficulties that police departments are experiencing, whether it's here in the district or in other jurisdictions, but public safety agencies in general across the country are really experiencing these downturns. Now, some of the things we're trying to do in terms of hiring and vacancies, again, as you said, we have about a 22-23% vacancy rate. I am instituting and we are starting some incentives for referrals so that we can try to incentivize in terms of our current working staff to make referrals of people within the community. And then if that individual applies and then gets through our training academy, then a referral incentive would be eligible for that employee. I'm also looking at some things that, again, we're trying to explore all kinds of ways to help our hiring and retention, but looking at possibly some steps for bonuses. In other words, if we could possibly look at giving a bonus right at acceptance into a job. I read just recently or heard on the news where I think Montgomery County, Maryland Police Department is offering something like $20,000 as a signing bonus, if I heard that correctly. But some form of a bonus at hire, and then maybe a second phase at completion of the academy, and then maybe even a third phase, say at completion of year 2, so that then that would speak toward the retention side of things. Because once we can have someone come in and be with us for a couple years, they're very likely that they're going to stay then for some subsequent years after that. But the challenge is both on the recruitment side and that, I would say, that early retention side in terms of having people stay on as opposed to getting trained and then wanting to move on to another law enforcement agency or something of that sort.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. And I do want to note, because a few people have raised this to me this week about the article they saw about the Montgomery County Police Department and the hiring bonuses. DC does have a $20,000 hiring bonus for MPD officers. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear for the record. But I hear you on your side on getting people in the door. Sergeant Alexander, who's the chairman of the DC DOC Fraternal Order of the Police Labor Committee, testified earlier, and one of the things he was talking about was the need for a more competitive pension, that it's only for uniformed officers right now, and that many officers live outside of the district. Is that part of your thinking in terms of benefits that will be available to people?
Well, I would say that's been an ongoing position of the union for many, many years at this point. So there is no defined retirement plan for corrections officers. My understanding is at some time a number of years ago, I believe that at least somewhat falls under the control of Congress in terms of approval or non-approval of that. So it really brings into play congressional oversight, unfortunately, over DC. So it's an issue that's been out there for many years, and it's again, I'm not real familiar with it, but I know there was congressional issues involved in that.
Okay, thank you. Your pre-hearing responses reported that for fiscal year 2022, there were 59 complaints filed by DOC staff for discrimination, including sexual harassment or requests for EEO counseling. Given the size of DOC's workforce, that comes up to 1 complaint for every 22 staff. Can you speak to why there is such a high volume of these complaints in DOC?
The deputy director who has human resources and EEO is under her section.
Sure.
So I can't speak to all of the complaints. I mean, part of this is cultural in that we are continuing to work to improve and I think that's one of the big pushes of Director Faust is that we change the culture within our agency to ensure that all of our employees feel valued, feel and a part of the staff and a part of the team, and that they're a valued member of the team. As to specifically why individuals file complaints, we encourage individuals who have concerns to reach out, and that is why we have the EEO office. That's why we encourage communication and to file a complaint with our EEO office if there are any concerns or specific instances that are going on. So I can't speak to why specifically there's this number. There isn't one individual person that there is a complaint about or one individual issue there. So it is just, again, continue to work on the culture, improve the communications with our staff and team, and make sure everyone is clear on the expectations within the agency of their role and responsibility, and then their conduct, they must act accordingly at all times. Again, that is without even discussing any findings of any of the complaints, but just making clear what the agency's expectations are for each individual employee.
I would add to that, as a partial note, is that one of the things that I have been working very hard on, and I think, when Sergeant Alexander, and I appreciated his comments from the union in terms of saying, with morale and things improving, is that getting to be more of a reporting culture. We need to have a reporting culture. So I encourage that. So I think one of the things is staff and individuals feel more comfortable, number one, that they're going to be heard, and number two, that something will be followed up and investigated on those complaints. So again, with this culture change of having a reporting culture in turn, as opposed to a feeling that, well, I'm going to get retaliated against, or there's going to be I'm going to get a bad assignment or something if I were to make a complaint. So it's very important to have that reporting culture, both on the staff side and as reflected, which is one of the big things around PREA, the Prison Rape Elimination Act, is on PREA standards to make sure that there's a reporting culture in terms of the resident population, so that they feel that when and if they make a report, that it will be, acted on. So part of that is also cultural in terms of, if people have complaints and employees have complaints, I want them to feel valued, and I want them to feel that they're in a safe place to make those complaints.
Thank you. Over the last year or so, the average daily number of residents housed in restricted housing at the jail has steadily declined from 227 residents in October of 2021 to just 4 in October of 2022 and 4 or 5 in November and December of last year as well. What accounts for this? Did these earlier counts include COVID restrictions? I know the committee has asked for years on more information on restrictive housing. What can you better tell us about this policy to help us understand how DOC makes decisions in placing a resident in restrictive housing?
Well, there's, and again, what I have been working toward and will continue to work toward is to reduce the use of restricted housing. It should only be used when, absolutely necessary. But some of the things we've done and have instituted that have resulted in this drop was, for example, we created a restrictive housing committee, which is a multidisciplinary committee, multidisciplinary group made up of mental health, case management, programs staff, and operations staff, and PREA staff. So we have a multidisciplinary group committee that again looks at restrictive housing placement. Another thing that I implemented over this past year is that if someone may violate a rule, but if that violation is non-violent, in other words, it's not going to immediately affect there's not an immediate risk of safety to either themselves, other residents, or the staff. And I'll give you an example. Prior, let's just say there was a search being done and it was found in a cell, somebody, let's say, taking fruit and trying to ferment fruit for alcohol, which is not permitted, or tobacco products were found in a resident cell and were confiscated. Well, it used to be that for those were disciplinary violations, that individual would then be placed in pre-hearing pre-hearing restrictive housing. My contention is for those types of things, again, if there's a drug or there's tobacco products or whatever, and we've removed them from that cell, well, the threat or the violation is no longer there. So, and there's no threat to that individual. So there's no reason whatsoever that in a pre-hearing status, that individual can't just stay in the unit that they were in. So that's just an example of another change. The other thing we're doing more work on, and we certainly have more work to do here, is trying to address and target interventions, like addressing targeted interventions for kind of what I would say a few kind of super users. In other words, some residents that just are continually violating or being assaultive or things such of that sort. But what we need to look at, I think, more, and we're working toward, is how we can address targeted interventions of those individuals in terms of programming, from the mental health perspective, counseling, those sort of things.
Thank you, Director. I'm gonna move on just because we've got a little bit of topics to get to.
I'm sorry.
No, thank you.
There's a lot to unpack in that one.
There is. No, it's helpful to understand your thinking, especially as I understand a new policy is in the works. So appreciate that. I'd like to turn to discuss some of the DOC programming you have for residents. And let's start by discussing education. I talked earlier today with Director Isaac, and it's my understanding that the contract with Maya Angelou to provide education services will end at the conclusion of this school year, but it might be extended. What is the plan when this school year ends? Do you support extending the contract with Maya Angelou?
Well, what's happening is there is currently being worked on a solicitation for educational services. So there will be a solicitation that's going out under OCP, and we're currently working and have been working very closely with OCP to have a solicitation go out. It would somewhat mirror more or less how educational contracted educational services were being provided and are being provided at DYRS. But in terms of, I can't really comment on a particular, whether it's Maya Angelou or whatever school. I can't really comment on that because there will be a solicitation that's going to be going out for the provision, contracted provision of educational services.
Okay, and what's the timeline for that?
The timeline is to have that in place by no later than the 1st of July.
Okay, so in advance of the next school year beginning.
Yes.
Okay. And it's my understanding that DOC, rather than DCPS or one of our traditional education agencies, is poised to become the local education agency for residents at the DC jail. Is that on a similar timeline for July? And if so, are you going to be hiring education specific staff at DOC?
Hi. So our goal is to essentially operate in a very similar manner that DYRS operates. We will be the public facing agency responsible for educational services here at the district, but we would rely heavily on our educational provider to provide the day-to-day services. We will be, again, oversight, ensuring that our residents are receiving the required educational services that they're to receive. But the educational provider, pursuant to the solicitation and the agreement, whomever is selected would essentially be providing the day-to-day educational services. So we would not ourselves be hiring teachers. We would be relying on our educational provider to do so. It would be a very similar relationship to what we have with Maya at this time, but it would be a different setup than what is current. In terms of Maya right now is considered a public charter school under the charter school agreement, and that charter school, emergency charter school agreement is ending at the end of the school year this year. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm told that OUC as a policy will not assess DOC residents for special education services, even if OUC receives notice that an assessment is appropriate. Do you all support that policy? It's my understanding that just a handful of students each year may fall into this category, but allowing them to be assessed for services could be critical in their education and consequently their employment prospects after release.
Currently, the policy as it relates to it is that individuals, and this continues with Maya, and this is again an arrangement that OUC, when they come into our facility, they have to be under the 22 and under, or 21, have not reached their 22nd birthday and have an established IEP. So currently we do not do assessments. That Maya does not do assessments. I would say that at least within this first year, once we move to a solicitation, it is likely that we will not be doing assessments. Now, that is, again, subject to speaking with the educational provider who is selected, but that is not part of our assessment. Solicitation will not be to do assessments on individuals who currently do not have IEPs within the community. So OUC would continue to be responsible for auditing and monitoring of individuals who receive educational services within the facility. So they would not they would still be involved in this process. There would still be agreements between DOC, OUC, and the whoever is selected as the educational provider to ensure that we're providing services for those who have an existing IEP. So at this time, to answer your question, we're not looking to change that, but we're always open to conversations and considerations if that comes to light. We want to become comfortable in the current process that we're moving towards first.
I guess it just strikes me as odd. This is a group that especially needs an assessment to make sure that the educational services being provided to them are going to be effective. And it strikes me as a population that we would want to be especially inclusive of in our services.
We 100% agree with you. And so if an individual prior to coming to DOC, prior to coming into the care of the District of Columbia Department of Corrections within the community, hasn't received an assessment, does not have an established IEP, however, comes into us wanting to get their high school diploma or wanting to receive an education, we have mechanisms in place already established. They can certainly pursue their GED. They can, once they get their GED, they can pursue college courses within our agency. So we don't ever want to preclude someone who wants to get an education and who wants to get their degree. We are actively promoting that and want to provide those services. But in the same token, if an individual is 20 or almost 21 and hasn't been to school within the district for a number of years, and for us to now provide an assessment and then say we are going to be able to give them a high school diploma within maybe it could be a matter of months or so, that is difficult to say. But what we can do is say we'll offer you GED, we'll offer you the opportunity to take GED courses, we will help you get prepared for that. And in addition to that, we will, once you get your GED, we will move you on and help you with college courses and other things of that nature. So we 100% supporting, educating the individuals who are in our custody and care. They are with us for however long the courts deem appropriate. And we want to make sure that we are returning productive citizens to society, and we want to set them up for success. And so while an assessment would be great, what's the cutoff? What's the time limit? All those things need to be established. So having somebody 20, almost 21, coming in and doing an assessment on them for 6 months and they need almost 4 years of high school, are we setting them up for success? And we always want to be looking at setting up individuals within our custody and care up for success.
I guess I'm just still not understanding the holdup, especially if you have the specialized educational services to offer people who do have an IEP or who do have these additional needs. If the problem is just how can we assess them, when we look at our recidivism rates and our making sure that we're setting people up for success upon reentry, it strikes me that this is a population that we would really want to make sure that we are assessing, provided targeted education services that suit their need, increase literacy rates, support them just like you're already equipped to support them. If the challenge is just the assessment, I guess I'm still not understanding why we can't provide that assessment for the population who has not received an IEP designation.
So I guess when they come into our facility at 18 years or over, at this point in time, the majority of the individuals who have an established IEP would have already received an assessment. And if they have an IEP, they receive additional educational services. Again, if an individual comes into our care and custody and has never had, I don't know if they haven't had an assessment, they have never been determined to have an IEP. At this point in time, we do, again, offer programming and services to help them. We do have a number of teachers on our staff. We do offer assistance in that way. However, OSC has determined, and Maya Angelou operating as a public charter school under OSC, we would still have an agreement with OSC, which is the state educational administrator, and we would be following the rules and guidelines, and that the assessment would need to have been done prior to entering our facility. 100% we're open to further discussions on it, but I honestly, I would say that would not be within our first year of having a contract with a new vendor, whether that be Maya continuing on, and if that's the case, we might be in a better position to have those conversations. If it's some other vendor, I think we want to get them established with the process that's currently in place before we look at and open it up to doing something different. And we would 100% want to speak to OSC and fully engage and fully understand why this is the method and the service and the way we provide those services.
Okay, well, thank you. I understand what the process is now from your answers. I just still, I guess I've made clear, I think we should look at adding the assessment, even if it is not a large group of the population who hasn't already been assessed. The idea that it's just the assessment itself holding them up from getting the services that they need just strikes me as odd. And so I would like to work with you all on that as you develop the relationship with the new vendor.
We can engage with conversations between OSC and your office to have further conversation about it.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm told that the Ready Center, excuse me. I'm told that the Ready Center's work has been somewhat limited recently, perhaps due to a lack of dedicated space for these services, which is very concerning, as the Ready Center is a critical tool in ensuring residents are able to successfully transition from DOC custody into stable work and housing. What's the current status of offerings by the Ready Center? Where are they currently being provided, and how many residents and returning citizens did the Ready Center serve in fiscal year 2022?
I think I have that number. I'm going to turn to Deputy Director Jacqueline Williams, who has oversight of the Ready Center. As I mentioned, this past year, we have been using space at the Reeves Center building in terms of providing services for the Ready Center. We've only been able to do that 2 times a week. However, again, we're very happy that coming in the spring, we're going to be opening a new Ready Center with 5-day-a-week services down off of Martin Luther King in Ward 8. But let me turn for a moment to Deputy Director Williams on the specific numbers. I don't have in front of me.
Sure. Good afternoon. In FY 2022, we had 463 DOC residents. We had 143 FBOP, totaling 606. Already in FY 2023, we had 80 DOC residents and 4 returning from the BOP, which is 84 total. We also provide Wednesday through Friday Ready Center services inside of the facility. We have a website, and we also have a telephone number that returning citizens can call as well. We also have re-engaged DBH, Department of Human Services, as well as MORCA, are all inside of the facility Wednesday through Friday, working with our returning citizens through the Ready Center.
Okay, thank you so much. And Director, you said that it's going to be open this spring. Do we have an expected date?
It's sometime in April. I don't know that we have a definite date, but I believe it's to be in the, I think, late April yes. Timeframe is about it. Right now, the building that we're going to be going into, it is still being used and has been used as a COVID test site, I believe.
Yes.
And that will end sometime here very soon. And then again, our hope is to be in there by late April timeframe.
Okay, and how many staff are there?
How many staff?
The Ready Center has 5 staff. We currently have 2, and we just did a hiring for our program analysts and our outreach specialists we have to hire on board. So we still have to do some hiring for the Ready Center. But we have a total of 5 staff. We have about 15 community-based organization partners, as well as 6 sister agency partners that we are looking to move into the new space.
Okay, thank you. And I and the committee would love to work with you all as you get that, open and expanded, and if there's anything we can do to be supportive of your efforts there.
It'd be great to have a home.
Yeah. I would like to discuss some of the offerings under the Lead Up and Lead Out programs. I hear that this program is quite popular and successful, but I've also heard lately that the program might no longer be meaningfully in operation. What is the status of this program? How many participants engaged in each of the programs last year, and how many are currently engaging? I also understand that you received a $900,000 federal grant running from fiscal year 2023 through 2025 to support reentry employment outcomes that you intend to supplement the Lead Up and Lead Out programs. How will these funds be used?
Let me address some of that, and then I'll also have Deputy Director Williams speak to it, who has really the data information under her unit. But the Lead Up part of Lead Up, Lead Out, obviously is, that's the educational piece. And there's been no change. I mean, I was a little concerned with some testimony that seemed to say that, it had been reduced or changed or something of that sort in terms of the educational component on Lead Up, which it's not. We currently have, some of the numbers I had was currently we have, we have 3 units, 3 Lead Up units. One currently has 18 individuals in the unit participating. Second unit has 27 individuals participating, and the third unit has 15. So it has continued to work, and we're continuing to work in terms of expanding that and having really a real continuum of services between our Lead Up and then our Lead Out program in terms of reentry, and then providing those reentry connections and reentry services within the community. For some of the more specifics, Deputy Director Williams can give you some numbers.
Sure thing. So in FY 2022, we had 33 participants in the Lead Up, Lead Out program, of which 18 of those successfully completed the program, meaning the employment part of the program. And then we had 4 that were direct hires. So the Lead Out portion of Lead Up, Lead Out is the employment and workforce development program. And we did do a realignment of the Lead Out program to ensure that we had an internal and an external workforce development program based off of the funding that you're speaking about, making sure that we were meeting the deliverables and the criteria of the SOAR grant. Part of that grant requires us to have persons who have SUD, OUD, opioid use disorder, and stimulant use disorder. Those are the persons that meet the criteria for the Lead Out program. So what we did was make sure that we added, you're talking about the funding, we added a recovery support component to the program. We added peer specialist component to the program, and we broke out the workforce development into 2 tracks. The internal track, which would also be workforce development in-house, digital literacy, and a provider that would provide services on 4 of our housing units to expand the numbers of eligible persons that can participate in the Lead Out program. And then on the Lead Out track 2 is those persons who have already been released from custody that meet the criteria of Lead Out. And so those who might have come through DOP or might not have, we might not have been able to engage while they were in custody at DOC are still able to come in and provide an application to be a part of the Lead Out program. for the external portion. All of those residents will now also receive community-based job coaching, job development, employment placement, retention, and recovery support. And so that's where the funding for the SOAR grant will be mainly on making sure that we have the needed components of the lead out portion of lead up, lead out in the community as well as inside the facility.
Okay, great. Well, it is a great program, and anything we can do to continue its support. I just want to ask one more question about the Ready Centers and the partnership with the Department of Motor Vehicles. And it was my understanding that these credential applications were being prioritized, but that now that's no longer the case. Can we work with the DMV to reprioritize those processing requests with the Ready Center?
So I can speak on that. While we're in the Reed Center, we're only here for 2 days. And so they were not able to set up their equipment in this swing space. So they're still coming in and they're providing connections, and they're also doing the referrals here, but we're not actually taking the ID cards at the Reed Center. When we move into our swing space, which is in April, then they can set up their equipment and then we'll have that back on track. But they came back on board in January to make sure that they at least have a representative on Mondays and Tuesdays at the Ready Center in the Reeds.
Okay.
And our agency partners, we have had several meetings with them in terms of when we move to our new building, and they are all fully on board, including DMV too, fully on board.
Okay. Glad to hear that. Last fall, the Federal Department of Education issued regulations to allow incarcerated individuals to access Pell Grants. And as you know, Pell Grants are made available to undergraduate students with exceptional financial need and provide eligible students with financial aid of up to $7,000 per school year. And access to these grants will mean a tremendous expansion of access to higher education for DOC residents. It's unclear to me, though, from the regulations whether residents at DOC facilities are eligible for these grants. What is your current understanding of if residents are eligible?
I believe I believe that they may be eligible. We haven't had any, we don't have any students currently from Ashland, which was our biggest, or we may have one student, I think, from Ashland. We don't have the numbers that we had before, but we were looking to re-engage our partnership with them. So we will find out more specifics about the Pell Grant and the ability of our residents to access it. But we certainly encourage them if that's college and to take additional courses if they wish. But we'll engage with our partners with that change and ensure that we're providing those services.
We'll have to have further information follow up with your office on that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that and looking into it more to make sure that both they're eligible and that we're educating residents about this opportunity. So I want to turn next to food and nutrition. And I know, Director, we've had a number of conversations about this. So kind of just generally, how does DOC ensure meals offered to residents meet nutrition standards? And what are those standards?
Well, right now, the nutrition standards, the menu meets what's referred to the current dietary reference intakes for males and females ages 19 to 50 years old. And it's established by the Food and Nutrition Board of the Institute of Medicine, National Academy of Sciences. So that's the specific nutrition standard that both we require within our contract and that the vendor Aramark follows to ensure that all meals meet the Food and Nutrition Board of Institute of Medicine, National Academy of Sciences. Also, in addition to that, we do provide, if medically ordered, there are medical diets provided, such as, low sodium or something of that sort for medical conditions, and also provided our halal and kosher meals are also provided. But that was what I quoted was the national standard, so to speak, that the meals follow.
Okay, and what food is prepared on site versus frozen or otherwise pre-prepared meals?
When you say, all of it is prepared on site. There are, for instance, let's say a hamburger patty or something like that are pre-made, but the preparation of food is done on site in the kitchen.
Okay, and are there still fortified drink powders being used to supplement meals?
I believe there are. I'd have to check, but I know there were. We had the fortified kind of orange flavored drink to supplement, and to my knowledge it is. I would have to get back with your office on that.
Okay, I would appreciate that. Thank you. When was your last inspection, and did DC Health find any kitchen or food service violations during that inspection?
We have the information on the DOH inspection. Get to it. Yeah, we'll have to look for it. I don't have that inspection report directly in front of me. I don't recall. I can't quote specifics to you at this moment.
Let's talk about gender affirming housing. In 2021, the DOC faced reports of transgender residents being denied gender affirming units, and it's critical that we acknowledge and respect individuals' gender identity, given the real lasting harm not doing so can have on transgender residents' mental and physical health. And I was pleased to see that DOC engaged a contractor to review the Transgender Housing Committee, DOC housing policies and associated programming, and that report came out last fall. The contractor recommended that DOC provide cultural competency training to the committee. Are those plans currently in place?
Yes, those plans, we are moving forward on recommendations, and as you mentioned, I had asked the Moss Group, which is a very well-known national consulting firm in those areas, and they're in fact also located in the district as a woman-owned company. But there were three areas I had them or wanted them to look at. One of them was in terms of our structure around transgender housing, and more particularly, two things that I had implemented and we had was a transgender housing committee, which does continue to meet. That's within 72 hours following an initial assessment that we have the transgender housing committee meet to make housing determinations. And then we also have put together a transgender advisory committee, and that committee has convened, and the transgender advisory committee members also include community stakeholders and representatives from LGBTQ office, plus members from DOC staff. I really think in terms of, DC, we've been, I would say, at the forefront of addressing this. And in fact, we now we've modified our gender housing policy so that now the policy indicates, and there's a right of transgender, intersex, and gender non-conforming inmates to be housed according to their preference expressed at intake. So that is something that we have implemented and have modified our housing policies around that.
Okay. And the report recommended that DOC reestablish the Transgender Advisory Committee. That committee would allow external stakeholders to engage DOC leadership on issues beyond housing that impact transgender residents at the jail. Is that under consideration?
Yes, it's already started. In fact, we have started the Transgender Advisory Committee. It's made up of members also include community stakeholders, and there's a new member that's going to be from the Office of Human Rights, which will also be joining the committee.
Okay, thank you. And how do you determine the initial unit placement for a resident, especially while their application for gender affirming housing is pending? And how many applications did you receive last year?
I don't have the numbers there. Maybe we
What was the initial question for the first part of her question? I'm sorry.
No problem. I was asking, how is the initial unit placement determined for a resident who has a pending application for gender affirming housing?
Initially, the initial determination is based upon the individual, it's based upon the housing of their choice, their preference. And so within 24 hours of that placement, they are seen, within 24 business hours, they were seen by a PREA team, Prison Rape Elimination Act team, who does an assessment, initial limited assessment, looking at safety and security concerns for both that resident and the individuals who are on that housing unit. And then within 72 hours, the resident is brought before the THC, the Transgender Housing Committee, and for an evaluation before a Transgender Housing Committee.
Okay, and how many applications did you receive in fiscal year 2022?
They have a report. I can get you the exact number, and they're not applications because an individual, it's not as if you applying to go to a specific unit, but it's a request. And so if you place that request, or even if you've been before, you can be in the facility and have been in the facility for a number of months and then want to be seen by the Transgender Housing Committee, and if you are transgender, gender nonconforming, or meet the criteria, then you can go before the Transgender Housing Committee, and multiple times. But they do keep track and statistics on the number of individuals who have been before them. Are you just looking for the past year or fiscal year?
Yes, I'm looking to get a sense of how many individuals are making these requests, and then are they all being approved, or what the levels there are?
We can certainly get you the numbers based on, we do have the request, and again, individuals can request to be placed based upon their gender at birth, or their gender that they identify with. So, and then the committee looks into a number of factors before making a final recommendation to administration, to the operations, the deputy wardens, as to ultimate placement. But we can definitely get you a breakdown of what the requests were for the last fiscal year and what the ultimate outcome was.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's move on to capital investments. Investments were made in the DC jail facilities in the capital budget last year, first for the new annex. Can you update me on the status of the new annex, and when do you anticipate the annex coming online? Or do you anticipate any potential delays?
Yeah. Right now, in terms of the phase for the annex, for the new annex, we have it has been out. DGS put out a solicitation RFP for architectural program consultant, and that's kind of the first step in terms of bringing in a jail planner. I think that was something that was spoken to during testimony by the Dr. Broderick. So currently there has that solicitation has closed, and the solicitations are being evaluated. And in terms of, they're being evaluated for their the content, the knowledge, whether or not they're meeting all the requirements of the statement of work. And again, that was very helpful in working with Council for Court Excellence and the Jail Task Force that gave some good recommendations that we included in that statement of work. But anyway, that evaluation is happening right now, and that's under the auspices of DGS, and then with DOC obviously being involved also. And I believe right now the timetable for having the architectural program consultant selected would be around the end of March, about the end of this month, and that would start the first phase, so to speak, so that we can really have someone on board that will be working with us in terms of not the actual architectural designs and the engineering part that comes later, but looking at programming and the types of programming we want, and that we want very much a rehabilitative and treatment oriented facility, so that in this phase, which is usually about a 9-month period on average in this type of phase for a correctional facility, that we would be, and there would be interaction with community groups and jails and justice task force, et cetera, in terms of what kind of facility, what kind of programs that we want in this facility. And then based on that programming, that then the next phase would be that then gets put into like an architectural and engineering phase, which will be down the road, that takes the information from the architectural program consultant. And that's the first phase we're in right now. So we are, the great news is we are on the way, and we really are, we'll be moving forward.
Okay, thank you so much. That's exciting. And I know some of this is still under review, but what types of programmatic differences or additions do you anticipate being at the annex that are not currently being offered at the DC jail facility?
Well, first off, I would foresee the entire design, both in design and management philosophy of the facility, to be, very different. In that it would be very programmatic based, very strong around rehabilitation and reentry. Like that would be, and the design and functions within the facility will have to reflect that in terms of program space, in terms of open units, and in terms of, again, from the correctional side of things, what is more of what's called direct supervision. So it's a much more open environment, I guess, a much more therapeutic environment. And so that's the type of design we would be looking for.
Okay, thank you very much. And I see we've been joined by our colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson. I just have a couple more questions on this budget issue, Councilmember, and then we'll turn to you for a round. So Director, as you know, the budget also included a $25 million provision to provide for renovations at CDF and CTF. How have those dollars been used to date, and will the capital improvement plan reflect specific investments in the mayor's submission?
In terms of our capital dollars now, yes, we are continuing to do work to ensure that the CDF, remains a safe facility. And so we have a number of ongoing projects in the capital budget, because as you say, as the good news is that we're moving forward with the mayor's vision to open the new facility, but also we have to keep the CDF in a functioning and safe manner. So there's a lot of money in the capital budget to make sure not only what's moving forward in terms of capital money going for the construction of the new facility, but in the meantime, ensuring that we continue upkeep of current systems in the current building. I know Deputy Director Williams would have specific dollars breakdowns on capital budget if you needed any of that.
I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Do you want a breakdown of some of the projects we're working on?
Right, and I'm most curious on how those dollars have already been used to date that were allocated from last year.
Okay, so we're looking at 23 and 24. We're moving forward again with the Ready Center project. But that budget has been encumbered to $7 million. We've been working on a door control and software upgrade, and so over $1.2 million has been spent for that. We've been doing an elevator upgrade at CTF, which is $1 million. Those funds have been encumbered. We're doing some resident restroom renovations. Also at CTF, we have over $1.5 million that for FY 23 and 24 that we're spending. We're doing shower upgrades, which is a $2.3 million upgrade. $2.5 million, we've already encumbered $2.3 million of that. In addition to the architectural programming services, which the director has already talked about for the annex. So those funds are also encumbered because generally speaking, we have solicitations and funds out for them. As to the mayor's additional budget, we are all excited and anxiously await for her presentation about additional funding and funds that will be used.
Okay, sounds good. I know we are all anxiously awaiting that proposal. All right, I am going to turn to my colleague at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson, who's also a member of this committee, for a 15-minute round. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, and good afternoon, Director Faust. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Great. I heard your colleague on your team talking a little bit in terms of the capital funding, and I actually did have a follow-up question. I heard her speaking about some of the shower upgrades and things like that, but I understand that you also have some capital funding for HVAC and plumbing improvements, and I wanted to see if there had been progress on contractors for those.
I'm looking for, so let's see. We are continuing, I know that we are continuing to do upgrades to our HVAC system in the air handling units. We are, I believe, scheduled to do 2 a year. So we do have 2 on the air handling unit going in this year. I'm looking at my my cheat sheet, to be honest with you. And
no problem. I mean, you could keep looking. You don't have to keep speaking through it. I'll tell you why. I mean, the last time I was at the jail, which might have been a little bit, I think it might have been last spring. There were the air chillers that had to be used in certain sections of the facility because of HVAC issues. We'd heard, complaints of issues throughout the summer of certain parts of the facility having AC, others not. And frankly, floor by floor, it felt different every floor you went on in terms of the HVAC. We specifically provided funding to get some of those issues resolved. And I just wanted to see where we were on those fronts.
Yeah, they are continuing work there on the HVAC system, and more on the side of, as you kind of referred to, it's not always so much the temperature, it's the circulation of the air.
Right.
That there's proper circulation. So there has been, and there is continuing work addressing to make sure there's, good, adequate circulation.
Okay. One of the things that came up from the U.S. Marshal Service report on conditions at the jail that the marshals identified was issues with contraband being found in CDF and CTF. And part of the solution that you all put in place was to contract out screening to a private company for individuals who are coming into the facility. Has the staffing change resulted in fewer incidents of contraband coming into the jail?
What the staffing change has done, number one, we have we have tightened our protocols and our processes in terms of entry screening. And the other thing that it has done is by having the contracted security do the screening of both staff, anyone else coming through, that it's allowed us to also reassign those correctional officer staff back up into the units doing, resident management of the units, which is where, they really are most needed. But also, I think there's an advantage, and one of the things of why I wanted to and move forward to have a contracted service is that so that they are somewhat removed from personal relationships, et cetera, in terms of having staff search staff. So I think it's been it's still only relatively new, but I think it's going very well. It's been successful. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if you were listening in at the time, but we've continued to just improve our mechanisms in our search processes, both at entry and, up into the facility itself.
Okay. On that front, so, this was one of the issues that was identified. My understanding is that DOC, you entered into an MOU agreement to improve conditions. What does the follow-up look like from an oversight perspective? Are there check-ins to ensure that you all are meeting your end of the bargain and agreement?
Well, first off, we work very collaboratively with the Marshal Service. As you mentioned, there was an MOU that actually expired in May of this past year. The MOU expired. However, I've been working very collaboratively and in partnership with the Marshal Service. We identified and have worked with they have an Office of Detention Standards and Compliance within the Marshal Service that does compliance standards for any facilities throughout the country that hold U.S. Marshal prisoners. And we worked with them collaboratively. We put together and addressed jointly a corrections action plan for all, not only to mitigate issues, but then to ensure that systems are in place to address any issues as they come up. And all those, that entire corrections action plan has been completed. And in terms of ongoing inspections through our regular IGA, which is our intergovernmental agreement with the Marshal Service, they have access, at any time to come in and do a spot inspection or whatever. So there's no longer under the MOU, because we successfully addressed those concerns in the corrective action plan. There's no longer what they had was a detention monitor.
Okay.
That has now ended.
Okay.
They have the ability to come in anytime.
Okay, that's good to hear that we were able to address those issues. And I heard the conversation that you were having with Councilmember Pinto around the plans for a new facility, which I think can also address some of these issues as well. Obviously more long-term, but I think to the extent that we can, keeping up with the maintenance, which is why I had the questions around the HVAC and plumbing issues. I think that helps to mitigate some of the issues that arise.
Well, and the key thing, and we needed to do a better job at it, and we now have in addressing those concerns is, and I mentioned this earlier, but I'll just quickly, is, there may be in any facility or any building, you may have a backup of a shower or a backup of a toilet. I might have that in my own home, but the key is you can't allow those backups to go on for days at a time.
Right.
So the key thing that we worked on successfully over this last year is, and again, jointly with the Marshal Service, is putting in systems in place so that, sure, a light bulb's going to go out or a shower may back up, but it's just not acceptable that backup, linger.
Right. Let me ask a little bit about staffing. How many vacancies do you have right now in terms of correctional officers?
I believe we have about 150 current vacancies for corrections officers. We're at about a 23% vacancy rate currently. And that, it's problematic. We're working hard to try to hire, and we have introduced some incentives and are exploring other options that we can do, but it's a very, in public safety in general and.
Oh yeah, I'm not, I'm not pushing on you guys. I've had this conversation even with Chief Conti and with Chief Donnelly, right? I understand in the public safety cluster altogether, frankly, anywhere, right? I'm the chair of the health committee. We have some hiring challenges going on in our own workforce issues.
We're running around a 23%, I believe, is our vacancy rate.
So what kind of incentives are we offering right now to try to address some of those issues? Are you offering a hiring bonus at all?
We don't currently have a hiring bonus right now. We did just implement an incentive for staff for referrals. So in other words, if they can refer someone in, friends, neighbors, family members, and then that referral then results in someone coming on board with DOC, there's an incentive that we just started for that. But we're exploring and looking at a lot of options in terms of what we might be able to do to try to bring people back into this, and particularly in the correction side with the last 2 years of COVID and then coming out of the COVID pandemic, in a correctional environment, it's been a tough hiring environment.
Right. Okay. I would love to dig into this more with you during the budget process. I think the just reality of the situation is the labor market has changed. And if we are offering incentives in other portions of our public safety continuum, then we have to think about it across the line and what that looks like, right? I think we offer now, even there's a $5,000 hiring bonus for 911 call takers. Perhaps something similar needs to be on your side as well to make sure that we're getting quality people, not just individuals who are looking for jobs. But you have independent hiring authority, correct? Y'all don't go through.
No, we hire through DCHR.
Oh, you do go through DCHR.
We do.
Okay.
We do.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about other conditions in terms of the jail. Is Sodexo still the food service provider?
No, the food service provider is Aramark. To my knowledge, it was before I was here, but I think about 2 years ago, it went, the vendor that was there, I guess it's Summit. Summit was in, and then I believe about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, they were not performing and Summit was removed, and then it went back out again for a solicitation, and now Aramark is the food service provider.
Okay, what year are we on this contract?
Option year number 1.
Are you satisfied?
They've been very responsive, And from what I hear in terms of the response and service of the prior vendor, I think it's been a big improvement.
Is the contract a reimbursement model? Like how much do we pay them per meal? I know this seems very weedy, only I've asked these questions on the education side in terms of.
I have a few weedy staff around here that might be able to.
Okay. And I'm asking, and I'm going to ask you something I asked someone else before this, and it's not to pass. It's just, I'm curious. Have you tried the food, Director?
Oh, absolutely. Not, I mean, a number of times.
Okay.
I haven't just tried it. I've like eaten the entire meal.
Okay. So, all right. And I say that like, I haven't necessarily tried it there. I have eaten school lunch at schools around the city to, test the quality in terms of the food service contracts. And so I just want to make sure that that's happening on the side for DOC as well, because sometimes we hear complaints.
I'd love to ask you out to lunch one day and we'll get up, we'll go.
I would be more than happy to come through. Look, I view food as, in some instances, food is medicine. And even if you are incarcerated because you're waiting trial or you're coming back or whatever, I think it's important that we're providing people with wholesome meals. Not just a slice of bread and some cheese or something to that effect, but making sure that it is. Now, but I understand the economics of it in terms of food service providers. If we are only reimbursing $1.25 per meal, you get a very different output than if we are reimbursing.
I got a note passed to me that it's from $3 to $4 per meal.
Okay.
Per resident. Is that per meal? Mm-hmm. Yeah, per meal per resident, and it's on a sliding scale, I believe, somewhat, so that the price may be a little. Let's say if our population is at, am I correct? Sliding. If our population is, say, at 1,200, the price per meal may be slightly different than if the population is at 1,800. Okay. So there's a kind of a economics of size. So the more they're preparing, actually, the price per meal would slightly go down.
Okay. Maya Angelou Public Charter School is currently partnering with you all to do the educational programming for incarcerated 18 and 25-year-olds. I'm sorry?
18 to 20 through 21.
Through 21. I'm sorry. How many students are currently receiving educational services? I know that this number moves as a target, but
it's 15.
15. Okay. In terms of,
we'll pull that number.
In terms of this partnership, is it working well for you, Director?
Maya Angelou has been very responsive and I think has done a very credible job. In fact, this last summer, we graduated the highest number that I know of. There was 15, we had 15 graduates get their high school diploma. And that was a great occasion also. I mean, it was wonderful to see those youthful offenders in caps and gowns and, just the pride they had and in terms of some of them getting up and speaking and really talking about, what they see as their future. And it was very, very rewarding to see. But so yes, I think Maya Angelou has done a very responsive job.
And we currently have 33 students.
33 is the number currently.
Great. Well, thank you, Director. I'm over my time. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, and Director, I'll take you up on that lunch offer.
Oh, great.
Later this year. All right. Thank you.
For dinner, because we want to have you.
Oh, or dinner. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. It's worth taking up on. I had a nice time having lunch over there recently as well. So since January, there have been some issues, Director, with the boiler plant that serves the DC jail facility, most critically providing heat in the winter months. These issues mean that the facility was without a source of heat during several days in January. What was the cause of the steam plant's failure, and has that issue been permanently fixed moving forward?
The issue was, and I can only give you kind of the basics because it's not my expertise, but it's DGS was addressing it with their contractors. But the basic issue was the boilers, the piping to the boilers. There were some bursts, I believe, in the pipes, to my knowledge. And so the boilers themselves went down. So what they had to do was not only work to repair the boilers, but they brought in two, I guess, essentially temporary or portable boiler units to bring heat to the facilities. So they installed a 1,000 horsepower backup boiler that is in place now. But and that is providing all the sufficient heat, hot water to the facilities. But my understanding is there still are some ongoing and continuing repairs that DGS needs to make to that boiler plant.
And when do you anticipate the replacement being complete?
They're in the process. DGS has been working with DOC to actually build a new boiler plant. So over the next few years, the boiler plant itself is an aged facility, and we need an entirely new boiler plant. So we've been working with DGS to establish and build a new boiler plant that will service the DOC directly and to be able to take care of our needs.
Okay. And can you walk me through the protocol you all use when something like that happens, when the steam plant goes down, especially in cold months? It's my understanding that last time this happened, DOC could not provide alternative heat sources like space heaters. Is that accurate, or what does the process look like?
No, we don't use space heaters because it's a fire hazard. It would not be safe to use space heaters. But our protocol, and we implemented it during this last event. And number one of the things, as I mentioned earlier, it's very important that when something like this happens, that we communicate to our residents and communicate to our staff what's going on, so that they know that the boiler's down, or they know that it's being worked on. And if DGS and the contractor says we expect the boiler to be down for 12 hours, we communicate that information. I think that's very important, number one, in terms of having that transparency as to what's going on. But we have certain protocols or phases that we put into place. So we were doing constant temperature checks, really on an hourly basis. On literally every hour, we were doing temperature checks in all the units, and also checking individual cells too. So that was going on, and then we were issuing, and so different units were different. There were some units that throughout it kept a normalized temperature. Like there were some units that may have been at 75 degrees, and then there might be another unit that was at 69 degrees and getting chilly. So depending on that unit and when those hourly checks, we put into place, for example, we all the residents thermal undergarments. We issued 2 additional blankets to residents in those units that were colder. So we have those phases and those steps in place depending on the particular unit and the particular temperature readings that we were getting every all the time on an hourly basis.
Okay, thank you. And just to confirm about the space heaters, is that just the policy at DOC facilities, or are they used at other DC government facilities?
We can't speak
I
to
can't
others.
speak to other facilities, but I know in terms of our safety officer and risk managers, et cetera, it's and fire marshal. Yeah, most importantly, it's a hazard in a facility like that that's housing people. I don't know. I would assume there might be something similar, say for a nursing home or something of that type of a facility.
Okay, thank you. And we've discussed, Director, a number of concerns and ideas that were raised from some of our public witnesses today. But I wanted to just follow up on a few additional items that were raised. So in terms of the deaths at the jail last year, it's my understanding that 8 people died. Can you share more about the circumstances surrounding those deaths?
I can't share in this forum the specifics around the deaths, but I can say in terms of what came out on the deaths themselves, that we had 2 that were 2 suicides. We had 3 that were determined as drug overdoses, and 3 that I believe 2 or 3 that were determined as natural causes.
Okay, thank you. And let's talk a little bit about the central cell block. This, I'm not sure if you heard our last panel. We heard from a number of public witnesses who shared their experience, their really terrible experience with the central cell block, and wanted to see if you can elaborate on kind of how you are thinking about the conditions there as we move forward.
Well, again, I can't speak to those particular individuals or those cases. But I mean, in terms of the central cell block, we do have just indirectly address some of those things just for knowledge sake. We do have nursing services that are in the central cell block, and that's something that at one time historically there was never any medical services at all at CCB. So we do have medical services, licensed nursing services in there, and so any individual who comes into the central cell block does have just a initial assessment, and that's done also because we will not accept people who are coming off the street that are already injured. So if someone comes in off the street with a serious injury, we're not going to accept them at CCB. They're going to have to be taken to the hospital. So we do have that medical assessment, and then if individuals later have a medical issue or a medical complaint, again, we do have that ability there at CCB. Certainly there are, while it is a very short-term holding facility, certainly there are challenges there at CCB. We've experienced also, as you're probably aware, we've experienced issues with the HVAC system going down. It is an aging facility, admittedly, and things like we have had a number of experiences with inconsistencies in terms of like the air conditioning and, you know, the airflow and those types of things. But again, we work very closely with DGS. DGS maintains the maintenance of that building. And I have to say, I mean, they've been, whenever there has been an issue or something has broken down, DGS has always been very responsive in terms of getting somebody, whether it's a DGS staff or a contractor, out very quickly.
Okay, thank you, Director. Is there anything else that you want to share with me or the committee or the public that we didn't have a chance to talk about today?
I can provide just an upgrade on the Pell Grants if you'd like.
Sure.
Just so you're aware, so we currently have 2 students through Ashland who are receiving Pell Grants and services. The Pell Grants right now are still limited because only about 200 universities across the US have been approved to offer it. So that we're waiting for the official rollout from the Department of Education, which will allow us to further enhance the use of the Pell Grants. So we have looked into that. And for the Transgender Housing Committee, we did have 33 residents who did wish to be seen before the Transgender Housing Committee, excuse me. But we will provide you with the breakdown of through via email and communication as to those specific, the numbers, the breakdown of as to requests for housing.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for, I guess, a final word on my part. I would just like, you know, people to know that certainly, you know, the last couple of years of, and this past year now, somewhat, you know, we're coming out of the COVID pandemic, but absolutely COVID impacted, you know, programming during those couple years. And one of the things that's, you know, one of my priorities has been and continues to be is that we work toward normalizing again our operations. So a lot of the things that my staff is working on and a lot of what I'm pushing as a priority is let's get back to normalizing services for our residents. And for example, you know, we've now restarted in-person visitation and no longer with any requirements or restrictions in terms of either the resident or the visitor, you know, needing to show proof of vaccination or whatever. So we've gone back to visitation. We've gone back to our group programming, you know, whether it's educational programming, treatment programming, or now back to in-person groups. We've gone back to in-person barbering, cosmetology, all of those various areas. So I would just say that one of the things I would just want everyone to know is it's at the forefront of DOC that we continue to build back up to normalized operations and continue to build back up programming so that we're not just at pre-COVID conditions, but we far exceed what was pre-COVID.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Director, and thank you to your whole team for everything today and looking forward to working with you all this year.
Thank you very much.
We are now going to turn to our fourth and final agency for today, the Office of Unified Communications. And we will turn first to our public witnesses. We will hear from Brenda Richardson from PSA 702 Outreach Committee, Robert Branham from DC for a Safer DC, and Debbie Hart Knox, the president of NAGE Local R307. If you are ready, Ms. Richardson, please go ahead.
Good day, Madam Chair Pinto and other council members. My name is Brenda Lee Richardson. I'm a Ward 8 resident and here today representing Police Service Area 702 Outreach Committee. I have been on quite a journey with the Office of Unified Communication. Unfortunately, I do not know the new director of the agency. However, I'd like to share my experience under the stellar leadership of former director Karima Holmes. Most folks in my community are very apprehensive about calling 911. Although my area is riddled with gun violence and collective trauma, the mounting fear that we are constantly exposed to creates a mindset of tolerance of crime and violence because the cavalry is not coming to save us, and for fear of retribution. There is a long-held perception that when you call 911, the dispatcher immediately knows who you are, your address, and your phone number. Secondly, there has been a history of police knocking on your door after you have made the call. It has happened to me on several occasions. The challenge is during the course of the call, the 911 dispatcher asks for your name and phone number. I have learned to say no name, no number. I also discovered that the police will only show up at the door if the dispatcher tells them that the caller has made the request. In the past, there have been times when the dispatcher was rude and disrespectful. It was always a woman who made us feel like we didn't have the right to call 911. Thankfully, Director Holmes did something about it. She invited our PSA group for a tour of OUC and allowed us to talk to some of the dispatchers. The biggest issue was when we would call about loud music and the dispatcher would automatically tell us the noise ordinance does not go into effect until 9 p.m. Loud music can be traumatizing as well when it shakes the windows in your home and you are trying to have some peace and quiet. Finally, Director Holmes started an OUC outreach program that is excellent. They have a wonderful staff who come out to community to talk about the services they offer. I have to tell you, many residents found comfort in knowing that they can text 911 rather than calling. This outreach was a brilliant idea to help dispirited communities know that they matter and can have some anonymity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Richardson. Next, we will hear from Robert Branham from DC for a Safer DC.
And salutations, Madam Chair. I welcome this opportunity to testify at this public oversight hearing. However, recent events and the length of this day have caused me to adjust my testimony. Yesterday, February 28, 2023, marked the end of Black History Month, but not racism, bigotry, and discrimination. Today, March 1st, 2023, marks the beginning of Women's History Month, yet sexism continues. This committee cannot perform its legislative oversight function if it fails to address racism, bigotry, anti-Semitism, sexism, and other forms of discrimination because the topics are difficult. Judicial clemency, criminal corrections, and public safety cannot be divorced from ongoing racism, bigotry, sexism, and discrimination. I will repeat myself. It does not matter if you call yourself a progressive, a moderate, a conservative, a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent, or the foundation of your faith. Racism, bigotry, sexism, and discrimination are hurtful and harmful. We must speak against them and not be silent. Please know I don't bring and present this testimony empty-handed by the impact of racism and barefoot of the experience of bigotry. You cannot cry for, march for, and petition for DC statehood, pray for non-intervention by the Congress in our affairs, yet be silent to racism, bigotry, sexism, and other acts of discrimination in this capital city. You cannot, with righteous credibility, stand for non-discrimination and racial equity, yet cut a ribbon with people who practice discrimination and others who are silent. Those who feel victimized by racism, bigotry, anti-Semitism, sexism, and other discrimination do not enjoy the experience as if it were a walk in a cherry blossom parade. It is not possible to profess a commitment to health care for all, to jobs, to helping the homeless, to serving seniors, to educating students, to supporting women, the formerly incarcerated, acknowledging the sacrifice of veterans for economic justice, and be an advocate for democracy while being silent to racism, bigotry, anti-Semitism, sexism, and other forms of discrimination. To those challenging the anonymity, clinging to anonymity by their elective office, organizational title, privilege, ego, or fear, please understand, we the people know your name. We hear how you talk to us and how you feel and disrespect us. Sadly, some in positions of power falsely believe loyalty and support are only one way from the people. This committee and the full council of the District of Columbia must not be afraid to lead in the fight against racism, bigotry, anti-Semitism, sexism, and discrimination. Although some elected officials and organizations may believe they speak with tongues of angels, but in truth, they have not charity. They are all sounding brands and tingling cymbals. Although some leaders and some democracy and justice-themed organizations claim to have all knowledge to speak for others, they have nothing. Their intellectual charity fails because they behave unseemly and seek only what benefits them. We are all spiritually charged to abide in faith, hope, charity, with the greatest of these to be charity. To the members of this committee, the Council of the District of Columbia, and district-wide elected officials and agency directors, I pose these questions to you. What is your faith? What is your hope? Where is your charity? And finally, Madam Chair, the treatment by this committee of former OUC Director Karima Holmes was disgraceful and disgusting. The orchestrated campaign with media allies to smear Ms. Holmes was not justifiable. It is notably offensive the committee denied her and her supporters the opportunity to defend her name and integrity with a confirmation hearing. Moreover, this egregious conduct took place as she was at the bedside of her dying mother. This committee's actions cannot seem as humane or in the public's interest. I thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Brannon. We will now hear from Debbie Hart Knox, the president of NAGE Local R307.
Good afternoon. Members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, my name is Debbie Knox. I'm the president of NAGE Local R307. I'm here today to speak on various matters as it relates to the performance of the Office of Unified Communications. The mission of the OUC is to provide a fast, professional, and cost-effective response to emergency and non-emergency calls in the District of Columbia. Created in fiscal year 2005, the OUC consolidates the emergency 911, non-emergency 311 call activities from the Metropolitan Police Department, Fire Emergency Medical Services, and customer service operations. As you know, we are the critical function of public safety by being the first point of contact when it comes to providing assistance by sending police, fire, and/or ambulance to a citizen's need for help. As a labor organization who represent the frontline communications for the District of Columbia, we want what is best for the city, but most importantly for our membership. For our membership, which has been consistently in the media, if we do not receive the support which is needed from our city government and our agency leaders, then we are sure to fail. We Labor have heard what Acting Director McGaffin has stated during her nomination to her current position, as well as what she has stated when the media came to the OUC on Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023. So even though some of my membership are guarded based upon the time Acting Director was present during the unrest we experienced in 2021. It would not be fair if we do not allow her to show labor in her current role what positive changes for us she will make. So yes, in a labor management partnership, we want to establish an open dialogue with Acting Director McGaffin so that she can know firsthand what our members are experiencing, and she can share with us her vision. We will walk this walk with her in great anticipation for a positive change for labor at the OUC. Thank you for your time and attention to my testimony.
Thank you all so much. Really appreciate that. And Ms. Hard Knocks, I was able to go to OUC on Monday and meet with many of the very hardworking folks there. Appreciate all that.
Yes, I saw you. I saw you when you came on the floor and you walked by. Yes, I did see you. And I'm so glad you came. I just wish that that's not your last time. And I wish that the other council members will come and just talk to us and just, really get to understand, our plight as we continue to sit and basically perform the services that we, signed up for. So yes, I did see you and thank you for coming. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you so much. And you are all first responders. And I appreciate all that you do. And Ms. Richardson, I'm glad that the program under Director Holmes has been so effective. And I appreciate your comments as well, Mr. Branham, but particularly the outreach program to get to know neighbors and make sure that they know about OUC and how to text when issues arise, I think is really beneficial, and we'll look forward to working with Ms. McGaffin on similar types of programs. That is going to conclude our testimony from public witnesses. We are going to take a 10-minute recess until 4:45, and then we will reconvene with Acting Director McGaffin. Thank you. All right. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. We are going to reconvene. Let me just make. All right. The time is now 4:59 p.m. on Wednesday, March 1st, and we are reconvening to hear from Interim Director, Heather McGaffin. And congratulations on your nomination to be the new OUC Director. I would like to first, as is the tradition of the committee, just swear all government witnesses who appear before it. If you could take yourself off mute and raise your right hand. You swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you very much. I would now like to invite Acting Director McGaffin to make any opening statement you may have.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, committee members, staff, guests, and the viewing public. My name is Heather McGaffin, and I am the Acting Director of the Office of Unified Communications. I appreciate this opportunity to come before you to discuss OUC's performance in fiscal year 22 and in fiscal year 23 to date. I first want to take a moment to recognize the over 320 employees and contractors who make up the OUC team. Each one of them is a dedicated professional charged with answering the call, either on 311, 911, or in a support role for the two most used telephone numbers in the District of Columbia. While our team has faced monumental changes and challenges within the past 18 months, one thing remains constant: the dedication of our employees. Though we continue to experience higher than normal call volumes, we are receiving calls that are more complex and are maintaining operations with a reduced number of staff. There is much to be proud of related to our performance, accomplishments, and new innovations, which I will discuss briefly in my testimony. Today, I also intend to be transparent about areas where improvements are needed and how we are addressing those gaps this fiscal year and beyond. In FY22, 311 customer service representatives handled 2.2 million calls for city services and information. DC 311 continues to achieve its mission to make the public's interaction with the city government more accessible and efficient. We are deeply grateful for the feedback we regularly receive from stakeholders because it helps us prioritize efforts to add and update service request types available through our platforms, improve the overall customer service experience, and plan for the next season's events and programs. Relatedly, we are pleased to share that through FY22 to present, we participated in bi-monthly meetings of the City Administrators 311 Working Group, where we continue to collaborate with our sister agencies. Through this highly valued partnership, we have been able to work closely with DDOT, for example, to help bring clarity on access to workflows that support the district's Vision Zero action plan to enhance pedestrian safety. Some of these efforts involve amplifying messaging about how the public can make service requests for damaged or missing flex posts and for sidewalk repairs. Also last fiscal year, as we analyzed service request trends and deepened our engagement with community partners, we took what we understood to be the most pressing concerns about issues that contribute to blight, like sanitation enforcement, graffiti removal, and leaf collection, as well as the accessibility of those service request types through 311 platforms, back to the 311 Working Group to be addressed by DPWs and our partners collectively. As the conduit to city services, DC 311 remains committed to maintaining and leveraging these partnerships to make requesting city services uncomplicated. We will remain accountable and reliable, and we will continue to explore ways to empower and invite every community in the district to join us in helping make DC the best city to live, work, and play in. In fact, beyond our role in helping process millions of quality of life interactions for DC residents, we are particularly proud of our support of DC's comeback and the opportunities we have created through DC 311 to help unlock district residents' full potential and to thrive in their hometown. One such example is our partnership with the Department of Parks and Rec and their Crank music program. This program allows for DC's young budding musicians to produce music and learn about the entertainment industry. And now when 311 callers are waiting to interact with a customer service representative, they hear the district's official music, Go Go, written, produced, and performed by Crank program participants. Not only does this partnership help these talented musicians reach a wider audience, but it also makes more visible the district's innovative youth programming aimed at positive engagement, personal and professional development, skill building, and increasing sense of purpose. Turning now to 911 operations, I will preface my remarks by saying that last year was transitional and transformative. Throughout the majority of fiscal year 22, from October 21 through September of 22, the division was operating without a 911 chief. However, since June of 22, when the chief was onboarded, we have made steady progress on both stabilizing and shoring up this complex and dynamic operation. A key achievement in FY22 is our acceptance into the Harvard Kennedy School's Alternative 911 Emergency Response Implementation Cohort. This technical support provided through this program is assisting the agency with institutionalizing progressive and more appropriate processes in an expanded 911 diversion program, most notably our mental health call management diversion program, which will increase the volume of calls being transferred to the Department of Behavioral Health's Access Helpline and away from police dispatch. Another notable accomplishment in FY22 is the establishment of a telephone CPR certification program at the Office of Unified Communications. Each year, an estimated 350,000 sudden cardiac arrest events occur in the United States in an out-of-hospital environment. Almost all of these events result in a call for help to 911. Without quick intervention in the form of CPR and defibrillation, death from SCA is certain. Telecommunicators are the true first responders and a critical link in the cardiac arrest chain of survival. A telecommunicator can make the difference between life and death. All OUC 911 call takers have completed TCPR training. In FY22, of the 1.4 million 911 calls we handled, we received and investigated a total of 118 complaints. After thorough review of each one, we found that 84 of them were sustained. 30 of the sustained complaints were for blown addresses, 11 were for delayed dispatch, and 10 were for incorrect dispatch. We understand that there is no margin for error when lives are at stake. So in addition to providing more training, identifying subpar performance patterns, and taking personnel action when appropriate, we also began to look more closely at our 911 workflows by establishing an emergency communications analyst pilot program. ECAs detailed to this pilot are highly trained to support real-time enhanced event analysis and non-emergency and emergency communications coordination. ECAs are deployed to each of our 4 shifts, and since the official launch of the program in January, they have collaborated to ensure efficiency and the proper handling of thousands of 911 calls, preempting errors that may have resulted in delayed responses by responders in the field. Through this first of its kind program in the National Capital Region, OUC is leading the way in creating solutions that help meet the challenges of the ever-evolving emergency communications center environment. A fundamental element of improving performance in 22 was onboarding a highly qualified chief of professional standards and development who has a deep knowledge of the industry, including next generation 911 and 311, emerging technical solutions, quality assurance and quality improvement programs, key policy issues, and critical federal legislation. Under the chief's leadership, the Office of Unified Communications, Office of Professional Standards and Development was reorganized and training provided under the division increased by 400% over the previous fiscal year. In addition to identifying and mandating minimum training requirements for all agency divisions, OPSD has also developed and launched the agency's first official training academy. The OUC Training Academy will provide enhanced education and training offerings for OUC team members and other regional and national emergency communications center team members. The Academy will also consolidate all education, training classes, and courses necessary for the success of all of our OUC team members, providing non-emergency, emergency, and associated support services to district residents and visitors. In addition, it will offer interoperability regional training. With the team of dynamic training specialists now in place, we are confident that we will have the capacity and the ability to ensure our entire workforce can learn and enhance relevant skills to improve their job and performance while fostering their professional growth. OUC is committed to providing equitable access to 311 and 911 service for every resident and visitor to DC. We have a game plan moving forward. And based on what we learned in FY22, we are clear-eyed about defining where we have fallen short so we can critically evaluate performance to understand root causes, integrate best practices and stakeholder feedback, and quickly implement changes. Thus, I am pleased to announce the official launch of a performance feedback survey on our website at ouc.dc.gov. There, users can complete a form to share concerns, suggestions, or complaints about our program. Through the new survey, participation in ANC and other community meetings and events we will host on site to invite more collaboration with the public, we are striving to provide the best service possible. And we look forward to strengthening our relationship with all of our stakeholders in fiscal year 23 and beyond. Chairperson Pinto, I am grateful for the open dialogue we have had about OUC's performance since my appointment and for your recent visit to observe our operations firsthand. And I would like to take this time to clarify to you and the public the number of current vacancies in 911 operations. In our pre-hearing response, we submitted there were 77 vacancies. However, since that time, we have onboarded 8 new call takers and have 5 more in the process. Additionally, we collaborated with DCHR to true up the actual number of vacancies so that we have a realistic recruitment goal. We will be sharing those numbers with you and the public within the coming week. Thank you. And the committee for your time today as well. This concludes my testimony, and I look forward to answering any questions the committee may have at this time.
Great. Thank you so much, Director. That was very helpful and great to hear some of your vision for the agency. I want to start by giving you an opportunity to provide an update on some of the progress you've made to implement the auditor's recommendations since our last oversight hearing in November, at which time there were still a number of outstanding recommendations from the auditor report that had not been implemented.
Yes, thank you. We have been updating since September of 2022 on our website, our OUC roadmap, which takes the 30 recommendations that are in the audit report, and we're giving monthly updates to the public and providing those to the team that came back for the follow-up for the audit. With that, we have a few things that are works in progress. However, there are some accomplishments that we're really proud of. In that one of the recommendations was for additional supervision. I'm proud to say that as of 2 weeks ago, on the day that I started my appointment, we onboarded 5 new supervisors, and they are assigned to the 4 shifts. So each of our 911 operation shifts now have a minimum of 4 supervisors on them. One is dedicated to fire, one is dedicated to police, one is dedicated to call taking, and one is collaborating amongst the 3 divisions in our center. Additionally, we have procured and are in the final stages of that with OCP, a standards-based protocol system known as PowerPhone Total Response, which will help our call takers to provide a service based on what the caller is telling us. Currently, we use criteria-based dispatch, which has arrived at its end of life and is not aligned with the standards from APCO, which is the Association of Public Safety Communications Officers, and NENA, the National Emergency Number Association. We also have increased our training. We are setting minimum training guidelines for all of our employees, from call taker all the way up to managers. And we are also doing quality assurance reports. Previously in FY22, we had 2 people in our center completing quality assurance reviews, and because of the workload, they were unable to give real-time feedback. With the reorganization of our Office of Professional Standards and Development, we now have 12 employees who, either in a full-time capacity or in a part-time capacity, are nationally trained to do those quality assurance reviews, and they are giving that feedback to those individuals in real time, which was happening actually when you were here the other day. You saw some of our trainers out on the floor. So we are really proud of those accomplishments, but acknowledge that there are still some things that need to be done, and we're working with our partners to get those things accomplished.
Okay, and do you have a timeline by which you expect the recommendations from the auditor's report to be implemented?
So for the ones that are still left open, some of that is hinging on when the contract is executed fully for the power phone. I expect that to happen in the next couple of weeks, and then hope to have that implemented within 180 days. But I would hope by the end of the summer, most of those recommendations will be implemented fully. But we will continue to keep you and the public updated on our website.
Okay, thank you. And when you say most, are there any recommendations that you do not agree with or do not plan to move forward on?
Sure. There was one about staffing and implementing a power shift. And that's really hard to do when we need more staffing as is already. Also, with the addition of more staffing, also then we need more supervisors to supervise those staff. And so we have made some changes in how we're staffing around that recommendation without fully executing that recommendation, because looking at that recommendation holistically, it doesn't really make sense for us at this time, but we can accomplish the goal that that recommendation was looking to accomplish in some other ways. And so we have implemented those by requiring staffing to have minimums for both day shift and evening shift.
Thank you. So then it's fair to say that by the end of the summer, we think all of the auditor report recommendations will be implemented, except for when it comes to staffing.
Yes, I think that is a very fair statement.
Okay, thank you. So let's talk a little more about staffing. I understand that OUC currently employs 72 911 call takers.
Yes.
And 37 vacancies. And also employs 92 911 dispatchers and has 77 vacancies. So that's an over 30% vacancy rate for call takers and an almost 50% vacancy rate for dispatchers. What is the minimum number of 911 call takers that you need on a shift? And have you not been able to meet the minimum number during any shift this year?
Sure. So I just want to, this was something that I just really wanted to clarify with you, is that the 77 number is really off. And that's because positions, when the Office of Unified Communications were created, those positions were on our vacancy list. However, some of them don't actually belong there. We don't have a need for 77 additional dispatchers. And so what the real number is, what is funded and what is true to what we need based on our Erlang C calculations, which is the calculation that our industry uses to determine how many people we need on each shift, is that we have 23 current CEO openings or 911 call taker openings. That number 37, we have the 8 that started on Monday, which wasn't reflected in that number. And then we have the 5 who are in the process and intend to come on for our next class. And so actually that leaves 24. So that leaves 24 openings. And then for our dispatch side, what we actually have and what is funded are, and what we need are 25. dispatch positions.
Okay.
So now it's 77, and we'll get an updated matrix to you, and we will post that on our website because we know that that's important to the public.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And in terms of each shift, what is the minimum number of 911 call takers you need on a shift?
It varies from day shift to evening shift. We look to have about 20 to 22 on our day shift, and we look to have between 17 and 19 on our evening shift.
Okay.
So our shifts are 6 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. and then 6 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. And that half an hour, they're on the operations floor for 12 hours, but that half an hour is like a roll call with their supervisors. Sometimes we do trainings or collaborations during that time.
Okay. And is that because the call volume is higher during the day shift versus the night shift?
Yes, it is. In the afternoons are when we experience our highest call volume, lunchtime into the evening rush hour.
Okay. And have there been any shifts this year that you've not been able to meet that minimum number?
There have been times when we have not been able to meet that minimum number, either because of illness or because of staffing not being fully staffed for our call takers. And so we have overtime available, and our team is really gracious. They'll stay over for a couple of hours to help us in the evening, or they'll come in early. And then of course, on their days off, they can sign up for overtime and they can come in. And then we use mandatory overtime when we have to.
Okay. And how much overtime has been used this year for those shifts that have been understaffed?
I will have to get you those numbers, but I also would like to note that our agency, along with some other agencies, are under an overtime audit by the Office of the Inspector General, and so we are cooperating with that. And when we get that information back from them, we'll certainly share what we can with you as well.
Okay, thank you.
But we'll get you numbers.
Have there been circumstances in those understaffed shifts that you have sought to fill in with overtime, but people haven't been able to come in, and then the understaffing persists?
There have been times, I will say most recently, we have not experienced that. What tends to happen, or what tends to happen in the past is that when one person got sick, then others that were sitting around them would also get sick. And so we would have those, deficits. But we have steadily been able to fill our shifts just with voluntary overtime. And also with our police and fire dispatchers who are also call takers certified, they will come in and help out or help out. We can shift them if we have enough people.
Okay, thank you. How many call takers have you hired in fiscal year 2022 in each class?
We aim for about 10 to 12 in each class. I will acknowledge that in fiscal year 2022, we did not at any of our classes have 100% graduation rate. So people were brought in and for one reason or another did not finish the course. I'm proud to say that in fiscal year 23, that class had a 100% completion rate under our new OPSD chief. And we look to, maintain that goal. That is our goal every time because of the commitment that our agency is making and because of the monetary commitment that we're making. We want people to be successful here, but we certainly understand that sometimes the job is not for everyone. It's a tough job. And so when that happens, but the person is a valued employee, it's just maybe the stress is too much. We do look to place them in other positions within our agency that are a little less stressful.
Okay. And at the initial stage of trying to identify applicants and getting them in the door, are there any other challenges or hurdles that you've identified, or how else can the committee and the council be supportive in your hiring efforts to try to reduce these vacancies even further? And I am thrilled to hear that some of them have been filled recently, but to get to even lower vacancies?
So certainly, some of the things that we're working on doing is having a year-round open hiring process. Right now we open a position for a period of time, we close that, we review those applicants, and we move them forward. What we're hoping for is continuous, and it's a continuous application process. So at any time, people can come in, and then having a initial classroom training class start once a quarter, and then kind of just maintain that. So people know when they come in the door exactly what the expectations are going to be, and ahead of starting that training class, let them come in and maybe answer some of our non-emergency lines, help out with the administrative phone calls, because we take hundreds of thousands of those a year as well. And in that time, they can get a real feel for the shift work. They can get a feel for, what it's like to maybe have to miss a holiday with a family member, or miss a kid's sporting event. Because the truth is those things happen when you're in a 24/7 agency. And so, allowing people to do that also increases the number of people that we can onboard each year. So in fiscal year 22, we onboarded 23 people in total. With this plan in place and us executing that, we could onboard 40. And so kind of putting these plans in place to allow for that open, continuous hiring cycle. And then also with programs such as our Junior Academy. And you asked, how can council help? And I think it's really amplifying those things, helping us to amplify the Junior Academy that starts on March 15th, where we are working with DCPS and getting high school students between the ages of 14 and 18 into our center to learn about this job and really see it as an opportunity and a career. Also, amplifying the fact that this is a career path. And then of course, working with our partner agencies that maybe they get applicants that maybe can't meet the physical requirements that those jobs need, but we don't have a physical requirement here. So if they're great candidates other than the physical piece, those are things that we can do here. And we just really look to attract young talent and talent actually of all ages. And one of the other things that we're really proud of is our hiring bonus. While it is not as high as our law enforcement partners in the city, for the first time, we are going to be offering a hiring bonus as an incentive.
And what will that bonus be?
We are still working out the details of what that number looks like based on available funding, but we will let you know as soon as we have a true number.
Okay, great. Well, I'm happy to hear all those things and can certainly amplify those opportunities from our office and with this committee. And it's a great career path, as you point out, and are real first responders. So about the Junior Academy, I'm really excited about this and encouraging more young people to pursue careers with OUC. How many applications have you received for this program so far? I heard you say it doesn't start till March 15th, but have applications come in the door, and how are you publicizing that opportunity?
Yes, so through social media, really through word of mouth. Last week we had the press here. There are a couple of news stories about that, and those yielded a few applications for us. So, and then also working collaboratively with DCPS to really amplify that. But to date, we have 17 applications, and we can take up to 13 more. So we can have a class of 30. So if anybody out there knows anybody, you can register on our website at ouc.dc.gov.
Great. You hear that, the young people listening, which you signed up. How is OUC working to hire additional certified bilingual call takers? Have you been partnering with any community organizations who serve our immigrant community?
Yes, we have. And we have about 12 bilingual call takers right now, and we rely on them to help us in that field. They're going out to job fairs, and we are working to make sure that we have representation from OUC at all events across the city, to let people know about the things, the applications and different things that we have that could help them help us better when they call 911. But also we always have brochures in multiple languages for hiring.
Okay, Thank you. So let's talk about quality assurance, or, reducing mistakes, making sure that the very high stakes job that you all have is met with that sense of urgency and accuracy. And in your pre-hearing responses, you stated that OUC has sent emergency responders to the wrong location 21 times in the last 2 months. And many of the investigations into those incidents are pending, I understand. But the 12 that have closed, 8 were determined to be caused by a call taking error. And so I would like to go through each of those incidents with you.
Okay.
So first in January, FEMS was sent to a wrong address on Main Drive Northwest.
So that is has been referred to HR for personnel action.
Okay. And are there any steps that you are taking or will take in terms of training and oversight to make sure that the types of mistakes made there will be reduced?
Yes. One of the things that we know to be true about these incidents that you and I are getting ready to talk about is that they are all incidents that are really high stress. They're not the average run-of-the-mill incident for things that we handle on a more frequent basis, right? They're CPR calls, they're high stress calls in one way or another. And so we're looking at that. We're looking at the training. And what I know to be true is before fiscal year 23, our trainers were not nationally certified. They are nationally certified now, or they will be as a contingency of their employment in our training division. We also are more aligned with the national standard to do quality assurance on 2% of our 911 calls. We are also working with DC FEMS, and they do quality assurance on our CPR calls. Before, when we were doing those things, we weren't really doing anything with that information. And in the 911 training cycle, there are 3 parts. There's the quality assurance, there's the identifying patterns, there's the training, and then you come back to the quality assurance to see if the information that is being retrained is being received by those who are responsible for handling the calls. We are coaching, we have remedial plans in place when people are making mistakes. That is new. So if somebody is making a mistake, we are immediately identifying that call taker. We are pulling them off the floor. We are looking at that with them, and we are looking to see where they are in the process. Is this their first error? Is this their second error? And that really dictates what happens next, whether it's training and coaching with a remedial plan in place, or if it's a disciplinary track that they're on. And we are holding all of our call takers accountable, to the same set of standards. There's not going to be a thing where we just let a mistake go. We are going to look at every single mistake that is made and address that through our Special Operations and Investigations Division. And then that chief will work with the chiefs of operations, Office of Professional Standards and Development, General Counsel, and Human Resources to decide what our next steps are. And we are doing that within 5 days of the mistake happening.
Okay, and who makes that determination as to what the follow-up will be?
As far as the investigation?
Right, like you gave some examples of, if somebody, it's a repeated error, or if there needs to be disciplinary action or more training, who is making that decision?
We have put in place since in October, we put in place a Special Operations and Investigations policy. So it's all in policy exactly how things will be handled. Some are more in depth than others. Some we can know kind of right away by either by our recordings or by our screenshots, because we're recording screens as well. And sometimes we have to do a little bit more digging with interviews and things like that. And so we do that, and then we work with our partner agencies as well to understand if there's any sort of open investigation that they might have on the incidents. For larger scale incidents, we are also doing after action reports, or what we call hot washes, with MPD and with DC FEMS, where we all sit down and we talk about what happened here, and we outline the facts, we outline the findings, we outline what our recommendations are going to be, and then we present that to our deputy mayor for review, and then distribution if we can.
Okay, thank you. Next one, in January, FEMS was sent to the wrong address on New Jersey Avenue Southeast. What happened there?
Yes, that was, I'm sorry, I have a list here too, that I'm looking at.
No problem, take your time.
Okay, I'm sorry, thank you. New Jersey Avenue was call taking, and the outcome for that is pending the resolution, but it has been referred to both HR and to training to see where the person that took that call is in the process.
Okay, and so similar to our last conversation, there'll be a determination as to if there's more training required for that call taker specifically, or disciplinary action?
Yes. And then also from that, one of the things I can say is, we talk a lot about addresses, but one of the things that we are really starting to implement when we look at these investigations are how else could the call have been entered? Because addresses in this city can be confusing, right? And we know that, but commonplace names that can be added, such as at Metro, at DOT, commonplace names, the more that we can get into the system and the more we can, encourage and train our call takers to use those is really important. I think for a long time, we've really been focused on digits and a name and a quadrant, but really, if I can tell you and I can type in that I'm at the White House, then I don't have to know that it's at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I don't have to know what quadrant it's in, because all of that is backloaded into the CAD system. So, IT plays a part in this too, on how we can fix things that would make it easier for our call takers, because this job alone is stressful. And so those types of barriers that we can overcome, just make their lives a little bit easier in the moment.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. I think that's a great point. Another address, in January, FEMS was sent to a wrong address on 16th Street Southeast.
16th Street. Okay, right. So that was a call taking error, and that has been referred to OPSD. So the training department, and they will put together an individualized training plan for that call taker.
Okay, and when can that training plan be expected to be delivered or taught?
It is underway, actually. Okay. That one is underway. So they're in the process, and then they'll do an assessment after that training is done to ensure that there aren't any additional gaps.
Okay. In February, FEMS was sent to a wrong address on 1st Street Northwest. What happened there?
That again is call taking and is in the process with OPSD for retraining.
Also in February, MPD was sent to a wrong address on 8th Street Northwest.
Okay, so for that one is pretty complex. And so we were getting numerous calls. So the error is partially in call taking on one of them. And then there was a third party caller where LDT, or location determining technology, was not available. And so that one is pending, because we are still looking at that holistically. And because one of those calls came in through another call center, working to get that information so that we can finalize that one. So I think that one's going to be a little more complex and multi-parted.
Okay. And is that kind of multi-source issue included in your baseline training for all new call takers?
Yes, yes. And one of the things that we talk about in our baseline call training here, and I think what people have experienced is that sometimes when you call 911, you don't get the jurisdiction that you are looking to get. And so one, I'll just use this time to say it's really important to stay on the line because we have technology in place where within 3 seconds, we can have you to the right place, whether that is Prince George's County or in California. We have means to do that. What I will also say is that with the advancement of technology, those numbers of how many times we're having to transfer interjurisdictionally is decreasing because the technology is getting better. But we are training all of our call takers on that. And I think that that's one of the things that we're really proud of with our revamped training program is before there was 5 weeks of classroom time and we weren't really talking about those things. We weren't really talking about those nuanced things about technology. But what I know to be true and what the industry knows to be true is that we have to teach our team members how those calls get here and what could maybe go awry before we say DC 911. Because if we don't have that information, then it kind of sticks us to make a right decision sometimes. And so with the expanded call taking training and using the national minimum training guidelines from the National 911 program and aligning our training with that, we are covering on all of those things that are really paramount to being the best call taker that you can be.
Thank you for that. I would agree. It's like a very important part of the training to kind of see the holistic big picture. In February, FEMS was sent to a wrong address on Quincy Street Northwest. Do we know what happened there?
Yes, that was call taking street and place. That was the difference there. And that is pending HR review.
Okay. And with a distinction like that, street and place, if the location information from the phone was sent, and I'm not sure if it was in that case, how does a call taker make a determination as to what they think they heard on the phone versus what they see on the map?
Sure. So I want to just back up a little bit and say this with the location determining technology, because I think sometimes there's a little bit of misinformation about it, what exactly we get. So the other day when you were here, there were 1,100 calls that had come into 911 that morning, and 700 of them were wireless phase 2 calls, which means they gave us the location of the device that the call was being made from. The other calls did not have that information. VoIP calls are not historically accurate because they're transient and people can move and not change their addresses with the provider. Wireless phase 1 calls that are still coming into our center are providing cell phone tower locations. So even after multiple, what we call rebids, we might not always be getting the actual location. Residential lines seem to be accurate because people have had them for multiple years and they're staying, at the house. But the FCC and the mandates of the FCC require a circle, a radius around an address. And so the address could be anywhere within that radius. They, over the years, have shrunk that radius, but it's not perfected, and the carriers are not always required to send us the exact address if it's not available. So with that being said, what happens a lot of times when it's a difference between place or street or terrace or road, it's because those addresses typically intersect in our city, or they're close enough together that it could be one or the other. And so, looking at standards and best practices, we have to write a policy, and this is a recommendation in the audit, of course, to determine how we're going to handle what do we believe. Do we believe the information that we're getting from the telephone? Because that's going to take additional training, for our call takers to really understand wireless phase 1 versus wireless phase 2 versus VoIP versus Google versus all the ways that a caller can make a phone call. Or are we going with what the caller says? And so some of these on this list is just that. We got it wrong because maybe we went with what the caller said, or we got it wrong because both of those addresses were close enough to the location that we were being given. What we have done is we have worked with our CAD, our computer aided dispatch provider, to put up a stop sign. So when an address that we enter into our computer system doesn't match what the telephone company is sending us through our telephony system, we're putting up a stop sign and saying, wait a second, these don't match. Why don't you go back and just triple or quadruple check with the caller where we are? And we've had great success rates with that. We still have a few that have gotten through the cracks, but we are really trying to implement ways to kind of slow our call takers down. Because I think for a long time, the industry as a whole was focused on how quickly we could take a call and get it to the dispatch queue. But if it's going to take a call taker an extra 10 or 15 seconds to get the address right, I'm okay with it not making it to the queue as fast, because what happens is it goes to the queue and it's wrong and it gets dispatched to the wrong place. And now we've lost 9, 10, or 11 minutes in some cases.
Okay, that's helpful context. Thank you. Two more. In February, FEMS was sent to a wrong address on 6th Street Southwest.
Yes, that is showing as call taking and referred to OPSD, but it has some asterisks next to it, as you might see in your report as well. And so I will circle with our Chief of Special Operations and Investigations and get back to your office with what the outcome is there.
Okay, thank you. And last, in February, FEMS was sent to a wrong address on Hayes Street Northeast.
Yes, call taking, and that is pending final investigation by the Chief of Special Operations and Investigations, and then he will work collaboratively with training and HR to decide next steps.
Okay, and do we know what about the call taking?
I don't have that in front of me. I will find out and get back to you. Okay. I try to know what everyone is. I just don't want to tell you something incorrect.
I understand. Thank you. We like accuracy here, so that's all right. We'll follow up. When a call taker or dispatcher completes additional training after it's determined that they've made errors, how does OUC continue to provide oversight to ensure that that training is successfully changing behavior?
Part of the remedial training process has maybe additional quality assurance checks being done on that person individually. So we're spot checking that person more frequently. Our supervisors for that call taker are involved in those conversations, so they're aware too. There's awareness. We certainly aren't broadcasting it to everyone, but we are giving the support that person needs. And certainly at any time, a call taker can come to us and just say, we are struggling, whatever reason, I'm struggling with this new technology. I need help understanding this better. And then also we are working towards certifying our communications training officers. So a communications training officer is somebody who is sitting with a call taker, usually on an initial, right when they come out to the floor for the first time, they're listening. And then when they're ready to take their first call, they're not going at it alone. They're going with a certified communications training officer. And historically, we have just let people apply for that and appointed them. Now they will all be certified with the latest edition through ACO, the Association of Public Safety Communication Official training program. So they will be aligned with our standards and best practices. And so sometimes when a person goes back out, we can have them sit with a CTO, and we can do that away from the operations floor, so as not to embarrass a call taker. We never want to embarrass anyone. We don't want to punish people, right? We want to help them get stronger in the work that they're doing, because they are doing really amazing work, and we want to support and uplift them every opportunity we can, even when hard things happen and they get a call wrong.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I know we talked a little bit about the location determining technologies already, but can you elaborate a little bit on how you're providing that training kind of at the start of somebody joining as a call taker?
Sure. So we've worked with Rapid SOS, who is the provider of our LDT here in Washington, D.C. They've created training at any juncture when we need them. They have made themselves available. We also have upped our training program. Our initial training program now has 60 hours of geography training associated with it, up from 8, because we know that it is a problem and we know that we needed to do something big to correct the issue. And so we also are working with OCTO, the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, their GIS team, who we rely heavily on here at our center to do training. They're doing training with our trainers, and they are also doing training with DC Fire and EMS, because the truth is this, when we talk about police districts, when we talk about response areas for DC Fire and EMS, they're out there and they're traveling the streets, and so they know things. They can see that visually. We're not, because we're over here in Ward 8, right? And we have maps, and that's great. But we know that we have to get our call takers and dispatchers out there to really get a feel for how things are. And our response area is the entire district. And so, when things change, or when things are complicated, like the 95 interchanges, we've got to really take people out there and show them, and not just a sweeping drive by one time. This is the 3rd Street tunnel, it's 295, this is 395. We really have to get out there and make sure that they understand exactly what it is that they're seeing. So when a caller calls in and probably also doesn't always know where they are, we can better visualize. What are some things that you're seeing around you? They have to understand that Florida Avenue intersects with RST Street multiple times, and kind of what that looks like. And so we're really dedicated to that. And our continuing education for our call takers and dispatchers, the policy is going to be for them to have 40 hours of continuing education training, and 8 hours of that training is going to be refreshers on geography.
Okay, thank you. And I hear you, and I think that's such a great point of the need to see in person a lot of our city and understand the connection and where places are to help provide context. How many of your staff are DC residents?
At last count, it was at least 53%.
Okay. You mentioned that you're moving away from a criteria-based dispatch system to use the system called PowerPhone. Can you clarify when this shift will happen and how you think the new system will improve services? And specifically, if you could touch on how you think PowerPhone will be used to improve quality assurance.
Sure. So one of the national standards and best practices of our industry is on call processing and call protocol. And there are a couple of protocol systems out there that really align with those standards. And one of them is PowerPhone. Criteria-based dispatch is not one of those systems, because when you look at that system, you're looking at it, it's giving you a laundry list of questions, and you as the call taker are trying to figure out which question is appropriate and which question to ask. With PowerPhone, and the reason why we went with PowerPhone is that it has what they call a universal launch. And so when you launch PowerPhone, the first question that we're asking is, what's the address? Because that is the absolute most important thing that we're getting from you, because even if the call disconnects, we know that somewhere at this location, somebody needs something. And even if we don't have the opportunity to send the right response, right, because we don't know what's happening, at least we can send somebody out there who can then tell us what is happening. And so with PowerPhone, we're going to have this universal launch. We're going to be asking for the address. We're going to be asking for the callback number. We're going to be asking, tell us what happened. As the person starts to type what happens, it's going to minimize a drop-down menu, right? So it's going to have all of the choices. And as you start to type, it's going to the AI is going to say, okay, they're typing in HEA, this is either a heart attack, or something like, it's going to just delineate exactly what it is. And then it's going to put you into the right set of questions. It's going to put you in the right set of questions based on the person, based on their age, based on the symptoms that they're having. And they are going to then be able to answer those questions, and built into the background are going to be these algorithms that DC Fire and EMS and MPD have helped us to build out that will say for this call type, you're going to get this kind of response. So the response plans are going to be built in. That information is going to go to CAD. It's going to go out to the first responders so they can see every question that we ask and every response to that question. And it's also going to allow us to type in information. The other thing that it is going to do is it's going to tell us when this isn't appropriate, that this is not an appropriate dispatch for fire or police, and maybe it's better off for a diversion program, such as our nurse triage line, such as our Department of Behavioral Health access line. And so we're going to be getting people to the right care without overloading those already stressed entities, right? We already have calls stacking there. And so if we can move people away from that and have a program in place that helps us do that, because what we just went through, the exercise that you and I have just gone through with these call types, these were the high stress calls. So chances are I had somebody screaming at me because something very, very traumatic is happening in their house. I'm trying to get the right location. Now I'm looking at a laundry list of questions, trying to figure out which ones I should ask, which ones aren't appropriate. And then I'm also deciding what I should be sending, how I should be coding this call and sending it. And so this program kind of takes some of that guess game away, and it makes for a more equitable and equal response based on the questions and what we know to be facts, rather than just, this is how I think I should code it.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that additional context. I know that was one of the recommendations from the auditor report, and how automation can really help in these high stress situations to reduce mistakes. In the event that the algorithm does not meet the moment, or for whatever reason, the circumstances of the case are kind of outside what is plugged in there, is there a way to circumvent the system to plug in the specific facts of the case?
Yes, absolutely. And those are things that we are working with our partners to identify. When things don't fit in the box, what do we do? And so, as long as the person is breathing and conscious and over the right age, then that's something that, we've decided maybe that can go to nurse triage for the nurse to be able to ask their questions and help us to better figure out. For police, we have an investigate the trouble. And so, that is, we don't really know what's happening here, but go out and make contact with the person and let us know what else you might need. But we're going to build it out in such a robust way that when those things do happen, our teams are going to be looking at that and saying, okay, what else do we need? How can we make this better? How can we be inclusive of these types of circumstances in the future? The system can also do a low, medium, high priority. It'll identify the priorities. So when they do go to the dispatch zones, especially for police, the priority that is assigned to it will be there.
Okay.
And I just want to take a moment. I'm sorry, because I think I skipped part of your question on the last one about quality assurance. The PowerPhone Total Response Program has a quality assurance feature built into it. And so it will take all of the information and how the person answered the questions, how the call taker answered the question, and it'll put it into a quality assurance form. And then our quality assurance officers will be able to see if we ask the question, is the person breathing? And the person said no, but the person said yes, and we marked no, then that's a problem too, right? Because they've checked the wrong thing. Maybe they asked the question and that's great, but if they marked the wrong response, then that's problematic. And so that'll kind of port that information over. With CBD, we do not have a built-in quality assurance program. The quality assurance program is actually a document in Microsoft Forms that our call takers are using. And then also our quality assurance team members will all be certified in quality assurance with PowerPhone. And we also will be certifying the quality assurance team from DC Fire and EMS along with Dr. Holman.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. And just lastly on this, before I turn to my colleague, when will this be implemented?
We are waiting for contract execution from OCP. And as soon as it is, we have our program manager identified who will lead the charge from the operational side and from the technical side. And we've already reached out to our sister agencies in FEMS and MPD, DBH to identify the person who will be on the working group for the implementation for that. I'm hopeful of 180 days, but we will keep you and everyone updated, you know, as in case we hit challenges and things like that. We will also then do, of course, a big campaign when we launch that so that people understand, you know, that the questions we're going to be asking are going to look at a little bit different. And one thing that I want to note is with this change, all of our call takers and dispatchers, because dispatchers, you know, will have the training too, will be certified as emergency medical dispatchers, emergency fire dispatchers, and emergency police dispatchers, which is aligned with standards and best practices, and is something that is never happened here. Well, it has not happened here in years. So we're really excited about that. And there, of course, will be continuing education for that certification.
Great. I look forward to following along with that important update with you. Thank you, Director.
Yes, thank you.
So we have been joined by my Ward 5 colleague, Councilmember Zachary Parker. And please go ahead, Councilmember, for a 15-minute round. We just lost the clock, so we're going to re-invite it. So we'll have it, you know, until 6:15.
Okay, that is helpful. Thank you, Chair Pinto. And nice to see and meet you, Ms. McGavin. I am not part of this committee, but as you can imagine, the success of your agency and team is top of mind for all residents. And so I just wanted to get a sense from a 30,000-foot view of what you see as the top 2 or 3 challenges to the turnaround of the agency. And I will preface a lot of my questions with apologies, because I would imagine you already covered a lot of ground with Chair Pinto. So if I am repeating certain questions, please bear with me as I'm jumping from another hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. It's great to meet you. I hope soon that we'll have the opportunity to meet in person. So the top priorities are a couple of things. One, it's the person. It is the person here in our center, and it is the person relying on our services. Our largest, most valuable commodity here at OUC is the people who are answering our calls. And this is a stressful job. Being a call taker is not for the faint of heart in any way. And because of staffing, they're doing it a lot, and they're not getting the breaks that other centers might be getting in between one call to the next. And so they're dealing with people's most traumatic moments. So their wellness and their well-being are really, really important to us. And some of the ways that we're addressing that is through one of our employees is getting a workplace wellness certification, and she will be heading up our workplace wellness programs, in addition to things that we've already done in collaboration with the Went Center and DCHR with some of their exercise programs, and DBH has just been really helpful helping us find resources and providing those to us. Also, the person out in the District of Columbia, whether they are a resident or a visitor, in their most traumatic moment when they need us, we want to make sure that we are a trusted resource to them. We don't ever want to hear that someone didn't call 911 because they didn't trust in the process, or that they don't report things to 311 because they don't trust in the process. And we know that that means being open, having an open door policy. You know, we invite people to come to our center, invite us out to things with our public campaign, and really teaching people about what 911 and 311 are really all about. The second thing that's really important to me is making sure that our employees feel supported through training, that our employees feel supported by the people who are charged with their supervision, our middle managers, making sure that they have the resources that they need and making sure that they are equipped with all the tools to make the right decisions as far as our people are concerned. So we're going to be putting a lot of focus on supervision. We're going to be putting a lot of focus on wellness, and most importantly, we're going to be putting a lot of focus on trust within our community and being transparent and accountable. And, there are going to be times where we're not always going to be able to publicly say that this is what happened at this address, because maybe it's under investigation by another agency. But we have been sending all of our errors to Councilmember Pinto's office, or I'm sorry, to Chairperson Pinto's office, and having the open conversations when we can, and we're dedicated to investigating those. One thing that I would like to tell you is that we have an online feedback form that we launched today, so that our neighbors can let us know when they have concerns, and we are dedicated to addressing those back with 48 hours to get the ball rolling on a more formal investigation if that is needed.
That is helpful. And when you say, just quick follow-up there, when you say 48-hour investigation, is that internal, or are you circling back with the person who submitted the feedback?
We're going to call them within 48 hours to have some sort of conversation with them. We're going to definitely take a look at it within that 48 hours. And if we can give them an answer before 48 hours, we're going to call them back and give them that answer. If it's something more extensive, we are looking at like a 5-day turnaround for a more in-depth.
Suffice it to say that if someone fills out this feedback form, they should be hearing back from you all in a short amount of time. Great. And I'm glad to hear that. As many opportunities as we can get feedback, the better. I go by the adage, feedback is love. So I love that. Two other things I want to just touch on very quickly. One is a question just so I can better understand it. I hear from residents often that, I call MPD and no one ever showed up. And I'm not interested in the finger pointing, but where I'm going with this is tracking where the breakdown is and how can we investigate. Is that an MPD issue? Or is that a OUC issue? Like, did they ever get, where can we track where that dispatch call went?
Sure. So when a call gets dispatched, we could do a better job, and our new protocol system will do this, is the question of, do you want to be contacted? Not every single person that calls 911 wants to be contacted. And so, certainly for our part in that, that is something that we can focus on, making sure that a resident, do you want to be contacted? Do you not want to be contacted? Because some people don't, right? They don't want to be contacted. They don't want the police officer coming to their door. They don't want their neighbors knowing that maybe they were the person who called. But we have a really strong relationship with our partners at MPD, and we are always kind of on the same beat when these things come up. So, for example, yesterday we had the incident in 70 and calls were starting to stack, and we were all on the phone talking, how can we fix this? How can we make it better? So we really, we don't do a lot of that finger pointing. I'm really proud to say that. We do more of the collaborating. So this is definitely something that I can work with our liaison to figure out, what we can do and what we can do to help minimize that concern that you're hearing.
And these are more one-off things that I hear, but I do hear them, and I've heard them repeatedly to the point it is a concern. And I guess where I'm not clear is where the breakdown is, whether it's, as I said, with MPD or with you all, and that is that data available that we would be able to say on this date at this time, this person called from this address to request police presence, and your data system would be able to tell me whether or not that was dispatched to MPD or perhaps it wasn't.
Yes, absolutely we can. And we provide that. And we also provide that to MPD because we get those complaints too. I called and nobody ever showed up. And so we look at it And we call back the resident with our part of it, and then MPD handles their part of it too. And then we kind of collaborate with them so we can identify the parts that we at OUC may have misstepped on and how we're gonna perfect that moving forward.
And just connecting the dots with that new feedback form, if that ever was an issue, that's something a commissioner, a neighbor, or somebody could fill out in that feedback form and receive the information. Is that correct?
Yes, 100%. And also, I know, we're on the time here, but also when people have those concerns and we see them on social media and they tag us, we have a social media team that is looking at that. And, even today, even a couple of weeks ago, people are tagging us with some concerns. We're reaching right out to them. I talked to a resident on a Sunday afternoon about the concern that they were having.
And I don't doubt that you all are getting the tags or even that you're responding. I'm more concerned about the transparency to say like, yeah, that's our bad. We dropped the ball there. If that was in fact the case. And so what I'm hearing you say is that level of clarity of where the breakdown would be shared, regardless if it's with your agency or someone else. Is that correct?
Yes.
Got
yes.
it.
And
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to move in a different direction just very quickly because we're on a clock and I want to respect Chair Pinto's time. There are a few incidents that are widely known that I just want to reference and get some insight to you. Or from you rather. So on February 25th, 9 minutes were lost when fire and EMS went to the 5300 block of 13th Street Northwest instead of the 3500 block. And the person calling was believed to be in cardiac arrest, and I believe it ended up being a seizure. I know that's a very specific example, but I was going to call out certain cases. And can you just speak to the breakdown here and how are you all addressing this so that this doesn't happen again? And there are other examples here where more than 5 minutes were lost because fire EMS went to the 1200 block of New Jersey Northwest versus New Jersey Southeast. Can you speak to how you all are addressing the accuracy of your dispatch?
Sure. So on those and on others, Chairperson Pinto and I just went through an exercise. But so what I'll say is that we look at each individual incident and it goes under review by our Special Operations and Investigations Division. And then from there, we look at what the breakdown was. We look at the facts and we look down what, if any, breakdown there was. And then depending on what our findings are, we either refer to HR if it's a personnel matter, or we refer to our Office of Professional Standards and Development if it's a training matter. And we hold everybody accountable to the same standard. So if somebody takes a call and the quadrant's wrong, we look at why did you get that wrong? And then we can do some retraining and we document that training. We put remedial plans in place, and then we also,
I'm sorry. I'm more interested in that latter point, the training. Can you speak to me? And I heard you talk about the training for the staff. Like, what does that look like to just focus on the accuracy of dispatch? Because this is something I've heard from FEMS, I've heard from neighbors. It could very well be the reason why someone's not showing up when the neighbor calls for MPD. Like, what does the training actually look like for the team?
The training has just changed. It used to be 5 weeks in-house training with 8 hours of location training. It's now much longer with 60 hours of geography training. And the geography training is no longer just classroom. It's real life, driving around the city, understanding things, seeing it firsthand, how it goes. And then it's also adding in pieces such as a stop sign in our computer-aided dispatch system, that if a location comes in and the location we enter into the system is a little bit different, is different than what the telephony system is saying, then it's throwing up a stop sign to say, hey, you need to step back and take a look at this before you move forward, because we have a discrepancy here.
And I'm assuming those 60 hours are part of an ongoing training for all team members, or is it once you reach 60 hours, you're good to go?
No, so that 60 hours is just for our initial, when the call taker first comes to the OUC. Our continuing education for geography is going to be 8 hours. And then looking at 8 hours annually, and then other opportunities as they arise.
Okay. That is concerning. I'm glad to hear that there is training. I'm not convinced that that's sufficient, although off the top of my head, I don't necessarily have a recommendation there, but it just would seem as though everybody should be going through ongoing training. Or let me ask this question. Is there ongoing assessment of random calls where you're spot checking? Okay, great.
Yes. And I just want to clarify. So the national standard for yearly training is 24 hours per call taker or dispatcher. OUC is 40. So, and out of those 40 hours, and our team does much more than that, but that's the minimum. Out of those 40 hours, 8 is going to be dedicated to geography. And when a call taker comes in, it's 16 weeks of training, 8 in a classroom. It used to just be 5. So we've gone from 5 to 16 and 60 hours. So a week and a half is going to be focused on geography. Geography training that's happening here, geography training that's happening with DC Fire and EMS, and geography training that's happening with Octo's GIS department, since we're using their maps. And then, during spot checks and things like that, or when we know that a person has had a missed address, then part of their remedial training plan includes additional geography training above the 8 hours that all call takers and dispatchers will be required to have.
I got you. And then to that point, are team members let go after X amount of mistakes? I know staffing is an issue, but there is a quota that you have where you've made too many mistakes.
Yes, we use the progressive discipline.
Got it. Okay. In my last 5 seconds, if you could just speak to the progress that you've made on the auditor report. And I think I've heard some numbers, but where are we with the recommendations in the report? And then I will turn it back over to the chair.
Sure. So we update our OUC roadmap monthly, and that has the 30 recommendations from the auditor, and it gives an update each month on that. I'm proud to say to date, we have 70% of those recommendations implemented, and we've made the commitment to have all but one implemented by the end of summer, with aligned with our new protocol system that we're putting into place. And that one is around staffing, because we are short-staffed, and we are going to reach the same goals that the audit recommended with that recommendation, but we're just going to do it a little bit differently.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Parker, and thank you for joining us today. I do want to just clarify something that you said, Director, about the 8 hours of geography training, that's the current system, but it will be 60 hours of geography training for new call takers.
Yes, so in fiscal year 22 and previous, when the call takers came to their initial training and they were only in training for 5 weeks, 1 day was dedicated to geography, so 1 8-hour day. Now it's a week and a half, and then for our people who are out of their probationary stage and have that continuing education requirement, out of their 48 hours will be geography based. And also, one of the things that I haven't mentioned is an ongoing collaborative effort with DC Fire and EMS for training at Engine House 22. So all of our new call takers take that, and then our fire dispatchers also take that. And it's a really great training that really helps highlight some of the concerns, that have been shared about training in geography and such.
Well, we are already mind melding, Director, because that was going to be my next question. Can you elaborate a little bit on what that's going to look like and how many people have done ride-alongs, what that number is going to expand to?
Certainly. So our last TEO class, class when they first joined us here at OUC, they all went on ride-along, some with fire and some with police. And then on the second day they swapped and they did the other. So we're doing that. And as our staffing levels are increasing, we're able to let the people who have worked here for a while go out because, right, things have changed. And we're really lucky that we have some employees here at OUC who have worked here for 30, 40 years, as you saw firsthand the other day. So really collaborating with them. And then, so I would say that the 23 that were onboarded in fiscal year 22, some of them may or may not have had that ride along experience just because of COVID. But at the later part of fiscal year 22, those team members, so that was 10, and then the 8 that just started this week will all have that opportunity as well.
Great, thank you. In your pre-hearing questions, you listed 45 different trainings for 911 call takers and dispatchers. Can you clarify who takes these trainings and how frequently, how those kind of decisions are being made?
Absolutely. So through the Council of Government, our training office we are the training center for the region. And so we get funding through UAC grants to have a training coordinator who coordinates trainings that we host here at our center. And any of our employees can take those. Out of the other ones that we have that we offer, it really varies. If it's active shooter, that's going to be geared more towards our lease dispatchers and call takers because that class is geared more towards them. For our Rapid SOS Train the Trainer program that's listed, all of our IT staff, our supervisors and managers, and our trainers all went through that. For our workforce playbook, that was our middle managers and above. Mental health dispatch course, that was all of our employees took that class. And we also invited our DVH Access Helpline partners over for that one as well. Addressing for Next Gen 911, that was for our GIS users and for our supervisors to understand map reading. And some of our call takers also took that class. If people want to take classes that might not necessarily be required for them, we absolutely welcome that because we want to see people have career growth, right? People have aspirations. I started as a call taker. I one day said that I wanted to be the director of a center. And so, we encourage people to kind of step outside of their comfort zone and learn more about not just 911 call taking, but also learn about the industry. For our CMCP or our Center Manager Certification Program, I'm proud to say that all of our current supervisors are certified, which is huge in this industry. You don't often see that, but we're able to do that through funding through grants, and then of course through dollars that we have earmarked for training.
Thank you. Call diversion. How many calls is your goal to see diverted to the nurse triage line?
So there's no number, but all of them that are eligible. And so there are eligibility requirements because when we can divert them away from dispatch, we're doing a lot of things. We are freeing up fire and EMS resources for those emergencies that aren't appropriate. We are helping to do our part to reduce hospital wait times because the nurse triage line isn't just about getting advice and sitting at home and hoping things get better. The nurse, and we've all really just kind of gone through a retraining here, myself included, the nurse is able to make appointments at clinics for things like sutures or x-rays. And so that nurse can make the appointment, that nurse can provide a ride if somebody needs it to get to that clinic. And so what we understand is from the time they call 911 to the time they're being seen in the clinic is 36 minutes. And that sure beats the couple of hours that you might be waiting in a hospital ER for something, because maybe you sliced your finger while you were making dinner. Right. So our goal is just everything that is eligible to get there.
And how many calls were diverted to the nurse triage line so far in fiscal year 2020? or I guess in fiscal year 2022, we have those numbers.
That data is actually held by DC Fire and EMS, and so I can work with them and to get that to you. But they get that data because sometimes we send to the nurse, and then there are options away from the nurse. They can send it back to be dispatched for DC Fire and EMS. They can send it to be dispatched to AMR. I can tell you how many we initially send, and what I can tell you is, while I don't have exact numbers, I know that before Dr. Holman came over a couple weeks ago, those numbers were sometimes in the single digits, and I haven't seen anything less than 30. So we have an uptick. So that's something to be proud of, but we also know that we've got some work to be done. And I think with additional training and the collaboration that we have with he and his team, as well as the technology upgrades that we'll see with our protocol system, that we're going to see that number really go up.
Okay, and that's good to hear that the nurse triage line can be re-diverted, because I would imagine for some call takers that it may feel like a big or risky decision on to divert it kind of away from other emergency response or paramedics showing up. And so hopefully that information is helpful to people in that you're making a decision on where it needs to be diverted, but when in doubt, if the nurse determines it is an emergency situation, there is a fail-safe, and hopefully that will help get more calls diverted that are eligible.
One of the things that Dr. Holman kind of has us saying around here is, when in doubt, let the nurse figure it out, and they'll either send it back or get it, because they're going to ask some more poignant questions about the situation, because they're trained as nurses, they're nurses, and we don't have that same toolbox that they have.
Right. I understand that the nurse triage line is being expanded to accept pediatric patients. Can you provide an update on this expansion and any additional training that's been provided to call takers for this?
So that would be at the discretion of Dr. Holman, and we are using Dr. Holman more in the medical director position. And so I don't have an answer right now for you on that, but we will collaborate with him to find out what that looks like, and then what that expanded training would look like.
Okay. And how about for the program to divert minor vehicular crashes and emergency towing calls to DDOT? Do we know what percentage of those calls were diverted this year, of eligible calls?
I don't have that right in front of me. Those agencies track those numbers because what we do is we get them out of 911 and over to 311 to help reduce wait times. And so we know that we've have some success there, but we will look to get you those numbers.
Okay, thank you. How about for behavioral health issues? How has that pilot been working, and what are your plans this year to make it even more successful?
So when that pilot started, it was 12 hours a day. We've expanded to 24. We have just finished reviewing an MOU that will put Access Helpline, some of the Access Helpline call takers over to our center here at OUC for further collaboration. But one of the things that I think we are most proud of here is our acceptance into and working with the Harvard Kennedy School's Government Performance Lab and for diversion programs. And so actually, we meet with them weekly on Thursdays with the Harvard Kennedy School. We have access to a lot of great resources there, and then cities who have actually done diversion programs. And again, we want to get people to the right place, and that's not always an officer showing up at the door. And so right now one of the things that we know and what we're going to talk about tomorrow at our Harvard Kennedy School meeting is we're not tracking the data well enough to say that this is being impactful or this is not. And so on those meetings, we have representatives from DBH, from Metropolitan Police Department, from DC Fire and EMS, and PowerPhone will really help us to track that data, because all calls are going to have a question sequence, and it's going to tell us it's going to say out of these 100 calls, 50 of them should have been diverted to the access helpline, and 50, didn't meet the criteria for that diversion. And so, we're looking to solve a lot of problems with one solution, but we recognize that we don't have a firm grasp on exactly how many calls are going to DBH from our center. And so it's definitely something that we are working on better identifying.
Okay, thank you. And would you say there is sufficient buy-in from DBH and MPD on this program?
Absolutely, they have been, and FEMS, they've all been really fantastic partners. And also the lab at DC has been helping us as well.
Okay, thank you. And this is certainly not for all of the cases, but I will just share this with you as a continuing concern that sometimes I speak with DBH providers who say, I would have felt more comfortable if there was an MPD officer on the scene, particularly if it's unknown that there's a weapon. And I've spoken with a number of MPD officers who say something seemed like it could have been diverted to DBH, but DBH either went out and then called MPD. And so I just raised that because I think for the success of the program, it's really important that OUC and DBH and MPD are all on the same page of what some of those metrics are, and that there's adequate buy-in and belief in that diversion from all parties, because otherwise we're just going to lead to a duplication of efforts.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the things of having us co-located with some of the access helpline call takers is going to kind of help. So if they are going to send out somebody and they do feel more comfortable having an officer after they've talked to the person, that can really happen in real time because they'll be sitting close by to our police dispatchers.
Okay. Thank you. I look forward to continuing to work with you on that. In your pre-hearing responses, you wrote that OUC does not track types of 911 misuse. Can you explain why that is? I would think that tracking the most frequent types of 911 misuse would allow for us to better understand how to educate the public and be more effective in reducing these types of calls.
So we are inundated with abandoned 911 calls. Whether those calls are from secondary devices because somebody shook their watch too hard and so the watch thinks that they fell down, or if somebody is continuously dialing 911 as a prank, we, with location, sometimes we can kind of pinpoint where somebody is. That's kind of harder in multifamily residence, such as apartment buildings. But we are really looking for ways to how we can decrease that number, because really we're busy. And so when we get one of those calls, we do our due diligence to make sure that it's not someone who's having an emergency and can't speak, but we really move away from that call and go to the next one that's in queue, because that next one could be, for somebody who needs CPR instructions. One of the things that's also really hard for us is, we're a city of 700,000 people, but we're taking over 1 million calls a year because we have such a transient population, people coming to and from work, people, visiting our great city. And so we have a lot of these challenges, and there's not a legislative piece that makes that illegal. We're not, in Maryland, if you misuse a 911 call or misuse 911, there's a telephone misuse charge that police can charge. And we don't have that here. So we have certainly as technology, as cell phones have increased, the number of abandoned calls or telephone misuse cases have increased here. The one thing that we can do and that we are doing is every number that calls 911, whether they reach a call taker or not, is we are calling that number back through an automated system, through our telephony system. We're calling you back, we're saying, this is DC 911, we got a 911 hang up. If you have an emergency, press 1, it's putting you in the queue. If you're not having an emergency, press 2, and it's disconnecting. If you do nothing with it, we're calling you back 2 more times with that same message. One of one of your colleagues in council suggested maybe looking into the idea of sending a text message in case a person couldn't speak. And so that is something that we'll look at if we can do. But if we are getting a lot of calls, and we have some people who are calling sometimes hundreds of times a day. We are trying to locate that person, and then we send it out for an officer to investigate. And also one of the things in our collaboration with our DBH Access Helpline, I usually take that number and give it to my counterpart at Access Helpline, because sometimes that's a mental health emergency. And so we just want them to make sure that, if they do need a mental health intervention, that we're putting them to the right people. So we are sharing those phone numbers with them.
Okay. I would imagine that with Power Phone, tracking dropped calls or misused calls may be easier to do on the aggregate.
So Power Phone is, once you're connected to the call taker, they're going to use that to ask you the questions to get you the right response. Our internal system, our telephony system, and we're also using a third-party system called eCats. That's tracking the number of calls. So each morning, when I wake up, I get a report that says, this is how many calls OUC took yesterday. This is how many of them were abandoned. And that is the system that's tracking it. It's not Power Phone, but we are tracking them.
Okay. How are particular needs of domestic violence survivors incorporated into this type of training around calling back a number that may have been dropped?
So text, we have text to 911 capabilities here. Dialing 911 and staying on the line. If we have an open line, our call takers are being trained to listen for those things. And we had a call taker just last year. She stayed on the line and she was able to get a location. She stayed on the line, got the location. She pulled up the location in the CAD system. She was able to see the extensive history of troubles at that residence, which included some domestic violence. She stayed on the line till officers got on scene, and that person was actually being held hostage. So we are training them to not just say open line and hang up. They are looking and listening for the clues that might indicate that there's an actual emergency on the other end of that open line.
Okay. Sure, I have that. Can you provide an update on OUC's efforts to ensure calls placed in DC are routed to DC 911, and calls placed in surrounding jurisdictions are routed to their 911 service? I know we talked a little bit about some of this training, but how is that going in practice?
Sure. So if a call comes in and has wireless phase 2 information or data with it, it's going to come to where the phone is ringing from. If it comes in and it has wireless phase 1 data, it's going to use the location of the cell phone tower. A cell phone tower is a triangle, and each side of the triangle is designated to a 911 center. So especially in Ward 4, we have the situation where it's bordering Prince George's County, and so some of those calls, depending on what side of the cell phone tower they hit, might be directed to Prince George's County or might be directed here to Washington, D.C. The same is true with our partners or our neighbors in Montgomery County, Arlington, Alexandria, and Fairfax. We look at these numbers and we look at how many calls in totality hit a cell phone tower. And we work with the carriers to do that, and we work with the neighbor to do that. So in Prince George's or in Montgomery County, just recently, we did an exercise where we looked at the total number of calls. At 50%, we're going to make a determination. If 51% of the calls that hit that side of the cell phone tower went to Montgomery County or were meant for Montgomery County, then Montgomery County is where that stays. If 51% hit that side of the cell phone tower and it was directed to Montgomery County, but those calls ultimately ended up in Washington, D.C., we're going to change it with the cell phone tower provider that it now comes to Washington, D.C. So it's a very technical exercise that our team works, that our tech team works with. And we have made 2 changes. and we analyze them quarterly. And we have that great relationship through the Council of Governments with those neighboring jurisdictions. We have over the years seen that number decrease greatly. Unfortunately, sometimes when you call, the truth is that you're gonna get a neighboring jurisdiction, because especially if it's an event where a lot of people are calling, each side of a cell phone tower can only handle so many calls at any one given time, so it might bump you to the next one. The most important thing to do is always just to stay on the line, because within 3 seconds, we can get you to the right place with a transfer.
Okay, thank you. And one of our public witnesses, Brenda Richardson, talked about the great efforts to educate the community on calling 911 and OUC services. Can you expand upon what that's set to look like this year?
Yes, so we have in our public education team, we have the start of this junior academy, which I just want to update you that since we've talked, and we actually are full. We have 30 people registered for that program. And so, you know, if we get more interest, then maybe you know we'll have more moving forward. But we're meeting with our ANCs. We've set up great relationships with the ANCs. We are available to come out to community events. We're going to be hosting some community events here and some town halls. I have a lunchtime session coming up within the next week. I have a meeting tomorrow with the businesses of 1B about some concerns that they have, and to educate them about other ways that they can let us know of things happening. And we're just going to be really open and transparent and be involved in our community as much as possible. We're going to be at pop-ups. We're going to be one of the things that we're looking forward to this summer is walking 311 blocks of the city with our 311 team to put in 311 service requests. And then also hopefully having pop-ups at libraries, rec centers, and schools. So when people are coming there in the afternoons for sporting events or school pickups, they can learn about 911, they can put in a 311 request, and they can really get to know us and who we are and really understand 911 and 311 better. And I look forward to meeting Ms. Richardson. She's a great ally of our agency. So I'll definitely go out and get an opportunity, hopefully, to sit and chat with her.
Absolutely. And thank you. And that's great to hear about all those efforts, and particularly in ANC 1B that you mentioned, where there's been a large amount of smash and grabs, and a lot of our local businesses up in Columbia Heights and along 14th Street have experienced break-ins, and having OUC more engaged and kind of how to actively report that in real time and try to prevent some of those crimes and catch who's doing this will be very useful. So thank you. Speaking of 311, can you talk about how OUC has worked to encourage neighbors in wards 7 and 8 to use 311 services? I saw a chart recently that use and resident input in those wards is lower than the others.
Sure. So with our town halls and with our community walks, and we're actually, you know, we mentioned earlier that 53% of our employees work or live and work in Washington, D.C., and that's great. So we're going to be starting a resident 311 program where maybe you're not coming here every day. Maybe you're out in your community. If your community is having a big event, you're going to be out there, you're going to be talking to your neighbors, helping people to get the 311 application downloaded onto their phone to make it easier. And then certainly looking to kind of mainstream how easy it is to put in a request, because we've heard that too, right? It might not always be easy. Maybe we should have an other box. I talked to a council member the other day. She's like, it's a little frustrating. And we walked through and I brought it back and I talked to our 311 leaders and we agreed that it was a little frustrating. So kind of just upgrading that, upgrading our website, and certainly just making it more accessible to everybody, and making it so that people can come up and you know, really feel comfortable with how they're doing that reporting. But really getting back out into the community, I think, is really big. We've been doing the virtual thing for a long time, but just getting out and interacting with our neighbors here is important to us.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Well, thank you. I look forward to helping in any way we can on those education efforts or amplifying that work and that type of engagement. During last year's performance oversight hearing, there was discussion about improving the 311 system to include updates on each constituent requests to have things like under review or in progress or completed. What steps has OUC taken to improve the 311 system to provide these, not necessarily real time, but more updated updates to residents?
Sure. So we have joined back in having the bi-monthly 311 working group meetings through the city administrator's office. And I think that's been really huge. We're able to take the concerns that we're hearing and we're able to work with our sister agencies to really get those things fine-tuned, and some changes have been made. So before, one of the things that we know was happening was requests might be coming into 311 and then it was getting closed out, but the problem was still existing, right? So people were calling back and we were putting in duplicative requests. And so, we are working with the agencies, because once we take the information and we pass it out to the different systems, then that is where they get closed and updated. But with our new content guru platform, we are able to really mainstream a lot of those requests and people can go in and check the status a little bit easier than they previously could. So there's a map on our app and on our website that when you log in, you can kind of check the status if you called in for a flex pole or a trash can or something like that.
Okay. And that is good to hear that some have been incorporated. In the pre-hearing question responses, you shared that there were no updates made to the 311 system based on the 311 working group's work this year. And so that was of concern to me.
So I'm going to pass this over to our CIO, Teddy, who can kind of talk about that a little bit more.
Okay. And Teddy, sorry to be a pain because we're getting to the end of this, but I'm going to ask to swear you in, as is the tradition to swear in all government witnesses. So if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please go ahead with the working group and the corresponding improvements that have been made.
Yeah, our 311 operations manager has been participating in the working groups bi-weekly basis. I think kind of dropped off during the COVID period for some time. And then one of the things we're discussing is how are these requests coming into 311 and being fulfilled by the servicing agencies. So the discussions have been, how can we encourage the servicing agencies to make sure that updated notes that are being loaded up in the system so that those activities and notes, associated notes and closure notes are available for the requesting person. You can go on online. If you're a registered user or through the app, you get to see your service request, associated activities, closure notes. One of the things that we've heard in the past is that there's not enough detailed notes. So those are some of the activities that are being discussed and worked on with the servicing agencies.
Okay.
And notes and Chairperson Pinto, notes are now required from the agencies back, where before there wasn't a requirement to put in notes. So we will update that in our response so that it's on the record.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you all so much. One of the other ideas that came to us was allowance for a fire hydrant being out to be a 311 drop down. So I'll just note that for you all.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, that concludes my questions. Director, I want to give you a chance if there's anything that we haven't talked about today or any closing remarks you want to make.
Sure. So, one of the things that has fallen over time is a oversight group that was mandated in legislation for our diversion program through DDH. One of the challenges that we faced was at OUC, we were charged with that. We didn't have the community contacts to create that group. to advise us on that diversion program. So we have been working with the Harvard Kennedy School, and DDH has just been absolutely phenomenal to help us identify people. So within the next couple of months, we will have our first meeting of that working group. And so I know that's kind of hanging out there as something that needed to be done. And we did meet challenges along the way, but I'm committed to getting that done. I'm also really committed to gaining the trust of every single person in this city to call 911 every time that they need it, without having to wonder if we're going to do it right or wrong. We do it right a whole lot. And I couldn't be more proud of the team that we have here at OUC. We also know that we have room to grow, and we're really committed and dedicated to that. And so I just would like to thank you. I'd like to thank the other council members that I've had the privilege of meeting thus far. It's been a whirlwind couple of weeks, and certainly want to thank Mayor Bowser, Deputy Mayor Pia, the city administrator, and all the help from there, because I think we all have the same goal in mind, and I'm really confident that we're going to get there. It's just going to take a little bit of time, and it's going to take a lot of work, but I know that every single one of us in this building is up for that challenge. So thank you so much for the support.
Well, thank you so much, Director. And I think you said it perfectly. And something I say a lot is we're all on the same team. And I know and believe that we can support you and the agency and the many hardworking men and women and first responders who are doing this importantly critical work every day, and working with you to make improvements to restore public trust and reduce mistakes and improve training because of how critically important this work is. And so I'm looking forward to being a partner with you in that work. I'll also note for the public that Director McGaffen's confirmation hearing will be on Wednesday, March 15th, if you would like to join us to testify. And there being no further business before the committee, the time is now